Just like the simple movement technique, Apollo has to learn to use it. He still hadn't really practiced the simple movement technique, though, and his process with it only involved methods of jumping from here, increasing his speed, and keeping his balance. And now Apollo had to learn the simple sword technique right here, right now. But learning? Apollo smirked at I in the first place. It's one of the reasons why he became the richest man in the world in his previous life, that he was talented in every area he decided to dabble in, that he could learn fast. That's why he was considered a genius. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At the same time, he sorted out the knowledge inside his mind. Thrust, slice, deflect, cut. Apollo opened his eyes, and a glint flashed by. Holding the broadsword in front of him, a smile formed on his lips. Come! With a strong roar, the Duskfang Shadowtails started running towards him. Belle, who was watching all this, couldn't help but be nervous. If she were still at her peak, she could easily defeat them. However, her current strength had fallen to that of a second-step foundation-building cultivator. Suddenly, her worry turned into surprise when the kid in front of her moved with the sword. The nearest Duskfang moaned in pain as it slid across the ground. The side of its stomach oozed blood, but the wolf still managed to stand up and pounce back on the beggar. Apollo dodged to the side and slashed his sword, leaving a deep wound on the already wounded Duskfang. It wailed in pain while slowly backing off. With one of them unable to fight, he glanced at the other three, with one already on its way to shred him with a sharp claw. This one was the other injured wolf that he had fought. Thrust. The broadsword pierced the wolf's neck, blood splattering on the ground and on Apollo's clothes. This is nice, Apollo thought with amazement. Following the technique from the simple sword technique in his mind, he felt like he was one with the sword. It was like an extension of his limbs. Furthermore, he was just following what was inside his mind, and his fighting abilities had already risen. What if he began to practice this technique to the fullest? This thought excited the beggar, and his attacks became more forceful and swift. Take this, Apollo shouted. Using both hands to hold the broadsword, he swung it around him, sending the dusk fangs to the ground while they howled in pain. Who's the boss now? Apollo walked towards them with a smirk on his face. The four Duskfang Shadowtails tried to stand on their feet, but only two managed, while the other two lay on the ground, whimpering and howling. Stop growling and come at me, Apollo said to the two who were baring their teeth at him. Seemingly understanding what he meant, they roared at him, but before they could take a step, Apollo dashed towards them and swung the broadsword. Their necks were pierced, and like a waterfall, red fell from their necks, forming a puddle of blood. After killing them, he went to the remaining Duskfangs on the ground, that he also pierced them, but this time in their heads. Finally done. Apollo smirked. He then started walking towards Belle. Why are you looking at me like that? Belle was woken from her surprise. This kid, his sword technique, strange. He only did simple slashes, but he managed to kill them all. It's too simple. There's no real technique whatsoever. Anyone could do what he just did. In fact, even a toddler can do those slashes. Hey, I know I'm handsome, but we should go. These guys are cunning. Their brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, and neighbors will arrive here anytime now. Let's go if you don't want to die, Apollo said while helping her to her feet. Oh, okay. Belle nodded as she realized the grave situation. Duskfang Shadowtails, a wolf-type monster, are cunning. Hearing their kin howling in pain must have alerted the others, especially since the scent of blood is so strong here. While supporting Belle, they hurriedly went back to the city. Apollo remained vigilant, his eyes observing the forest while dragging the sword in his other hand. Suddenly, a squishy sensation came from the side of his face, but he couldn't help but turn to his left and saw the humongous work of Mother Earth. Because Belle was taller than him, she had to put her right arm around him, making their bodies very close to each other. I have to focus, Apollo thought, but soon his face turned red and a foolish smile appeared. Every time they had to jump on a rock or take a wide step, the mountain beside his face moved, squishing him further. What are you grinning at? Belle asked. Due to the loss of blood, she felt quite dizzy, so she hadn't noticed what was happening. And nothing, Apollo answered. Then, why? Suddenly, continuous howling came from behind them, making them look at each other with wide eyes. Let's hurry up, Apollo shouted. He immediately forgot the squishy sensation on the side of his face as the threat to his life overcame it. Even so, their speed was still slow. Hey, is your sword important? Hearing the question, Belle was about to ask why when she realized what he was going to do. Yes, it's very important. I have to carry you so we can run faster. Where's your scabbard? Apollo asked hurriedly. I lost it, Belle answered with a sigh. SHD. Apollo couldn't help but curse. Then an idea came to mind when he saw a crevice under a tree. I'll hide it. You can just get it back after we get out of here and heal yourself. Belle frowned when she heard this. But looking at herself, having to be supported because of her injury, and hearing the howling from the Duskfang shadow tails behind them, she didn't have a choice but to nod her head. Good. Apollo went to the tree with a crevice and put the broadsword inside. Done, let's go. Belle nodded her head. Then Apollo picked her up in a princess style. Hold on. Using his simple movement technique, he ran towards the woods and into the lights in the distance. Even with additional weight, Apollo's speed was still fast. I see it. Apollo's eyes lit up seeing the wall of clown in the distance. Belle turned to the city and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Apollo smiled, but it didn't last a second as he suddenly felt goosebumps all over him. That was when he heard the sound of air tearing behind him. Then great pain came from his back. Art. Apollo moaned in pain but gritted his teeth and held on. Without looking at his attacker, he continued towards the grassland. Belle looked behind him when she heard him moaning in pain, and her eyes widened from what she saw. That's... Suddenly, a strong wind came at them as they finally left the forest. As they hurriedly made their way to the city, Belle's eyes remained on the forest, her eyes shaking with fear. Apollo shouted as he tripped on a rock, his body rolling to the ground along with Belle. Every time his back hit the ground, an intense pain washed over him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He rolled for a while before he managed to stop. His eyes blinked at the night sky as the moon's brilliance peeked out from behind the clouds. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed two huge mountains falling on his face. Yes, I mean no. Apollo was conflicted, and with a bang, Belle fell on top of him. Art. Belle grunted in pain. She felt dizzy and disoriented. Apollo, on the other hand, couldn't even say a word from the pain coming from his back. But the moment the sensation of being squashed returned, the pain immediately vanished, and a foolish smile appeared on his face. Although he couldn't properly breathe, it was a sacrifice he was willing to pay for this glorious moment that, I could die like this. Apollo moved to go deeper inside the mountains, but this caused Belle to realize that someone was under her. Oh, sorry, Belle said, still oblivious to the situation, before she pushed herself aside and sat down beside the beggar. Feeling the pain coming from all over her body, she took a deep breath to calm down. Then she sat herself in a lotus position and began a breathing technique. Wait, no, Apollo shouted but shut his mouth in the next second. Fortunately, Belle seemed to be in deep concentration. He sat down when he noticed she was quiet and saw that she was cultivating. No. Apollo squinted his eyes and saw the chi in the surroundings gathering around her. But instead of circulating her body following a certain pattern, the chi went to her wounds and started slowly mending them. Seeing this, the beggar's eyes lit up. Chi can also be used like that. I wish I had known sooner. After a while, Belle opened her eyes and sighed in relief when she noticed that her wound had stopped bleeding. Although she couldn't fully heal it and could only stop the bleeding, it was still better than dying from blood loss. You can use chi to help wounds stop bleeding, Apollo asked with excitement. The shout startled Belle, and she couldn't help but glance at Apollo strangely. You didn't know? Yes, Apollo nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Can you tell me how? Belle looked at him from head to toe and remembered that this was just a kid. Well, first you need to be able to move the chi around us, but only 4-step foundation building cultivators and above can do this. And then, once you can see and move the chi, you have to guide it to your wounds and let it take care of them, Belle explained. But considering your age, you're still not at that stage, right? One must train from a young age to have a chance to get past the 3rd step in foundation building. Most of us only achieve that stage after cultivating for at least 3 years, and even the talented ones have to cultivate for 2 years. Wait, how old are you again? I'm Southeast. Old enough. Apollo was about to say his real age, but changed it at the last second. Old enough. Belle smiled. Anyway, once you guide the chi to your wounds, it will know what to do. I see. Apollo nodded before asking another question. By the way, how old were you when you reached the 3rd step foundation building? I'm actually a genius. I was 15 back then, and it took me 1.5 years to achieve the 3rd step. Belle scratched her cheek but couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. And it took me 3 years to achieve the 4th step, when average cultivators take 4 to 5 years. Hearing this caused Apollo's eyes to widen. Not because he was amazed, but because he felt that it was too slow. Then when did you actually achieve the 1st step? Although she was confused why he was asking this question, she still answered. I was 9 or 10, I think, when I started cultivating. Then, in just a year, I reached the 2nd step. You must already know that one must train their body and mind from a very young age to be able to cultivate, right? Seeing the kid in front of her looking at her with wide eyes, she couldn't help but feel happy. Then her question to him from earlier came back. You are 10 or 11, right? Why, yes. My height is just smaller compared to kids my age, Apollo answered with a lie, not wanting to expose his real age. That if people knew he was already at the second step foundation building, he could smell endless trouble coming for him. What if they found out that he would be at the fourth step after this week? They would go crazy over him. I see, strange. How come you don't know all this? Belle asked, her eyes staring directly at him. I cultivate solo, Apollo said hesitantly. Solo, that's the... Belle couldn't finish her words as a stinging pain came from her wounds. We have to go back now. It will be bad if I just leave my wounds like this. All right, Apollo nodded, but the moment he stood up, pain came from his back that he gritted his teeth and endured the pain while he helped Belle to her feet. Then, just like before, he supported her until they made it to the city gate. Belle glanced one more time at the forest before looking at the gate. It was already midnight, and they were the only ones entering the city. Stop. One of the guards stationed in front of the gate halted them. Identify yourselves and your purpose for entering Clown City. Apollo hesitated. He would never tell or admit for the rest of his life that he was a Leone. He was about to say a fake name he had already come up with when Belle took out something and showed it to the guard. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Miss Belle from the Helflich family. The guard bowed his head, and the others followed suit. No worries, Belle said. Let's go. They were about to take a step forward when the guard put a hand in front of them. But miss, I still have to know this kid's identity. Apollo tensed up when he heard this. He glanced at the guard and saw him looking at him with suspicion. In the end, he still had to say his made-up name. He's a guest, Belle said, staring at the guard seriously. And the person who saved my life, can't you see we're injured? The guard was surprised by the angry voice coming from Belle. He didn't have a choice but to bow his head again. My apologies. Then he stepped aside to let them inside the gate. Belle scoffed at the guard. Talk to my father if you are still not satisfied. Hearing this caused the guard to visibly tense up. I wouldn't dare so, Miss Belle. Belle gave the guard a disdainful look before she glanced at Apollo with a smirk. Soon, the two of them entered the gate without any obstructions. Where do you live? Apollo asked, intending to help her on the way home. I live northwest of Clown, Belle said, her face scrunching up as her injury started acting up again. Even though she had already stopped the bleeding using the surrounding chi, it didn't mean the pain from the wounds had also stopped. It's not far from here, Apollo muttered. I'll take you there. However, Belle shook her head. No need, let's just go there and sit. They will come for me. All right then. Apollo nodded and helped her to a closed store with a stool in front of it. After he sat her down, Apollo looked around the surroundings before he stared at Belle. How do you know they are coming for you? I didn't see you contact anyone. He asked out of curiosity. They will know about it. Belle didn't say anything else. I see. Then I should get going. Apollo said it was already midnight, and the pain from his back was becoming unbearable as time passed. He just wanted to go back to his beggar spot and heal the wounds the way Belle did. Why don't we wait for my men? They can take you to your place, Belle said, looking at him with worry in her eyes. No need, I can take care of myself. Apollo insisted. Seeing him determined, Belle sighed. But let me tell you something first. You said you cultivate on your own, right? Why, yes, Apollo nodded. Why don't you join me? You will be under my family, the Helflich family, Belle offered before she continued. Besides, cultivating alone without any affiliation is dangerous. Cultivators stronger than you can easily bully you. I'm sorry, but I will have to refuse, Apollo declined. I should get going now, bye. Wait, Belle shouted, but the kid had already run quite a distance. He probably heard her, but chose not to stop and continued running. Belle sighed, then immediately grimaced from her injuries. It didn't take long for someone to arrive in front of her, riding a chariot with the great serpent insignia on its side. This was a chariot especially given to the school's top students, so they could have leisure time outside the school. Belle had been using it since then. Her charioteer, June, jumped off from the rider's seat while the two white horses stopped in front of Belle. Are you okay, miss? June asked, evident worry in his voice. He wore a simple dark gray robe that covered his whole body, only revealing his face with streaks of black hair coming out from the robe. He was officially assigned by her family as a bodyguard to protect her at all times. I've managed to stop the bleeding, but I need medicine, Belle said, standing up and walking towards the entrance of the chariot. Here, June held out his hand with a silver, almost white, marble on it. Thanks. Belle took the marble and ate it. Contrary to its hard appearance, the marble was actually soft and easy to swallow. Miss, June called out to Belle in hesitation, who was already inside the chariot. Your father is very angry. I expected it, Belle said, sneaking out in the middle of the night just to find that person. Anyone would get angry. I don't know what punishment we will get, but I think it's going to be harsher than the last time, June said bitterly while jumping into the driver's seat. June, I found something inside the forest. What is it? June asked while making the two white horses move. Something sinister, horrid within. Apollo arrived at his beggar spot, breathing heavily. The pain coming from his back was just too much. He gritted his teeth and took off his upper clothes. Then he reached out to touch his back, and a stinging pain came. Still, he managed to feel his back, which had become scorched. Almost half of his back had been burned by that attack before they made it out of the forest. It seemed that whatever had attacked him had some burning attributes. Belle didn't notice that he was injured because she never looked at his back. This F-King hurts. Apollo couldn't help but shout in pain that he went inside that forest just to test his strength again and also to get back at the Black Wolves. Well, he did manage to kill 4 of them, but still ended up getting injured in the end. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he glanced at his remaining own points. With only 2 left, he couldn't even buy the health potion that would help him heal his injuries. Was buying that simple sword technique worth it? Apollo knew that even though he only learned the very basics of that technique, his fighting capabilities were definitely elevated. Worth it? Apollo couldn't decide at the moment. Then, he recalled how Belle managed to stop the bleeding of her wounds. Copying her, he crossed his legs, took a couple of breaths, closed his eyes, and started feeling the chi around him. She said that only those at the 4-step foundation building and above could command chi, but for some reason, he could do it even though he was still at the 3RD step. Deciding to think about this further later, Apollo started gathering the chi around him. Instead of inhaling it, he guided it towards his back and other parts of his body with small cuts. Soon as the chi made contact with his back, Apollo expected to feel great pain, but contrary to his expectation, he felt a coolness that massaged his back. The pain vanished, followed by relief. He also noticed that the small cuts on his hands and legs closed up on their own. Though their marks still remained, he guided the chi for a while, making the wound on his back slightly better. However, it didn't take long before he found the limit of this method, because the wound was quite severe. He only managed to stop the burning sensation, heal the skin, and close the small cuts. But the chi could only heal a small amount of muscle that had been burnt, and no matter how many times the chi touched it, nothing changed. Furthermore, it became painful instead of the comforting sensation he had felt earlier. Without a choice, Apollo opened his eyes and stopped healing using the chi. What's happening? Apollo muttered in confusion. But recalling what happened earlier, Belle could only manage to stop her wound from bleeding, and she was already at the 4th-step foundation building stage. She could only achieve this much. But this is better than feeling that pain. The beggar sighed and put on his clothes as he looked at the moon in the sky while recalling his conversation with Belle. Apollo gained a lot from their conversation. He learned that there's no cultivator is 7 years old. Most of them are still training their body and mind, preparing to become a cultivator. But he was already at the 3rd step, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the 4th-step. Revealing his age, his name, and his cultivation to someone is a big no. Trouble will come if he does, which he doesn't want. She also said that cultivating alone without any affiliation to someone else or an organization is very dangerous. Apollo understood what she meant. Cultivation is not simple, but that's why there's only one talented person in 1,000 people who can achieve the foundation building stage. They have a method to reach that stage besides their talents. What if people desired that method, no matter how simple it is? And what if those strong cultivators laid eyes on him? A defenseless and weak cultivator that they could easily bully and take advantage of. Apollo had already realized that people with strength in this world had the authority that if you were weak, you don't have a say, unless you were brave enough to face the consequence of death. I have to be more low-key than before, Apollo muttered, though he knew it was just a matter of time before people found out that he was more than just a beggar. He was talented, smart, and handsome. This thought put a smug smile on his face. Then his thoughts went back to his injuries. Although he had managed to alleviate some of the damage, he knew that if he left it untreated, it would harm him more in the long run, that he had to heal it as soon as possible. That I need all points, Apollo thought. But what will happen if my cultivation increases? Will it heal by itself? The beggar muttered. How long will it take then? Apollo decided to look at his status screen and ask the system. However, the moment the interface appeared, another one materialized with the word notification on top. Seeing this, Apollo was surprised before his surprise turned into shock when his eyes landed on the text written on the interface. You have been marked by the Alpha Dusk Shadowtail. Because you have incurred the wrath of the Alpha, he put a mark on you. Alpha Dusk Shadowtail will hunt you no matter where you are. Kill or be killed. The time of the hunt depends on the Alpha and the situation. After reading this, Apollo couldn't help but glance back at the moon. FCKU. If he could see his back right now, he would see that a black mark had been engraved that IT was where the burning sensation had come from. Apollo started regretting going back into that forest. If he had known about this, he would never have dared to step foot inside that forest filled with two-tailed wolves. Actually, Apollo had already considered that there was going to be an alpha among them and had been careful not to make too much noise when he decided to hunt some duskfang shadowtails. But the situation changed, and he had to adjust that. He also noticed that the notification was sent to him around the time he was hit in the back when he was carrying Bell. That alpha dust shadowtail must have been the culprit. After cursing at the sky for a while, Apollo sighed and waved his hand in front of him, making the interface disappear in a particle of light. I should cultivate and think about this later, Apollo muttered. The notification said that the alpha would hunt him depending on the situation. Well, it also meant that there was time for him to get stronger. Although this put pressure on him, he realized that it wouldn't matter to get nervous, that IT was better to get stronger faster and earn more on points. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes and started inhaling the chi in the surroundings, following the simple breathing technique, which was obviously not as simple as he first thought it would be. He instructed the chi in a pattern. Peace and calm. Apollo relished in this moment as he entered the void with only him and the chi around. But unbeknownst to him, the hunt of the alpha was not going to be a hunt, but a declaration of war. So they are still holding on? A man asked. He was wearing a brown medieval suit, simple but elegant. His body was not too thin and not too fat either, but the most noticeable feature was the bald patch on his head. He was currently inside a room, sitting while drinking a steaming cup of tea. Seems to be like that, Manager Fu. A man wearing the Skyline savory attire said. IT was a simple suit of dark blue and white with the name of the restaurant sewn on the right chest. This man was the personal assistant to the manager of this branch. With dark brown hair and black eyes, the man stood in front of Manager Fu with his hands behind his back. Are they planning something? Manager Fu muttered, his eyes glancing at the window that let him see what was happening downstairs. The workers of this branch were already up in the morning, preparing the plates and cleaning the place. Unlike the Philly restaurant with 2 floors for their diners, their restaurant only used the first floor for the patrons, while the second floor was where the kitchen and the staff were. However, the first floor had a partition. The common area and the VIP area where the wealthy and affluent ate. Do you want me to investigate? The assistant, Alec, asked. No need, it's just a matter of time before they close down. Even if they still have customers, it won't be enough to cover their operational costs. Manager Fu said, a confident smile on his face. Alec also smiled. Being part of the greatest restaurant in the city, and probably in other cities too, made him feel proud. This gave him confidence to look down on commoners, even though he was not a cultivator. I have a question. Manager Fu turned back to his assistant. Tell me, Manager Fu, Alex said. There's a beggar beside that little girl's restaurant, right? Manager Fu asked. Hearing the question, Alec thought for a while. I think I saw him, it's a kid, around 8 or 9. So he's really a beggar, not just some kid playing around? Manager Fu asked once more. I think so. Why, Manager Fu? Alec asked. If that kid is a beggar, why haven't they kicked him out yet? That will tarnish their reputation, Manager Fu said. I think we're missing something. Do you want me to take care of him? Alec asked, his eyes turning cold. Although he was not a cultivator, it didn't mean he couldn't hire one and let them do the job. No need. Manager Fu shook his head. That's actually better. They tarnish their own reputation by not doing anything about that beggar. Ah, you really are smart, Manager Fu. Alec praised the man in front of him with a smile. Of course, and I also think that's probably one of the reasons why their customers left them and decided to eat here. Manager Fu said, laughing. Haha. Although Alec didn't find it funny, he still laughed because that's what a good employee does. Stroking her boss's ego was one of the reasons why he had made it this far. As the early morning sun rose, the door to the Philly restaurant opened, and Gail's head peeked out. Seeing that the Skyline Savory branch was busy preparing for the day, she stepped outside and stood in front of their menu. She started writing on it before heading back inside the restaurant. Once inside, she immediately went upstairs to where Philly was situated. It's done, Gail said with a smile on her face. Good, Philly nodded. Now we wait until they discover it. Okay, but why do we have to do it discreetly? Gail tilted her head in confusion. Can't we just go advertise it to people so they will know that our menu has changed and new ingredients have been added? Philly shook her head. We can't. Skyline Savory will definitely make a move that I wouldn't even be surprised if they send someone to spy on us and maybe steal the recipe to our new menu. Once they feel threatened, they will show their fangs. Oh, I get it. Gail finally understood. After a while, the two of them went out of the room and stood before the railings on the second floor to observe what was happening below. There were already 2 customers entering. Because it was still early in the morning, they decided to order a simple meal of milk and bread. However, when they saw the menu, they couldn't help but look closer as they found something new. "What's this? Scrambled egg with bread?" the woman muttered. "A monster egg, perhaps?" The man answered while glancing up at the waiter. "No, sir and ma'am. It's just a normal egg, but cooked differently," the server said. "Would you like to try it?" The couple looked at each other before they nodded. "Sure, 2 orders, please." "Coming right up." The waiter took their menu before he went to the kitchen and relayed the order to the chefs. "I wonder if they will like it," Philly muttered while observing everything. Her eyes landed on the kitchen, where she saw Timur immediately start cooking. "Although it's simple, it's delicious," Gail said from the side. "I didn't know that eggs could be cooked like that." "It's new to me too," Philly said with a chuckle. That beggar classified it as simple in the journal that he wrote, but this simple dish is too simple, yet still delicious. There are a number of simple recipes in the journal that they still haven't tried, but they knew that all of them must be delicious. They already believe that everything written in the journal is true and new, something that they hadn't thought was possible. "It's impossible without that oil," Gail said. "Sure." Philly glared while making a quiet gesture. Sorry." Gail bowed her head. "Remember, Gail, oil is going to be our secret. Even if people know about the other ingredients, we do not say the word oil. We will never reveal our secret." Philly whispered so only the two of them could hear. Gail nodded vigorously. In no time, the couple's meal was brought to them by the server. 2 orders of milk and scrambled egg with bread. "What's this?" the woman with a bob cut asked. Her partner, on the other hand, held a spoon and scooped some of it. Bringing the golden yellow dish, glistening with sparkles, in front of him, the man couldn't help but gulp. Although he wasn't sure how they made this for what they ordered, it seemed to be the scrambled egg. The man sniffed, and his eyes widened. It was definitely egg, but it had a scent of saltiness and savory at the same time. But he took another sniff while his eyes remained fixated on it. Comforting and very appetizing, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and put the spoon inside. Then he put the spoon down and started chewing. He only needed to take a bite or two before he swallowed it. The man sighed. "Is there something wrong, sir?" The server, who remained standing on the side, asked, concern evident in his voice. "No." The man shook his head and, with a slightly red face, continued to eat the egg. "It's just too delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before." His partner, the woman with a bob cut, watched him with wide eyes. She looked at her plate with curiosity. "Why don't I lend you a hand, miss?" The server smiled as he took a knife and fork. "Sure," the woman nodded. Then the server started cutting the bread in half. "Putting the scrambled egg here will make it taste even better. Try it, miss." The server put some of the scrambled egg on top of the bread before stepping back. Thank you," the woman said, thanking the waiter. She then picked up the light brown bread with the fluffy golden yellow on top. She gulped when she saw the appearance up close, especially the glistening and how it wobbled when she moved her hand. She glanced in front, and, seeing that her boyfriend was enjoying the meal, she smiled and ate the bread. The bread was common, like most restaurants offered, even here in Philly restaurant. However, this time, its taste was amplified. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She could hear the crunchiness from the bread, but after a bite, what followed was a soft sensation, something fluffy and creamy attacking her palate. There was a bit of saltiness, watery, and somewhat slippery, but the savory taste of egg came on top. Along with the taste of bread, they mingled to create an enticing meal. Seeing the two of them enjoying their food, the server smiled knowingly. They had also tasted this new dish as part of their job. They had the same reaction. Shock, surprise, amazement. When they heard that there was going to be a Skyline Savory branch in front of their restaurant, the servers thought they would lose their jobs because of it. And as they saw the number of their customers lessen, they started to lose hope. That was when they noticed a new addition to their menu. Every dish with meat on it had an additional word beside its name, cooked with oil. And when they tasted it, the hope that had been extinguished was reignited. Philly Restaurant was fighting. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the stairs, and the server glanced habitually. When he saw that the boss was walking towards them, the server stood up straight. "Hello, I'm the owner of this restaurant, Philly Kleinford. Sorry for disturbing your meal," Philly said to the couple with a smile on her face. However, they were too focused on their food to notice her presence at all. Philly just smiled and watched them eat. Her eyes darted from their faces to their clothes and then to the dish on the table. They were enjoying it so much that they didn't notice that someone important was in front of them. Important? This word caused Philly to scoff at herself in her mind. She had gotten used to being treated high and mighty by common people. It because she's a noble. A noble. It's not that important. Her eyes stayed on their plate. A realization struck her. Inside my restaurant, what's more important is the food. This realization made her glance at the second floor, particularly where the wealthy and affluent usually eat. The couple finished their meal, and only then did they notice that Philly was standing beside the server. "Oh my, sorry, Miss Philly." The woman immediately stood up while apologizing. Philly didn't have to introduce herself, as she was quite well known to the people who were eating here. She was a noble who decided to open a restaurant, even though her family focused on cultivation. This rumor spread fast. Most of them already knew the story. "No worries. It should be me apologizing for trying to interrupt your meal," Philly said while also bowing. "No need to bow, miss." The woman tried to stop her, but Philly still did so. "Ha, I should," Philly said before she glanced at their empty plate. "How was the meal?" "I must say, this is the best breakfast I've ever had in my entire life," the woman replied with sparkling eyes. "Yup, I agree." The boyfriend nodded in agreement, though he couldn't hide the disappointment in his voice when he noticed that their food was already gone. "That's good to hear," Philly smiled. "Would you like to order again?" "Well," the couple looked at each other for a moment before they glanced at their empty plate. "Sure. Why not? It's still early and we're still not satisfied." "Ha, don't worry. This round will be on us," Philly said with a laugh. "Really? But you don't have to," the woman said. "Consider this as my appreciation for your feedback," Philly replied. She then glanced at the server, and the server nodded in understanding. Then, "Thank you, Miss Philly. You're welcome." Philly smiled before she went back upstairs. Gail, who was watching all this, followed after her boss. They entered the room again, and Philly sat on her chair. She sat there, one hand under her chin while the other tapped on the table. Seeing Philly this serious made Gail tilt her head. "Is there something wrong, miss?" "I just realized something," Philly said. "I will remove the concept of status inside this restaurant. And oh, more noble. No more class differentiation. If one enters as a diner, then they will have the same status as other diners." Gail's eyes widened before a smile appeared on her face. "That's a great idea, Mississippi." "Ah, this SHD still aches," Apollo muttered with a frown. "I need to buy a health potion." But looking at his remaining alm points made him smile bitterly. To think that he actually believed he would be able to save up for real this time. However, reality proved him wrong. From 20 alm points, he was left with just 2 to saving is so hard. Apollo thought in frustration that if he hadn't gone out that night, he would still have those alm points and wouldn't be injured. But then, that woman would probably be a goner by now. Bell Hell Flick, was it? She should give me a reward or something, Apollo admitted. That he was neither good nor evil, he just followed what he felt at that time. When he saw Belle being surrounded by Duskfang Shadowtails, he had the urge to save her, so he did. Yes, he did feel regret after he was injured and had to use his own points. However, there's nothing he could do at the moment but earn them back. Apollo decided not to eat for the time being and just continue to cultivate. He stood in front of his beggar spot, where people could see him if they looked in his direction, but he sat down, put his hands, palms up, above his forehead, and started following the pattern from the simple breathing technique. The invitation that fell from one of the martial students from the Great Serpent Cultivation School also stated the time for the advancement examination, and there was only a week left before it started. Apollo expected that by that time, he would have reached the 4-step foundation building stage already. And the matter of exposing his identity, he already figured out a way. But to do that, he had to earn back alm points. The beggar also decided that only when he completed the mission would he buy the item for his beggar spot, as the mission would award him 100 alm points once completed. SOFCK, saving up? Nah, I'm just kidding. Apollo took a deep breath and started gathering the surrounding chi. When he was about to move it within his body, he suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes and looked around the street. The IT was around 9 in the morning, and there were already a lot of people walking down the streets. They wore smiles on their faces while some looked disheartened for some unknown reason. There were also martial students from time to time entering the Skyline Savory branch across the street. While observing, the beggar's face became serious as he recalled what Belle had told him. She said that only those at the 4-step foundation building and above can feel the chi and command it according to their will. Then how come he can do it? Apollo frowned, as this was a bad sign. What if a cultivator at that stage, or even higher, walked in front of him and suddenly noticed that the chi around them was moving towards him? Isn't it the same as telling them that he is a cultivator? Exposing himself to that woman from the Helflick family was already a risky move. He didn't want any more trouble coming his way. This made him stand up and return to his beggar spot. He sat back down inside his makeshift shelter made of trash he had found nearby. With his hand under his chin, he questioned the system. "Hey, system," Apollo called out. "Yes, host." The emotionless voice of the system echoed in his ears. "How come I can control the chi around me, even though this feat is only accessible to 4th-step foundation building cultivators and above?" Apollo asked. This question can be answered by purchasing the basics of cultivation from the system store. Would you like to buy the item? The system replied immediately. Its voice slightly higher than normal. Apollo's mouth twitched along with his eyes. This mother of cur. I only have 2 own points, and you want me to buy that item worth 100? And I'm just asking a question. I thought you were an emotionless entity, but your voice changes when it comes to selling your products. Apollo squinted at the interface in front of him, seemingly looking at the system itself. The system remained silent, but the interface disappeared. This was its way of indicating it wouldn't answer. Apollo sighed. Asking the system another question would probably be another futile effort. He was about to ask if those cultivators who had reached the 4th step and above could sense that he could control the chi around him, even though he was only at the 3rd step foundation building. However, upon careful thought, it wouldn't matter, as it wouldn't be long before he reached that stage. Apollo went back in front of his beggar spot and started cultivating again. Hopefully, no one would discover that he could move the queue. It didn't take long for him to ignore the surrounding noise and plunge back into the deep darkness, with only him and the chi entering his nose and mouth. As the sun reached its peak, a man with a bald patch on his head stood in front of a window on the 2nd floor of the skyline. Savory branch that he gazed at the restaurant across the street with the plaque of Philly Restaurant. Seeing that there were more customers than usual, he couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Is something wrong, Manager Fu? Alex's voice came from behind. Do you know how many customers that little girl had yesterday? Manager Fu asked without taking his eyes off the restaurant across the street. At this hour, they had about 10 to 11. Alec answered after careful thought. Why? Because right now, they have about 18 customers, Manager Fu said without turning back. And now 20, he continued as he saw 2 customers, a couple, entering the Philly restaurant. 20? Alec frowned when he heard this number. On our opening, there were barely any who ate there, and even if they had customers following that day, it was probably just a few. Manager Fu nodded, as he also knew this fact. There's something going on that we don't know. Did they perhaps acquire monster meat of higher quality than ours? Alex said, though it was more like he was talking to himself. It's possible, but they would need to hire strong hunters, Manager Fu said. Though I doubt that little girl has the funds. Her family is a cultivation family that focuses solely on cultivation. Her doing business is akin to lowering her status from the core family. They will only give her enough funds based on her status. But why is her restaurant still holding on? Alec asked before his eyes lit up. Could it be that they have a supplier? Hearing this, Manager Fu laughed. Alec couldn't help but smile when he heard his boss laughing. So am I right? But in the next second, he realized that Manager Fu was laughing for a different reason. Alec, they don't have a supplier, and they never will, Manager Fu said, his chest puffing up with pride and a smirk appearing on his face. What do you mean? Alec couldn't help but ask, curiosity brimming in his eyes. It's because Skyline Savory is the owner of all the meat suppliers in the city. Manager Fu turned around and glanced at his awe-stricken assistant. All of them? Alec asked. All of them? Manager Fu nodded in confirmation. So they're basically buying from us. Alec looked at the Philly restaurant through the window. You were right. Manager Fu smiled. Well, there's also a possibility that they are buying their meat from other sources that Skyline Savory doesn't know of, or they procure their monster meat by hiring hunters. Nevertheless, from what I know, they're one of Skyline's buyers. That's amazing, Alex said with excitement. Of course it is, Manager Fu said. If they have better monster meat, we will know about it. Right, but Alec trailed off. How come they have more customers than yesterday? The smile on Manager Fu's face disappeared. He turned back to look at the restaurant. Alec, they're buying from Skyline Savory. And our restaurant has the best monster meat in this city. We're the only ones who have that, and no matter what gimmick they're doing, we're still at the top. We are still at the top, Alec repeated, puffing up his chest just like the manager. I just wonder why. Did they lower the prices? Manager Fu muttered. Because of their close proximity, Alec heard it clearly. He put a hand under his chin and started thinking. Suddenly, he heard the voices of the patrons coming from the 1st floor. Probably because they are after our customers. Around this time, all our tables and chairs are already filled. People will have to line up now in order to eat, and those who are hungry don't want that, right? So they don't have a choice but to go to Philly. Hearing this caused Manager Fu's eyes to light up. They're eating our leftover crumbs. Sneaky. But don't they know that people eat between an hour or 2? And even if people leave the line, more patrons will come, Alex said to the side. I was not wrong for picking you as my assistant. Manager Fu laughed and patted Alex's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Alec also laughed, feeling proud of his wits. Philly, who was in her room, sat in the corner with her legs crossed. Her breathing was steady, even slow compared to how she normally breathed. With her eyes closed, she continued to practice her breathing technique. Even though she wasn't that focused on cultivation, it didn't mean she would neglect it. She still cultivated every day, but not to the extreme of sitting there for the entire day. The team most, she would cultivate for 2 hours, and right now, she was merely doing this for the sake of better skills and maintaining her strength. Furthermore, cultivating also cleared her mind, so she took this as a form of resting. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Philly opened her eyes and went to answer it. "Miss, were you cultivating?" Gail asked hesitantly. "Yes, but no worries, I was just about to finish," Philly said. "What's wrong?" Gail was about to say something when a shout came from the first floor. "Where's the owner?" A female voice echoed like thunder. "Show yourself." "Well, that's what I was about to say," Gail said bitterly before her eyes turned cold and bloodlust erupted. "I can take care of her. I just need your permission." "No." Philly shook her head, knowing full well what would happen if she agreed. "Let me handle this." "Okay." Gail withdrew her bloodlust, and her usual shy demeanor around her boss returned. They started walking toward the first floor, and along the way, Philly glanced down and saw a woman wearing a white gown that extended to her ankles. She immediately recognized the expensive clothing just by looking at those intricate patterns. The woman had someone beside her wearing a maid outfit as she walked down the stairs. Philly and the customer locked eyes. "And miss," someone went to Philly's side with bandages on some parts of his body. "Ned, tell me what happened." Philly turned to Ned, who was already better than in previous days after he got beaten up by Apollo. "She wanted to—" Ned didn't manage to finish his words as he was interrupted. "Philly, right?" The woman took a step forward and stood in front of Philly. "How dare you forbid me from going up to the second floor? Isn't that where the VIP area is?" "Oh, so this is the reason." Philly finally understood why this woman was angry. After she decided that there would be no more class differentiation in her restaurant, she immediately implemented it, making her workers forbid patrons from eating on the second floor. Philly was planning on turning the second floor into the same setup as the first floor, so people could eat with each other no matter their status at AT first. She wanted to put the kitchen there, but thought otherwise when she considered her workers. "I'm sorry, but there's no more VIP area in our restaurant. Besides, the second floor is currently being cleaned and reorganized," Philly said apologetically to the woman. "No more VIP." The woman frowned when she heard this. "So you expect me, Charlotte, a noble, to eat here with these filthy commoners?" Her words caused the other patrons to clench their teeth, but they didn't dare to stand up for themselves. Their eyes then turned to the owner of the restaurant, seemingly expecting her to say something that might degrade them. "Commoners?" Philly chuckled. "Here in my restaurant. There's no such thing as commoners. Did you come here to eat or to flaunt your status? If it's the latter, then get out. Food is what matters more in this restaurant." Hearing this made the diners look at her in a different light. Most of them came here to eat because of the new menus, while some were frequent diners since the opening of the restaurant and had stayed loyal ever since. Ned, on the other hand, smiled. "Yeah, this is my goddess." "Wow, so your restaurant has fallen this low?" Charlotte looked around with disgust in her eyes. "To think Skyline Savory has also damaged your brain. This restaurant is no better than a commoner's restaurant. If it weren't for Skyline being full, I wouldn't even be here. Get out," Philly stated strongly. Charlotte stared at her from head to toe before she scoffed. "You call yourself a noble? You are a stain to that title." "Don't make me repeat myself again," Philly said, her eyes looking at Charlotte coldly. Gail, on the other hand, took a step forward and released her killing intent. The temperature seemed to drop significantly, and people felt like there was a knife around their necks. This sensation was especially intense for Charlotte as she directly received the bloodlust. The maid beside Charlotte became worried. "Let's go, Mississippi, this is dangerous." Charlotte was sweating, and her eyes were shaking with fear. In the end, she turned around angrily and started walking towards the door. "I won't let this slide." As the sound of the door closing echoed in the restaurant, the diners went back to eating while their eyes glanced at Philly with admiration. "That was quite a scene," Timur said from the side. He was happily cooking when he heard the commotion, so he naturally went out to watch. Philly sighed. She had expected this, just not so early. Then as she glanced around, she noticed that there were more customers than yesterday. "This is good. The restaurant is already showing signs of recovery," Philly thought. Just using oil alone can already attract them. She also noticed the frequent customers and couldn't help but feel thankful for them. "Now that we're here, why don't we go into the kitchen?" Timur asked his boss, and Philly nodded. "I have something to show you." 2.5 days later. Finally, I'm at the 48th step. Apollo thought in excitement. He brought up his status screen to see the changes. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points. 17 spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation. 4-step foundation building. Attributes. None. All this time, what he was doing was cultivating, eating, then back to cultivating. And the food that he ate was bread from Big Chub. Although it wasn't that great, it was better than being hungry. He also earned an additional 15 Alm points. Buying that Wish Me Luck item at that time was worth it, Apollo thought. When his Alm points reached 5, he didn't buy the health potion even though his back was aching and itchy. Instead, he bought the Wish Me Luck item, increasing his luck by 9%. Then he waited for something to happen, and as expected, something did. A man was thrown out from the Skyline Savory branch across the street. The man flew up and landed beside him, his money falling out of his pocket. And of course, as a good citizen, Apollo helped the guy by putting the coins in his own pocket. Apparently, that guy was bothering another patron, which led to a fight and caused the man to be kicked out by the restaurant's guard. Apollo counted the Alm points that he got, earning him 20 Alm points. However, at that time, he felt greedy. He bought another Wish Me Luck item, and the random luck that he got was only at 1%, causing him to almost vomit blood. As expected, nothing happened. He had just wasted 5 Alm points. The beggar didn't try to buy another one hastily, afraid that he would lose hard-earned points again. Back to the present. The sun was already on its way to meet the horizon. After the initial excitement, Apollo went back inside his beggar spot to feel his strength that he couldn't go out anymore to that forest with some monster planning to hunt him down. It would be akin to a Isekai dash. He raised his fist and punched the air, causing it to explode and raise small winds around him. His clothes and hair made a flapping sound for a few seconds before they went back to normal. Whoa! Apollo exclaimed in amazement. He looked at his fist and clenched it. This strength. I feel like I could bulldoze through anything. This made him really want to test out his strength. But he couldn't go to that forest anymore. Training ground. Apollo muttered that he could go there. But the only things worthwhile were the scarecrow and the weapons racked. There's no need for him to use that scarecrow, as the only function it has is to measure one's strength. The weapons rack, however, he could use the sword to practice his simple sword technique. Well, if I'm going to participate in that advancement examination, I might as well practice my techniques. Apollo finally decided to go back to the training ground. I don't want to embarrass myself. With this thought in mind, he stood up and walked towards the direction of Big Chub's stall. That guy closed before the sun went down. It didn't take him long before he reached the stall, and Big Chub was already preparing to pack up his things. Hey, Apollo greeted with a smile. Are you going to close now? What's up, kid? I'm about to go home. Big Chub also smiled. Are you going to buy something? I still have some. Sure, give me 2, Apollo said while taking out his coin. Don't bother to pay, kid, it's on me, Big Chub said, handing him 3 breads instead of 2. Are you sure? I have money, you know, Apollo asked, though his hands had already grabbed the bread. I'm going to throw it away anyway. Big Chub shrugged. They wouldn't last the night, and there's no more beggar here besides you. Come to think of it, how come you didn't get caught by the city guards? I think I'm lucky, Apollo said, biting the bread in half. Well, they're just busy. Busy? Big Chub raised an eyebrow before he thought of something. You're probably right. Some big shots are coming to this city. They're even ordering us not to sell for the time being, not until the event is finished. That's bad, Apollo said with his mouth full. I know, right? That event will last for at least a week. Big Chub sighed, then pointed at a stall a few meters away. Also, look at that. The city is setting up its own stall for the sake of their visitors. They want to be the only ones to earn money. Apollo glanced in the direction he was pointing and saw a bunch of people building a stall that was definitely bigger and more spacious than Big Chub's and the other vendor stalls. Maybe because they wanted the visitors to think they have such great streets that even the vendors on the side are extravagant, Apollo commented, finishing the bread in his hand. Those people sure are good at pretending, Big Chub said, shaking his head. Do you know who the visitors are? Apollo couldn't help but ask. For the city to make such great efforts to set up their own stall, just to keep up appearances for the sake of the visitors, they must be really important. I don't know, but if I'm going to guess, it's probably those high and mighty officials from other cities, Big Chub said while putting the table inside the handcart. Then he started sweeping the floor. Officials? Makes sense, Apollo nodded, understanding what he meant. Makes sense. Big Chub looked up at the beggar. Hey, don't act like you know what I meant. Haven't you only asked for basic information since we first met? Hearing this caused Apollo to cough. Ha ha, Big Chub laughed. You should go home now, kid, it's getting late. Then see you in a week? Apollo asked, taking a big bite of his remaining bread. You should visit me sometime. I live further down the road. Just ask where Slum Street is, people will tell you. Big Chub said before he waved his hand and started pulling his handcart. Okay, Apollo said he watched as Big Chub's figure got smaller and smaller while the sun finally hid behind the horizon. Slum Street. I never knew such a place existed. Well, Apollo hasn't really explored the city that much, so there are still places he doesn't know of. After eating all his bread, he started walking toward the training ground. Fortunately, with the cleaning bead with him, he doesn't appear to be a beggar, as his robes became as good as new when using the cleaning bead. But he still makes sure not to attract too much attention to himself. What if some people recognize him, as he's always sitting beside Philly's restaurant and in front of the Skyline Savory Branch? Apollo looked around while walking the street and found out there weren't many Marshall students roaming around. There are only a few days left before the advancement examination begins, and they are probably training or cultivating to increase their strength. Although he's joining for an entirely different reason, he still needs to train in order to complete his mission. Killing an experienced fourth-step foundation building stage opponent is going to be harder when there's a possibility that the man he's going to kill has already reached the chi condensation stage. How is he going to do that when he still doesn't know the details of the exam? Apollo already had a plan. That man is a man of pride and ego. He will never settle for less, and he will try to reach the very top. There's a high chance that they will meet if Apollo aims for the top spot. And even if there's no chance, the beggar will create a man who became the wealthiest person in his previous life. Being cunning is one of the requirements to achieve that feat soon. Apollo arrived at his destination, but he expected that no one would be at the training ground at this hour. However, contrary to his expectations, there were a few Marshall students training with each other or alone. Some of them noticed the newcomer, but only took a glance before they went back to their training. Apollo was relieved that no one tried to approach him just so they could feel superior and bully the weak. If someone did, he could use them as a sparring partner to get used to his new strength. But it would be better if that really happened, Apollo thought before he shook his head and started walking towards the weapon rack. He looked at each of the weapons and found that although they were made of wood, they were still carved with sharpness. Apollo reached out his hand and took hold of the sword. His simple sword technique immediately made him familiar with the wooden sword as if it were his own. He casually swung it, and the wooden sword sliced the air. Apollo heard a very thin whooshing sound, causing the grass on the ground to sway to one side. Although his mastery over his sword technique was just about the basics, his strength made it seem like a completely different technique. This is cool, Apollo muttered with a smile on his face. A simple sword slice can already produce this effect. With a confident smile, he looked up from the grass, and his smile became stiff a few meters away. Two Marshall students were fighting with each other, each wielding a sword, a glowing sword. And when they clashed, their swords erupted in magnificent lights. Strong winds made their clothes flap and raised dust clouds in the air that Apollo's eyes widened at the scene. What's this? Every sword clash was heavy and colorful. The beggar felt like he was watching a sci-fi or fantasy movie. Soon the two men stopped their sparring, sweat dripping from their faces. Even after they were done, Apollo couldn't get rid of the surprise on his face. He had felt good about himself that he could send airwaves with just a slice of his sword. But the moment he looked up, someone was sparring with glowing swords. And every attack was powerful and beautiful at the same time. His eyes glanced at the weapons they were using, and his confidence took another blow when he saw they were wooden swords just like the one he was holding. Sloppy. The sword technique is not perfect, only suitable for third step and below, someone said behind the beggar. Apollo visibly tensed. Someone is behind me without me noticing? He slowly turned around, and a man wearing a dark gray robe and a bamboo hat was standing a few feet behind him. You are Sergor, right? Apollo asked hesitantly. Correct, Sergor said, his eyes glancing at Apollo. You're not a student at any Marshall school in this city. What's your name? Apollo's face became serious, his previous surprise completely gone. My name? I'm Yoma, Apollo said, using the fake name he had come up with. Yoma, what a very strange name, Sergor said, observing the kid in front of him. Yoma is the strange one, Apollo thought, but didn't dare to say it out loud. What I've seen is just an incomplete technique suitable for third-step foundation building and below, Apollo thought, his eyes glancing back at the two Marshall students who were already talking with each other, probably discussing their previous spar. Well, come to think of it, his sword technique is called simple sword technique, and the word simple is already in it. Being excited about only producing airwaves with every attack is not something to be proud of. So tell me, Yoma, why are you here? Sergor asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Am I obligated to tell you that? Apollo asked back. This is the second time that he said these words, as this is not the first time the two of them met. Not really. Sergor shook his head with a smile. I'm just curious, that's all. Apollo stared at the man with the bamboo hat with squinted eyes before he smiled. I'm joining the advancement examination. Oh, you stole one of the invitations? Sergwa asked. Sort of. Apollo didn't go into details. How could he? Should he say some martial student was thrown beside his feet, unconscious, and the moment he woke up and left, the invitation fell from his pocket? That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Is that so? Sergwa raised an eyebrow. Yup, Apollo nodded. By the way, you seem to be an important figure here. Oh, you know the details about the advancement? Sergwa went silent for a while before he opened his mouth. You have an invitation, but don't know anything about the examination? You are not from here. The beggar didn't answer and just continued staring at the man with the bamboo hat. You are a strange kid, Sergwa said. You caught my attention, but I'm also not particular about the details. However, if there's something I'm sure of, this year will be interesting. Useless, Apollo immediately thought with disappointment. Why did I even bother asking? What? Disappointed? You should be glad that I even answered your question, Sergwa frowned. No, I'm actually glad, Sergwa, Apollo said, almost shouting from excitement. That should be it, Sergwa smiled. If you're going to train, then train that I should go back to cultivating. Sure. Apollo nodded, waving his hand. The man with the bamboo hat walked towards the platform in the middle of the training ground and sat on its step. Apollo recalled that this man was a creep who liked staring at women, but he looked around and found that there were no women in sight. Don't tell me he also likes men? This made him more disgusted with Sergwa, especially when that guy said he caught his attention. Although he didn't know Sergwa's position, he seemed to be an important figure, seeing that the martial students were looking at him with fear and admiration. It's better not to have too much interaction with people like him. Shaking his head, the beggar went to find his spot. Apollo looked around once more and saw a man surrounded by translucent swords. He was waving the wooden sword in his hand, making the translucent swords around him follow his movements. The beggar turned to the side and noticed a man dashing from left to right, leaving an afterimage behind. Apollo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His confidence had taken such a toll that he just wanted to find a hole and hide inside forever. Sergwa mentioned that the two men who sparred earlier were using a sword technique only suitable for third step and below. There's a high possibility that the others here are the same. Even with low cultivation, as long as they have good techniques, their strength will receive an enormous boost. The upcoming advancement examination will likely be a competition. They even said that there's going to be a battle test. Apollo will have to fight these cultivators with such techniques. Even with his four-step foundation building cultivation, it won't guarantee that he will win, let alone kill that guy to complete his mission. If even a third-step foundation building cultivator has such techniques, what about Ark? A more experienced cultivator. Just thinking about this stressed the beggar. SHD, just focus. Apollo cursed. He closed his eyes, raised the sword in front of him, and slashed. The feeling of cutting the air, producing sharp sounds, and sending airwaves calmed his chaotic mind. It's just a simple cut that even a toddler could do. There's no extravagant effect, but the strength behind it is evident. However, when one compares it to what the martial students did previously, it's miles apart. That's what Apollo thinks. Following the movement from the simple sword technique, Apollo kept slashing with the same motion. First, his movements were not steady, but as time passed, he felt like he became a robot, moving with precise motion. Raising his sword high, the beggar brought it down in a forceful motion. However, this time, the sword didn't create a whistling sound, nor was wind brought up. Apollo couldn't help but tilt his head. What's happening? He raised his sword and slashed again. But the same thing happened for the second time. The attack became so simple that it couldn't even be considered an attack. With confusion written on his face, Apollo searched for the reason inside his mind. As the simple sword technique was etched deep inside his mind, he immediately found out the reason why. Wait, that's it? Once an attack is perfected, the sword will no longer be a sword but a tool to use a sword. Apollo muttered before a frown appeared on his face. What the actual FCK does that mean? Out of frustration, he waved the sword horizontally, and the sword made a whistling sound followed by wind that messed up his hair and raised up dust. It's back. Apollo became more confused. He raised his sword and brought it down, but the attack didn't produce the same effect as it did just now. The beggar raised it in front of his eyes, but found that nothing was strange with the wooden sword. Suddenly, he realized something. He slashed the wooden sword horizontally, and the whistling sound came back. Then Apollo raised his hand before bringing it down. The sword acted like a stick, simple and weak. Once an attack is perfected, the sword will no longer be a sword but a tool to use a sword, Apollo muttered. Although it was confusing at first, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense that he couldn't put it into words, but somehow he understood in understanding that only he could grasp. Vertical slash, horizontal slash, diagonal slash, stab, block, deflect, disarm. Apollo recalled all the moves from the simple sword technique and the training method to perfect them. All he had to do was keep practicing, which he did with the vertical slash. But isn't it too fast to perfect it? Maybe because the sword technique is really simple. Compared to the eye-catching techniques the martial students could do, his technique was simply child's play. But if my horizontal slash is already perfect, how come it doesn't produce much strength? He looked around and saw the scarecrows that could measure strength. There was a martial student testing his strength on one with a sword in hand. The scarecrow could also act as a training dummy. This made Apollo want to test out his sword technique on it. Although he wasn't expecting much, he should at least know the strength of his attack, but the beggar decided to perfect every sword attack first. Holding the wooden sword with both hands, he sliced horizontally. The sword created a whistling sound and sent airwaves in front of him. Just like with the vertical slash, he kept practicing the attack again and again until he lost track of time as his breathing grew heavy and sweat covered his forehead. With one final slash, the horizontal slash finally became silent and uneventful. Apollo wiped his sweat with his sleeves that he rested for a bit before trying the horizontal slash again. Just like what happened with the vertical slash, the sword attack became nothing but a simple swing. Still, Apollo didn't underestimate the technique, as he still didn't know if there was something else. After resting for a bit, he took a deep breath to calm his heavy breathing before practicing the diagonal slash this time. The sound of air being sliced echoed, but because there were martial students in the training ground also practicing their techniques, the sound coming from the beggar was drowned out. There was only one particular person observing him. "What's wrong with this kid?" Sergwa muttered in confusion that he already knew that the kid was hiding something. "That kid, Yoma, is a beggar, according to the martial student Bernie. But can a beggar defeat a cultivator who has undergone training and studied in a martial school? Highly unlikely. This kid, or man? A wanderer." Sir Gwum muttered that a wanderer seemed the most plausible explanation. But what the hell was a wanderer like him doing? He watched Yoma swing his sword like how military men train. Although the strength behind it was something that only comes from a four-step foundation building cultivator, his technique was just a simple sword slash and oh fancy special effects whatsoever. If Yoma is a wanderer acting like a beggar, why is he also acting like a fool? This confused Sergwa. Wanderers, or sometimes called rogue cultivators, are those cultivators who don't belong to any association or organization. They cultivate alone with their cultivation techniques that they got from relics, passed down from their family, martial schools, or from other ways. Sergwa had met some wanderers and even made friends with them, but he had never met someone this young. It was impossible for a kid to have reached the fourth-step foundation building. And Sergwa couldn't detect chi inside the B. A Y.S.O. There was only one explanation he could conclude at the moment. This kid was actually a grown-up man. "You're a grown SS man and acting like this," Sergwa muttered while shaking his head. What a shame. After perfecting the diagonal slash, Apollo moved on to perfect the other slashes. Each attacking method took him at least 30 minutes to complete, and the longest took him an hour, which was the stabbing attack. However, he couldn't proceed to perfect the block, deflect, and disarm techniques as he didn't have a sparring partner. Apollo raised his wooden sword and brought it down. Then he followed up by slicing the air horizontally before doing the diagonal slash and the stab. Each attack was so simple one might think it couldn't even kill a chicken. Apollo sighed that he was also skeptical about all this, but he still believed in the simple sword technique that came from the system store. Even the simple breathing technique was such a godly technique that it made him a super genius at 7 years old. He was already at the fourth-step foundation building stage while his peers were still training their bodies to be able to cultivate. But unbeknownst to him, the simple sword technique and the simple breathing technique were actually what their names implied. They were just really simple techniques that Apollo's once-in-a-million-years talent made him cultivate faster than anyone else, even though he was just using the simple breathing technique. This also applied to the simple sword technique that was a sword technique worth 25 alm points that only consisted of the basics of every sword technique. The beggar immediately perfected it and unknowingly went beyond it, making the simple sword technique his own creation. This was the main reason he reigned on top of his previous world. But the beggar didn't know this. Apollo raised the wooden sword in front of him, recalling the details of the simple sword technique. He suddenly felt like there was more to the technique than what was inside his mind. Anyway, it's time to test out the strength. Apollo muttered in excitement. He glanced in the direction of the scarecrows and found no one was using the training dummy. In fact, he was the only one left here. Apollo smiled bitterly. Even that creepy man had left already. He looked at the position of the moon and stars and concluded that the time must be between 9 and 10, although the sky above was different from his previous life. After looking at it every night, Apollo could somehow manage to tell the time. Shaking his head, he walked towards the nearest scarecrow. Upon standing in front of it, Apollo raised the wooden sword in front of him. The sword will no longer be a sword, but a tool to use a sword, Apollo muttered. Although this came from the simple sword technique, the more he repeated it, the more he felt that these were his own words. While still in doubt, Apollo brought down the wooden sword. He felt a slight resistance before the trajectory of his sword became smooth. After the swing, Apollo observed the scarecrow before he turned to the vertical stone beside it. The water level didn't change. What a crappy technique, Apollo said in annoyance. It's definitely not a sword anymore. It turned into nothing but a toy that couldn't even produce much strength. Heck, even a toy could hurt someone. Feeling disappointed and angry at the system that scammed him out of 25 Ulm points. He thought, FCKU's system. He was about to hit the scarecrow out of frustration when suddenly, it fell to the ground, split on both sides. Looking at the split scarecrow, Apollo couldn't help but be surprised. I did that. He raised the wooden sword to observe it closely. The wooden sword had sharp edges, but they weren't enough to cut into anything unless it was paper. Apollo glanced at the half scarecrow and then at the sword in front of him. Suddenly, the earlier scene of a martial student using this scarecrow as a training dummy came to mind. Is it because of him? Apollo frowned. There was only one way to find out. Apollo turned to the other scarecrows. They were scattered across the training ground, originally. Numbering 10. Now, there were only 9 remaining. He walked to the nearest scarecrow, took a look around to make sure no one was watching, and, finding no one, he attacked the scarecrow with a horizontal slash. He felt the same slight resistance before the sword's trajectory became smooth. Apollo waited a second or two later. The wind blew in his direction, causing the upper half of the scarecrow to fall to the ground. Apollo could feel chi leaving from the fallen scarecrow half. Whoa, the beggar exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise and excitement. SHD, I can do that. He thought his attack was weak because it didn't produce much of a special effect, but contrary to his expectation, he could slice this scarecrow that was meant to handle attacks. Even that previous martial student could only make the scarecrow sway from side to side. Enveloped in excitement, he turned to the other scarecrows, walked to the nearest one, and slashed his sword in a diagonal slash. The top of the scarecrow slid diagonally, falling to the ground with a thud. Good. Apollo tried another attack on another scarecrow. Stab, like cutting tofu. The wooden sword passed through the thick leather filled with chi that reinforced its whole structure. The beggar pulled the sword out and looked inside the hole, seeing the other side of the training ground with shining eyes. Filled with exhilaration, Apollo visited each scarecrow and used his sword technique on them. Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed, seeing the last training dummy fall to the ground split on both sides. Feeling cool and amazed with himself, he raised the wooden sword and put it on his shoulder. However, the next moment his laughing face turned stiff. He felt a burning sensation on his shoulder. Turning to his right where he placed the wooden sword, he saw blood seeping out from the point of contact. What the FCK? Ouch! Apollo cursed in pain. He lifted the wooden sword, and blood gushed out from his right shoulder. Come on, friendly fire? He immediately sat down and gathered the chi around him, guiding it to his right shoulder. The burning sensation was met with a cooling feeling from the chi, and the beggar sighed in relief. After a while, the wound stopped bleeding, and it was just a matter of time before it fully closed. Though a scar would be left, he would have to use a health potion to fully heal everything, including the scars. But with his current Ulm points, Apollo didn't want to waste even one of them. My back isn't even fully healed yet, and I'm injured again. Apollo muttered in frustration. He raised his right hand and swung it around. Fortunately, the wound didn't affect his ability to move his arm. This also served as a lesson for him not to casually play with sharp objects. He glanced at the wooden sword on the ground, deep in thought. Once an attack is perfected, the sword will no longer be a sword but a tool to use a sword. Apollo muttered the sentence again. Dull or not, I could use anything to cut anything. This understanding made him hold the wooden sword once more, but he made sure not to do that foolishness again. Just thinking about it made him want to break this sword in two. Be good to me because you are mine now, Apollo said to the wooden sword. The wind blew, messing up his hair and clothes. It felt like the sword was answering him. Although the wooden sword looked sloppy, when Apollo wielded it, it became as sharp as a real sword. He could cut the training dummy even though the other martial students couldn't, or were they not purposely cutting it? This thought made him glance at the scarecrows on the ground. SHD, did I mess up? Apollo whispered, but there was no bitterness in his voice. No one was looking. What should he worry about? The beggar smiled and was about to place the sword on his shoulder when he stopped midway and immediately pointed the sword towards the ground. "Dean it, you almost got me." Apollo shook his head with a sigh. "I should head back." Apollo glanced around once more before he walked towards the street that would lead him back. Along the way, he couldn't help but think it would be better if there was someone he could spar with if he wanted to test his strength in a fight and also see the capabilities of the simple sword technique. The beggar had long since realized that the technique was not as simple as the name implied. Filled with disappointment, he casually walked back. But the heavens seemed to have heard his wish, as in the next moment, someone shouted from his right. Apollo turned to the sound and raised an eyebrow. "Beggar, you are that guy?" Apollo asked, staring at the thin man with one bridge spectacle placed on his nose. It was a wonder how those glasses hadn't fallen yet. The thin man wore a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on the left chest. However, compared to what the beggar had seen from the other martial students from the Great Serpent Martial School, the man's clothes were filled with holes and tears. He resembled more of a beggar than Apollo. Apollo couldn't remember the thin man's name, probably because no one had mentioned it, but he knew him. It was the same guy he fought on the platform in the middle of this training ground. "Because of you, I lost it all," Bernie shouted with a hoarse voice. His eyes were red, and his lips were cracked. "I lost it. I lost it. My life. I was supposed to be among them, the elites. I was supposed to be looking down on people like you. It's because of you." "This is classic," Apollo muttered with a hint of amusement in his voice. After defeating a bad guy, he comes back for revenge. Cliché, but you arrive at the right time. "You are just a beggar. A F-King beggar. How dare you ruin my life?" Bernie shouted, his voice so hoarse that some of the words became incoherent, but the beggar could still understand him. Bernie started walking towards Apollo, his steps unstable, and one might think he would fall immediately, but he remained determined. Seeing this, Apollo raised an eyebrow. He remembered that this guy was a half-step or at the first-step foundation building stage when they first fought at AT that time. Although it took some time, the beggars still managed to defeat the thin man Apollo. Sniffed, and the smell of alcohol entered his nose. Just based on the smell, this guy was extremely drunk. "You." Bernie stopped a few feet away from the beggar. "Are you happy, huh? Do you want to laugh?" "Low. Hiccup. Laugh at me." "Hey man, think through your actions wisely." Apollo tried to persuade the man. "I get it. Okay. You lost something after I defeated you, but is it really my fault? Isn't it because you were not competent enough to defeat me?" "FCKU. Hiccup, it's impossible for someone like me to be defeated by a beggar. Hiccup, you must have done something." Bernie shouted at the top of his lungs. "It seems talk no jutsu won't work on this guy," Apollo thought. "So you want revenge? Hell yeah. I'll F-King kill you. Hiccup, tear you into pieces and eat your flesh." Bernie's face became red as blood vessels threatened to erupt. "You've been talking too much. Let's just get this over with," Apollo said with a sigh. He was confident that this was going to be an easy battle, as the beggar had already defeated this guy when he was still at the half-step foundation building stage. His strength was far beyond that point already, and Apollo didn't think much of his opponent besides him being drunk. Furthermore, Apollo also wanted to see if he could cut this guy with his wooden sword. Killing someone, from the looks of it, this thin man would definitely kill him. No doubt about that. Apollo was not a person who would let others bully him. That if someone was going to kill him, he would make sure he did the same. "Don't, Hiccup, underestimate me. I've been dreaming about this. Hiccup, ha!" Bernie laughed out loud, his hoarse voice sounding like a monster in this dark night. Then he raised his hand and pointed towards the beggar. "I have taken great effort just to steal this one." Hearing this, Apollo squinted, and his relaxed face turned serious. What does he mean by that? He stole something? What is it? The beggar's doubt was immediately answered in the next second. "The beggar," Bernie declared, and suddenly, in front of his palm, a bright red whirlwind appeared, causing the grass around them to sway chaotically. That Apollo's eyes widened. He felt a threat coming his way. With a whooshing sound, the red whirlwind flew towards the beggar's direction. Feeling the stinging air, Apollo utilized his simple movement technique and jumped to the side. This technique is just like the simple sword technique, requiring movement that has to be perfected. Apollo also wanted to master this technique before the advancement examination began. But right now, he had to make use of his current progress with the simple movement technique. As the sound of ground tearing from the attack echoed, Apollo saw that the thin man was preparing to send another attack. "I have to stop him." Apollo's eyes became cold. He bent his knees and, with the strength of a fourth-step foundation building cultivator, dashed towards his opponent. "Beggar, I won't let you," Bernie shouted and immediately sent the red whirlwind towards the beggar. Even though the whirlwind was not yet at its full strength, just like the first attack he sent. But it was enough to push Apollo backwards. Apollo crossed his hands, blocking the red whirlwind. Ark. He gritted his teeth while his body was pushed 3 to 4 meters away from the thin man. After the attack disappeared, Apollo could feel a burning sensation on his arms. Glancing at them, he saw that they were red. Fortunately, the only thing he received was a bruise on his skin that covered the side of his arms that blocked the attack. Ha ha ha, Hiccup, take this. Bernie laughed with excitement upon seeing that he succeeded in hurting the beggar. He raised his hand once more to prepare for another round of attack. Apollo squinted while his mind worked. The second attack was much weaker compared to the first release. Bernie had to channel his chi for each attack, which needed a few seconds to use at full strength. The beggar immediately found a weakness. I have to disrupt him before he can use the full strength of his attack, Apollo thought. With this in mind, Apollo used one of the movements from the simple movement technique that allowed him to cross a distance quickly. Coupled with his raw strength, the beggar almost became a blur and instantly appeared on the side of the thin man. Gotcha, Apollo smirked while using the stab attack, aiming at Bernie's neck. However, in the next second, Bernie pointed his hand to the beggar, the red whirlwind in front of his palm following along. SHD. Apollo cursed, but without time to shield himself. The small red whirlwind landed on his body, sending him backwards. The beggar flipped a few times before he landed on his feet. He looked at his chest and saw that the robe was shredded. Fortunately, he didn't receive much injury. Because it was sudden, Bernie had to immediately send the red whirlwind in order to protect himself. You can't defeat me, kid. Hiccup, you will never be able to defeat me. I'm above you. Bernie shouted with a crazed laugh. Apollo went silent. He recalled what had just happened, and a plan came to mind. The thin man was definitely weaker and slower than him, but because Apollo didn't know what his opponent could do, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, that's only going to happen at the start. Now that he knew that the red whirlwind stayed in front of the thin man's palm, even if he moved around, Apollo came up with a strategy. All he had to do was, suddenly, a strong wind assaulted him, messing up his hair and creating a flapping sound in his clothes. Apollo raised his wooden sword in front of him out of instinct, and what happened next made him discard his plan. Or this will do, Apollo muttered, a smirk forming on his face as the red whirlwind that was sent towards him while he was deep in thought was cut in half by his wooden sword. Hiccup. Bernie didn't seem to realize what had just happened as he raised his hand once more, pointing it at the beggar who was now walking towards him. Come here. Hiccup. You must be very afraid, right? Right? Yeah, I am, Apollo said, but his calm voice told otherwise. He could actually cut the projectiles the thin man was throwing and hadn't even put much strength behind it, only raising his sword out of instinct. However, just to make sure, he wanted to confirm it again. Throw another one. Maybe it will kill me this time. Hearing this, Bernie felt like he was being humiliated. I'm only playing with Hiccup. You really want to die, huh? Then take this. A red whirlwind was hurled towards the beggar, tearing the grass on the ground while a strong whistling sound echoed in the area. Apollo placed the wooden sword in front of him and waited for the attack to land. He could see that behind those cringeworthy words the thin man said, he packed quite a bit of power and chi into this one. As the red whirlwind was only a few feet away from him, the beggar raised the sword higher. Vertical slash. The wooden sword didn't make a sound and just moved as if it were in the vacuum of space. The moment it touched the projectile, the sword continued all the way down without meeting any resistance, and, with a whooshing sound, the red whirlwind was cut in half. How'd you like, Hiccup? Bernie didn't manage to finish his words when he saw that scene, his drunk mind slowly clearing up. I knew it. Apollo smiled. He brought the sword in front of his eyes and smacked his lips. You are full of surprises. Apollo knew that it wasn't because of the sword, but because of the simple sword technique that a sword is meant to cut, not to be flashy or produce special effects. This is wrong, Bernie shouted while clutching his head. Wrong? How could you know? This guy is crazy, Apollo muttered, shaking his head. Hiccup, FCKU, I can still defeat you. Bernie raised his hand again and fired another red whirlwind. But the beggar only had to raise the sword and slice the attack half-heartedly. D. Bernie didn't stop at just one. He continued to fire while shouting at the same time. The blood vessels in his eyes had already erupted, making his red eyes even redder. The current Bernie resembled a demon, but contrary to his appearance, his heart that had been burning with rage and confidence a few moments ago was now beating with fear and anxiety. He went through a lot of trouble just to steal this deadly technique, even though he wasn't fully qualified to learn it because of his lack of cultivation. After forcefully learning it at the beginner stage, he immediately went to find the beggar. However, no matter where he looked, he couldn't find him. Frustrated and feeling disappointed, he decided to drink alcohol at the bar. He kept drinking until he got drunk. That's when he went out of the bar and saw some martial students. Even though he was drunk, an idea came to his mind as the martial students came from the direction of the training ground. Hoping to find the beggar there, Bernie went to the training ground, and his decision was proven correct when he saw Apollo. This made his thirst for revenge act up. Because of the beggar, he was kicked out of the Great Serpent Cultivation School. Bernie blamed the beggar, even though it was his own fault for stealing a cultivation technique from the school's library, the air palm explosion. If it weren't for him, Bernie wouldn't have revealed that technique, which caused him to be expelled. Yeah, it's the beggar's fault, not mine. How can someone lower than me dare to humiliate me like that? This thought made the fury in Bernie's heart reach its highest point. But despite all this, the current situation made Bernie rethink his choices. How is this guy so strong? Bernie kept sending red whirlwinds, but the beggar cut through them like it was nothing. Suddenly, he could taste a strong metallic tang in his mouth. Although his insides were already injured, Bernie continued to use the air palm explosion. D, D, D. Bernie kept shouting, but in the next second, he couldn't hold on anymore as he vomited a mouthful of blood. His skin became as pale as paper. Apollo, who was already a few feet away from the thin man, tilted his head. It didn't take him long to realize what was happening. This guy mentioned that he took great effort to steal his technique. Maybe there's a side effect, and his body couldn't handle it. Hey, you okay? Apollo asked. You, don't come near me. Bernie waved his hand as he fell to his knees, coughing hard. Come on, man. You should have taken my talk no jutsu from earlier, Apollo said, and proceeded to walk towards the defenseless thin man. FCKU. Bernie cursed, looking up, but when he saw those cold eyes, a shiver ran down his spine. I. He fell on his bottom and slowly moved backward using his hands and feet. Seeing this, Apollo smirked. You must be thinking, how can a beggar like me defeat you? How come I am so strong? And no matter what you do, you are still hopeless. Bernie stopped in his tracks, his shaky eyes staring at the beggar with fear. FCK, don't humiliate me. This thought remained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything at the moment. Bernie had already realized that he bit off more than he could chew. Even with the air palm explosion, he couldn't kill the beggar, and no matter how dumb and drunk he was, he still recognized the situation, especially when he greatly valued his life. Please spare me. The beggar stopped as Bernie was already below him. Although Apollo's current height is around 4 feet, his cold presence made up for the lack of height, making him appear bigger in the thin man's eyes. No. Apollo shook his head, placing his wooden sword beside Bernie's neck. Why you can't kill me? Bernie pleaded, the alcohol within his body long since evaporated from the fear he was currently feeling. I know someone important. If he finds out I was killed, he will definitely find you. Of course, this was a lie. Apollo went silent, his eyes staring directly at the thin man. Seeing the beggar not saying anything, Bernie sighed in relief that my bluff worked. I'm just barely at the first step foundation building. Who would want to associate with a weakling like me? He thought. Yep, that's right. Put your sword down and let's talk this out, okay? Bernie forcefully smiled. Okay. Apollo answered and brought down his sword. That's goo dash. Bernie couldn't finish his words as his vision started spinning. With a thudding sound, he saw his body in front of him. Headless, blood spurted, tainting the grass red. Apollo stared at the head that rolled to the side, his eyes unwavering. That's what you deserve. Shaking his head, he searched the body of the headless Bernie and found a scroll and a pouch filled with a few silver coins. Apollo didn't open it yet, even though he was curious about its contents. But if he were to guess, it was probably the technique Bernie used to send red whirlwinds. You said you stole something, right? This must be it. This will be mine now, so your efforts won't be in vain, Apollo thought with a cunning smile on his face. After putting the scroll inside his robe, Apollo took all the silver coins from the pouch before putting it back. Then he glanced around the training ground and started walking back. Although he didn't manage to use the other movement from the simple sword technique, Apollo was more than satisfied knowing the capability of the technique. Cutting people's skills and abilities sounds cool, though I still don't know its limitations, Apollo thought. Soon his figure disappeared into the streets. The only thing that remained in the training ground was the headless body of Bernie and the broken scarecrows scattered across the ground. Time passed. The moon descended into the horizon as the clouds changed positions and shapes. Then the sunlight peeked through from the east, adding warmth to the residue from the cold night. What the HLL? A martial student shouted first thing in the morning when he arrived at the training ground. Seeing the headless body and smelling the scent of blood permeating the air, the martial student couldn't help but throw up his breakfast. Soon, more people arrived, and the news quickly spread. "Let me through," someone said. Although the voice wasn't loud, the people in the area could still hear it clearly as it was imbued with chi that helped the speaker to say it directly into the receiver's ears. This requires great control of chi and isn't something a foundation-building cultivator could easily learn. The martial students turned to the sound and saw a man wearing a dark gray robe with a bamboo hat on top of his head. "Sir Gua is here. Make way." Sir Gua walked towards the headless body, a frown appearing on his face when he recognized the person. Bernie. He knelt on one knee, touched the cold body, and immediately estimated the time of death. "IT happened last night. Around the time I left," Sir Gua thought. He then began searching the thin man's body and only found an empty pouch. Shaking his head, he stood up and glanced at the half-scarecrows. He walked towards the nearest and inspected the training dummy. A solid cut, such swordsmanship. Sergua's face turned dark that he couldn't detect a trace of chi behind the slash. It's like the scarecrow was cut purely based on strength and swordsmanship. But that's impossible. This scarecrow is chi reinforced, and only those who have reached chi condensation can damage this training dummy. Unless the person who did this is solely focused on cultivating their body, a physical cultivator. And this person is also capable of using a sword. That an O person came to his mind, causing the frown on Sir Gua's face to worsen. "Yeah, that's what I heard at IT happened this morning in the training ground." A woman wearing a white maid outfit that reached her legs whispered to another maid beside her. "That's scary. I know, right? The big event is coming soon, and something like this happens. I think it's a bad omen." Don't say things like that. What if it becomes true? Anyway, the world is dangerous. It's better if we behave and don't go out at night. You're right, and don't offend anyone. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks and saw someone walking towards them. They immediately stood up straight and bowed simultaneously. "Good morning, Miss Bell." The two maids greeted the newcomer at the same time. "Good morning," Bell greeted back, putting down a bucket of water before helping them up. "You don't have to bow when you see me, that I'm a maid. Remember? But." The two looked at each other before staring back at Belle. Seeing her serious eyes, they let out a sigh of defeat. "All right, Miss Bell." "Good," Belle said with a chuckle. She was wearing the same outfit as them, a white maid attire that reached her legs. However, compared to them, her beauty and fair skin made it seem like her clothes were just sleeping attire, comforting and pleasing to the eyes. Being a maid until the day before the advancement examination began was her punishment after her father found out that she had sneaked out of the mansion to find the missing heir of Leone. Her injury was also healed around this time, leaving nothing but fair skin behind. Furthermore, she had a talk with her father and some important family members. She personally requested this meeting, and at first her father seemed reluctant, but in the end, he caved in. She recounted to them what had happened in the forest. Belle also specifically described how her savior saved her, putting great emphasis on his good deeds. Unfortunately, she had forgotten to ask for his name. After that, Belle told them what she saw when she and her savior were about to escape from the forest. As she expected, the family members were shocked. Nonetheless, she was still punished. Well, it's not like she was expecting to be absolved of her misdeed. June, her personal bodyguard, was also punished, which greatly saddened Belle. She felt remorse for her actions, and no matter how much she pleaded, her father was still adamant about punishing June in the end. She was tasked with being a maid while June had to guard the front gate, alone. "What are you guys talking about?" Belle asked, curious about their gossip. "It's about what happened this morning in the training ground," one of the maids said. "What about it?" Belle tilted her head. "Someone died, beheaded." "Whoa, really?" Belle raised an eyebrow. "Probably some egotistical scion did that." "Yeah, that's what we think too. But rumors said that the person who died had stolen a cultivation technique." They talked about the incident for a while before someone approached Belle. "Miss Belle, your father is asking for your presence." A butler wearing a black suit bowed. "Oh, is that so? Then let's go," Belle said to the butler before she turned to the two maids. "Let's chat again sometime." "All right, take care, Miss Belle." A giant door opened, producing a deep and slow grating sound that echoed in the room. Belle entered the wide room, her eyes naturally staring at the far end where a table was placed. Behind her, the butler took hold of the door's handle and slowly pulled it. With a banging sound, the door closed, leaving only Belle and the man behind the table. "You know, Father, you should consider fixing your door. It's loud and unpleasant to hear," Belle commented, a smile forming on her lips. A man with black hair and a mustache that reached the sides of his lips sat behind the table, his silver eyes staring at the paper in his hands. "I think I should raise your punishment." "Why don't you fix my door then?" the man said, placing the paper back on the table. "I was just kidding, Father, Belle hurriedly said, her smile turning stiff. That giant door was not broken and was meant to produce sounds like that when opening and closing to IT was to instill authority over the person entering the room and a sign that someone had entered. Call me Sir Matthias. You are still a maid, right? Matthias smiled. F.A. You are right, Sir Matthias. Belle said, calling her father by his first name felt weird, but she still did what she was told. Good. Matthias Helflich stood up. He wore a tunic made of rich, deep blue velvet, and over it was a black woolen cloak that draped elegantly. He walked towards the side where a bookshelf reached high to the ceiling. Matthias glanced over it before his eyes landed on a particular book. How is it, being a maid? He asked while he opened the book. It's easy, Belle answered, puffing up her chest with a proud smile on her face. And fun, too. I get to talk with them about interesting topics, and it's not so boring after all. When Matthias heard this, the side of his mouth twitched. Girl, I assigned you as a maid to punish you, but why are you enjoying it? Why did I even bother doing that if you're not going to cry like how most noble women do? Then he remembered that he raised his daughter right. Yeah, I'm such a good dad. This thought almost brought tears to his eyes. Fortunately, he managed to hold them in. That's good, Matthias said, acting nonchalant. After glancing at the contents of the book for a while, he went to open another one. And I also heard that someone died this morning, but he was beheaded. Belle shared what she and the other maids talked about. Her eyes were still burning with gossip. Seeing that her father didn't say a word and just continued reading the book, she couldn't help but get curious. What are you reading, F.A., Sir Matthias? Belle couldn't help but ask. She walked towards her father and looked over his shoulder to see the book he was holding. The content of the book had a drawing of a black wolf with 9 tails on its back. A white gem was on its forehead, glowing and almost covering its face, barely showing its ferocious teeth. Underneath the charcoal drawing were words written in big letters that also shared the same ferociousness coming from the image above. Nine-tailed wolf, Belle muttered, her bright voice turning low and cold while her eyes shook with fear. She didn't have to read the descriptions below the name of the creature, as she already knew about it all. Belle took a step backward and waited for her father. After a while, Matthias closed the book and walked towards his table. He pulled the chair. The sound it caused bounced off the wall. He sat down and stared at his daughter. Are you training well? Matthias asked, not speaking about the book yet. Yes, Belle nodded her head. Advancement examination will happen soon, that I will make sure to take first place. Good. Matthias smiled and pointed at the book on his table. We can't let this thing ruin it. Are you going to take action against that monster? Belle asked, surprise evident in her voice. I've already talked about it with the other families. They agreed to clean up the wolves in that forest, along with their alpha, Matthias said. Clown also answered that he will lend some of his forces. However, he requested not to make it big, at least not until the event is finished. But that will only make the matter worse, Belle frowned. They're clearly there for a reason, that if we're going to fight them, we have to defeat them as thoroughly as possible. Otherwise, they will try to attack the city. They're monsters, and they will definitely do it. Hearing this, Matthias sighed. I know, but it was Clown's order to him. The visitors are more important. That fatso, I really hate him, Belle said through gritted teeth. Huh. Matthias laughed bitterly. He also felt that way. He hated the mayor of this city. Nine-tailed wolf? Why did they appear? Belle muttered, her eyes landing on the book placed on the table. That's what we also want to find out. But the most important thing is to clean them up, Matthias said. Then what about the alpha? Belle stared at her father with worry in her eyes. Are you also going to fight it? I don't know. Matthias shook his head. But there's a high chance that I will. Hearing this, Belle clenched her fists. But your cultivation, from what I know, 3 core creation cultivators are needed to defeat it, and you are the only one here in this city. Matthias looked at his daughter lovingly. My daughter, I know you are worried, but fighting it is not the only option we came up with. What else? Belle asked. You said they are here for a reason, right? During this time, before the event ends, we will try our best to find out why. Maybe someone is planning this, Matthias explained. However, deep inside, although there's the possibility that someone is planning all this, he didn't believe it. Some monsters are smart, especially wolves. They are known for being cunning and very intelligent. More so, when they have an alpha that can command them, they're fighting with an army and a monster that needs 3 core creation cultivators to defeat it. Nine-tailed Duskfang is a strong monster that doesn't appear often. A normal Duskfang Shadow Dale has to live for at least 1,000 years to become an alpha. This made them a ferocious monster and a very intelligent one, as they have a bounty of experience. And about its abilities and skills, there's not much record about it. But there's a known fact regarding this monster. Once you are marked as its target, it will hunt you until you are dead. It won't stop chasing after its target even to the end of the world. This is one of the reasons why cities are destroyed by them. Fortunately, no one has encountered that monster yet. Matthias muttered before he realized something. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stood up abruptly. Belle, tell me, were you marked? Marked? Belle tilted her head before she immediately understood what he meant, that a cultivator must be good at studying, as they need to comprehend a lot of things. Belle had read a lot of books, including the one on the table. Her mind worked fast, and she recalled the contents. And no, father, I don't think so. Are you sure? Matthias asked, squinting his eyes. I'm pretty sure about it. Belle nodded with a serious face. That's good. Matthias sat back down with a sigh. But Belle frowned as she remembered someone. I just don't know if my savior was marked or not. Matthias stared at her, feeling a headache coming his way. Apollo glanced at the coins in his hands and couldn't help but smile. Another 5 alm points, he thought, as the number of alm points he had increased. He stood up and went back inside his beggar spot. Under his roof, he brought up his status screen. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points, 22. Spirit cultivation, none. Physique cultivation, 4-step foundation building. Attributes, none. This is good. Apollo muttered with a smile that he had been cultivating since he arrived last night, and only went outside his beggar spot this early morning in order to earn alm points. Some good souls gave him 5 bronze coins, which he greatly appreciated. I in this world filled with brain rot, egotistical people. There were still some good ones as his eyes stared at his status screen. He couldn't help but glance at his spirit cultivation. So far, the only thing he had used was the physique cultivation, which he could increase by cultivating the simple breathing technique. He had already asked the system about it, and the system only said that it was meant for his spirit and mind. A very simple explanation that made the beggar want to beat the system if it had a physical body. Apollo then glanced at his attributes. System, can you tell me what this is? After all this time, he was going to ask this question for the first time that a light blue translucent screen appeared in front of him, and words started appearing along with the emotionless voice of the system. Attributes are your affinity with nature. Most people are born with it, while cultivators search and learn it. The system explained in simple words as always. Affinity with nature, Apollo muttered. So lightning, wind, fire, water, metal, and so on. Correct, the system answered. Oh, it means I don't have any inborn attributes. Apollo finally understood. Then how am I going to obtain one? However, the moment he asked this question, he immediately knew what answer the system was going to give. Buy in the system store or learn it on your own. The system stated the obvious. Yeah, the beggar rolled his eyes that he waved his hand, and the interface disappeared in a particle of light. So attributes, just like in a game. Apollo had already realized that the system was just like some RPG games in his previous life. Although he was not a gamer, he at least played some games a few times in his life. Once I learn some of the attributes, it will probably boost my strength, the beggar muttered. Thinking about attributes, Apollo recalled the man he fought last night. That guy seemed to have learned the attribute of wind, as he only used wind attacks since they first met. With this in mind, he reached inside his robe and took out the scroll he got from the thin man. That he rolled it open, and the words "palm air explosion" immediately greeted his eyes, boldly written on top of the scroll. Apollo then. Read all the contents inside the scroll. So I'm right. In order to learn this technique, one must have the attribute of wind, Apollo muttered. And one must have at least the cultivation stage of chi condensation. That guy's not even at the 2nd step foundation building. And he learned this? What a reckless young man. And how'd he even get his hands on this? Shaking his head, the beggar placed the technique inside his robe. It smelled like there was more to this technique, especially how that thin man obtained it. But Apollo didn't want to concern himself with it. The beggar's mind then went to something else. It's definitely slower than before, Apollo said. Referring to his speed of getting stronger, he could feel that his cultivation had become slowed. It felt like something was blocking him from moving forward. Is this the limit of the simple breathing technique? Do I have to buy another cultivation technique? Apollo frowned, but looking at his current amount of alm points. Not that I should think about this later and get something to eat. Apollo decided to put the matter at the back of his mind for the time being. He left his beggar spot and went into the streets. He was about to walk towards where Big Chub sold his bread when he stopped in his tracks, remembering that Big Chub wouldn't be selling for at least a week. Thinking about this, Apollo glanced around before his eyes landed on the restaurant beside his beggar spot. The Philly restaurant. He actually didn't want to have any more contact with Philly and the others, as they seemed to belong to a noble family. However, without Big Chub and the other vendors, he had to find someplace else to eat. Well, he could buy from those newly established stalls, but from what he knew, they were expensive and came from the city itself. He would only expose himself by buying from those stalls. Hopefully, they have cheap food, Apollo muttered before he walked in front of the restaurant. Looking inside the door, he noticed that there were already quite a few people, but glancing back at the Skyline Savory branch, their numbers were miles apart. He then noticed the menu beside the door. Oh, they're selling scrambled eggs. Apollo immediately noticed this, as he already knew the other dishes. Looking at the price, it cost around 5 loaves of bread compared to when he bought from Big Chub. It's just a scrambled egg. Why are they selling it this expensive? Apollo sighed but still took a step forward and went to open the door. The moment he stepped inside, the patrons went quiet. Seeing this, Apollo smiled bitterly that I've already expected that there's going to be some reaction. But isn't this too excessive, becoming so quiet the moment I entered? In the next moment, the diners began murmuring with each other. The word beggar was thrown around from time to time. This is a mistake. Apollo shook his head and decided to go out. Although he gave this restaurant a journal that contained some simple recipes from his previous life, he did so as part of a request. With that journal, the boss of this restaurant promised not to bother him anymore. And she took the promise seriously, as Apollo wasn't approached by any of the workers to make him go away. Apollo didn't want to ruin her business by sullying the restaurant's reputation, and he wanted to maintain the status quo. However, as he was about to go out, someone shouted, "Mr. Beggar, wait!" Apollo turned to the sound and saw a man with a bandage on his forehead and some gauze on his face. The beggar immediately recognized the man as the same worker he had taught a lesson to, using his fist. What was his name again? Ned? Ned hurriedly walked towards Apollo and stopped a few feet away. He looked at the beggar seriously before a smile formed on his lips. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" Inside a room on the second floor of the Philly restaurant, the boss sat behind a table, holding a journal that the beggar had written. She had read this notebook numerous times, but still went back to it from time to time. Philly sighed as she closed the journal. How am I going to face him? She wondered aloud, referring to the beggar beside her restaurant. That a beggar? Philly smiled knowingly. How did a beggar know all these recipes? The more she thought about it, the more she was certain that he was not a beggar, but a wanderer who had seen the world. He knew ingredients and dishes that even her chef, Timur, hadn't heard of. There was a high possibility the beggar had learned it from somewhere far away, because if the ingredients were just from neighboring cities, she would have known them already. Philly didn't want to bother him anymore, believing he was a wandering cultivator pretending to be a beggar. He probably didn't want to be bothered either, as he only wanted to stay beside a restaurant. She just didn't know how else she was going to repay him. The journal in her hands was very precious. It was the chance that would allow her to surpass Skyline Savory, and Philly greatly appreciated the beggar, even though her actions towards him had been very rude. Philly wanted to invite him to be an honorable guest for her family, but she couldn't find a chance to do, so he was either cultivating or gone. While deep in thought, hurried footsteps approached the door, followed by a knock. "Miss," Gail's voice, filled with urgency, echoed. Hearing this, Philly immediately stood up and went to open the door. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "He's here," Gail said, her eyes shining with excitement. "Who are you talking about?" Philly asked. "Mr. Beggar," Gail said, almost shouting. "Really?" Philly couldn't believe it. She was just thinking about how to repay him, and now he was inside the restaurant? "Yes." Gail nodded vigorously. "He just ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with bread along with some milk. Let's go see him." Philly hurriedly walked out. "I will serve him myself. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire." Apollo was seated 2 to 3 tables away from the kitchen. Along the way, the stares from the other customers made him sigh at what's wrong with beggars eating in a restaurant. "I'm going to pay." If he didn't want to make a scene, he would have beaten those judging eyes. There were only a few customers, but the way they looked at him felt like there were thousands of them staring, piercing his very soul. Fortunately, no one acted high and mighty or tried to kick him out. Even the restaurant workers treated him as a customer. So how could the patrons act like that? TSK. Apollo clicked his tongue in annoyance. As he sat down, his eyes couldn't help but wander towards the kitchen. He could only see through the small window where a man was moving about. However, compared to how a normal chef cooks, Apollo caught a glimpse of fire surrounding the man. Raising an eyebrow, Apollo closed his eyes and felt the surrounding chi moving towards the kitchen. "Their chef is a cultivator? How extravagant," he whispered, with slight amazement in his voice. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Apollo opened his eyes and noticed the boss of the restaurant glancing in his direction before going to the kitchen. Gail, on the other hand, walked towards him with a smile on her face. "Welcome, Mr. Beggar. I thought you would never come back here." "Haha, I didn't have a choice," Apollo smiled bitterly. "Miss Philly is very glad that you came. She's in the kitchen right now, preparing your food. Don't worry, it won't take long before it arrives," Gail reassured. Philly had ordered her to entertain the beggar and not let him get bored. That's good. Apollo nodded, but he noticed that the other patrons were looking in their direction, apparently surprised at what was happening. Those diners who were here previously when a woman wanted to go to the VIP area couldn't help but get confused. Didn't they think that everyone had an equal status once they were inside the restaurant? Then why were they treating the beggar like he was more important than them? Their thoughts were confirmed when the boss, Philly, walked out with a plate in one hand and a glass of milk in the other. She walked with a straight back while looking at the beggar, a radiant smile on her face and her eyes shining with expectation. "Welcome," Philly said, placing the plate and glass on the table in front of Apollo. "This is your scrambled egg with bread and a glass of milk." "Thanks," Apollo said, glancing at the food on the table. Gale and Philly took a deep breath. They exchanged glances with each other, enveloped in nervousness. But the moment Apollo took hold of his fork, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although excited, Philly contained it and just waited. She didn't want to spoil the mood of Mr. Beggar as she still had a lot to say. This time, she wouldn't miss the opportunity. Apollo stared at the golden brown, scrambled egg before he raised a fork and took some of it. He put the dish closer and saw the glistening oil coating the whole egg. He sniffed, and a savory smell permeated his nose. He couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life. Scrambled eggs, it's a simple dish that he couldn't get tired of eating, and he guessed most people in his previous life thought so too. And this dish is now in this world at IT was made perfectly. Apollo opened his mouth and put the fork inside. He chewed, and the softness and flavor of the dish exploded within his mouth. Because he'd only been eating bread since he arrived here, he felt like he had just eaten the most delicious meal in this world. After chewing for a bit, Apollo swallowed. Then he continued to eat some of the scrambled eggs before putting half of them inside the bread. The crunchiness echoed in his mind the moment he took a bite, then softness followed. The bread was enhanced by the filling, and coupled with milk, Apollo tasted home. But it didn't take him long to finish his meal, putting down the utensils. He noticed Gale and Philly standing to the side, just watching him. "Hey, why are you guys just standing there?" Apollo tilted his head, confused. This woke up the two women, and Philly smiled. "How is it? The food?" "It's good, you guys did good." Apollo gave a thumbs up. Although it lacks quite a few ingredients to make it more delicious. Hearing the compliment, Philly's smile widened. "You are right, we haven't acquired some of the spices yet." Around this time, the door from the kitchen opened and Timur walked out, and he couldn't help but turn in their direction in great curiosity. Who would be so important as to make Philly Kleinford deliver the food herself? Then his eyes widened when he saw they were surrounding a beggar. Timur walked towards them and stopped beside the spectacled woman. His ears perked up when he heard Philly's words. "Hey, who's that?" Timur nudged Gale with a whisper. "That's Mr. Beggar," Gale answered in a hushed voice. "Mr. Beggar?" Timur raised an eyebrow. "But he's just a kid and a beggar. Why does the boss seem to be placing great importance on him?" She even delivered the food herself. Gale glanced at him with a side eye before a smile formed on her lips. "I guess you still don't know about it." Hearing the mysterious words, Timur couldn't help but get more curious. "Well, it doesn't matter. This is good enough," Apollo said. He reached inside his pocket and asked, "How much?" "No, you don't have to pay," Philly said while waving her hands. "I owe you a lot." Apollo's hand quickly let go of the coins. "Are you sure?" "Please say yes," the beggar thought. "I'm pretty sure," Philly nodded. "If you didn't write that, I wouldn't see a chance to go against the restaurant in front." Her last words became a whisper, afraid people would hear her voice. "Oh, is that so?" Apollo looked around and counted the number of people. "You have to do well. Take the chance when the hype of the Skyline Savory branch dies down. The IT will give you a boost." Philly's eyes widened when she realized what he meant. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "No worries," Apollo said, waving his hand and standing up. "I should get going. Thank you for the food." "Wait," Philly hurriedly said. "I'm not properly thanking you enough." "It's more than enough," Apollo said, shaking his head. "No, I insist," Philly replied, her eyes filled with determination. She then reached in her pocket and took out a bronze medal with a book engraving along with a big K over it. "This is a family token, only given to someone a core family member deems as their honorable guest." Timur's eyes widened upon hearing this. He finally realized what was happening and who the beggar in front of them was. It's him. The one who wrote the journal? He couldn't believe it. How could a kid, and also a beggar, write that otherworldly book? And how did he even know all those ingredients and recipes? This confused the chef even more. Seeing Timur's face keep changing, Gale chuckled in amusement. "A wanderer," she whispered, enlightening the chef. "Wanderer? This young?" Timur whispered back, almost shouting out of course. He knew what a wanderer, or rogue cultivator, was. They move from place to place as part of their cultivation and like to pretend to be someone else, adopting a different status and lifestyle. There are many cultivators who have tried to copy them, but cultivating alone without the backing of a school or organization proved to be more difficult than they thought. There are many dangers involved, unlike when one is inside a school or behind their organization. Those who manage to uphold being a wanderer are either extremely lucky or very strong. He glanced at the beggar, currently talking with Philly. He's the one who wrote it. A kid and at the same time a beggar can manage to write something like that journal. It's too unbelievable, but if he is a wanderer, then it makes sense. Temer's eyes changed from curiosity to amazement. Just like Gale, he stood by the side waiting for the two of them to finish talking. "What's this for?" Apollo asked while observing the metal closely. That it was made of bronze, and, after weighing it in his hand, he estimated it had the same weight as 10 bronze coins. "Can I sell this?" He asked another question without even waiting for Philly to answer. Philly couldn't believe her ears. Seeing the seriousness in the beggar's eyes, she immediately shook her head. "Unfortunately, you can't. It's too valuable, and each core family member was only given one token." "That's a pity." Apollo sighed in disappointment. "Anyway, you can use that when you want a request from the Kleinfort family head." Philly smiled proudly. Although her status within the family had lowered because she wanted to pursue business more than cultivation, she was still undoubtedly a legitimate member. Bringing up her family name still satisfied her, especially when she could see the surprise on people's faces when she mentioned it. However, to her dismay, the beggar didn't display any particular emotion as he put the token inside his robe like it was nothing but a casual object. "Is that all?" Apollo asked. Glancing around, he noticed that the other patrons were looking in their direction, clearly intrigued by their conversation. "I'm drawing attention to myself," he thought. "Why did I even bother thinking that I could remain unknown?" He thought bitterly. "Why," Philly said, scratching her cheek. "That's all, but can you—" "Okay, I should get going then," Apollo said before hurriedly making his way outside the restaurant. Glancing at the beggar's back, Philly sighed. It seems asking him for help would be far-fetched. "Miss Philly, don't worry about it. We will get plenty of opportunities in the future," Gale said to the team. "Hopefully," Philly nodded. Then seeing the curious gazes from the diners, she coughed. "Let's go inside the kitchen and talk about serious matters. Stay updated via my virtual library." Empire Temer, who was about to say a word, closed his mouth and followed behind the two ladies. Once inside the kitchen, Philly stared at the plate with a red substance on it. "So this is it?" Philly tilted her head. "Yeah, it's the chili powder for the fried chicken," Temer said. He decided to ask about the whole situation regarding the beggar later, as his boss went straight to the point. He took out a bowl with flour-coated chicken. He then took the chicken and coated it with the chili spices. "I used that so-called garlic and that onion according to the journal and turned them into a powder. But I made sure that the chili powder wouldn't be overwhelmed by the two. Of course, there were also other ingredients that he used, but he only mentioned the main ones. After coating it with the chili powder, the chicken became reddish-brown. That he raised his hand and lit up the wood under the cooking grill. Then he took out the pan filled with oil. This was a specially made pan, so the chicken could be deep-fried in oil. After the pan was heated, Temer placed the reddish-brown coated chicken inside. The sizzling sound soon echoed, and the trio waited with bated breath. Night came, and Apollo glanced at the 2 bronze coins on his palm. "This brings me to 19 Ulm points," he muttered while standing up and going back inside his beggar spot. The beggar spot doesn't limit his movements, and as long as he recognizes his place as his beggar spot, the system won't punish him with a lightning tribulation. Sitting under his makeshift roof, he couldn't help but think about the upcoming advancement examination. There were only 3 days left before it began, and he hadn't seen any martial students, so it seems they are now really focusing on increasing their strength. Apollo put a hand under his chin. That guy must be also in deep cultivation. He expected Ark to come back to take revenge, but that guy didn't even show his shadow. Did he get scared because I made him look like a person who likes boys? Apollo thought in amusement. Although thinking about it was funny, he knew that wasn't the case. Ark was commissioned to take him away to a safe place, but he didn't. He said it was only for money, but Apollo had long since realized that there was a third party involved, especially when looking at the mission the system gave him. Mission: Revenge for your family. Part 1. Kill the hooded man who threw you in the alley. Time limit: 5 days left. Reward: 100 Ulm points. Punishment: lightning tribulation. It's a chapter mission with different parts to complete. Apollo has to finish this mission before the time limit ends, or the lightning tribulation will come. Just thinking about the punishment made him shiver in fear. Apollo let out a heavy sigh. "Hopefully, they will never find out," Apollo muttered, referring to the upcoming event. When he was at the training ground previously, he actually told Sergwa that he was going to enter the advancement examination, which is contradictory to what he said about staying low-key. However, who said Apollo is going to enter as Apollo? He smiled while bringing up the system store and looking at a particular item. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. It cost only 20 on points, but its effect is more than enough for the advancement examination. Although it only lasts for 2 hours, it's better than nothing, Apollo muttered before he crossed his legs and started cultivating the simple breathing technique. The world turned black, and the only thing that remained was him and the surrounding chi that revolved around him. He continued to inhale it through his nose and mouth, but it didn't take him long before he opened his eyes in evident confusion that he could feel it again. Something was blocking him from getting stronger, but at the same time, he knew that he could break past this. Apollo then recalled that the system said the limit of this technique is only at the 4th step. So why did he feel like he could get stronger if he really tried? This made him want to question the system, but thinking about it, he didn't. What if it's a bug? The system will definitely fix it. Yeah, that sounded about right. Apollo reached a ridiculous conclusion that he didn't believe himself but was just too lazy to ask the system that if he feels like he can break that barrier, he will do it. Thus, the beggar went back to close his eyes and force the cultivation, following the pattern from the simple breathing technique. Apollo let the chi circle inside his body, trying to break the cells that were already at their full potential. The chi wanted to break them and then heal them in order to give birth to a stronger cell. Nevertheless, no matter how much it tried, it only managed to budge the cell. Apollo frowned, and with his eyes closed, he made the chi revolve faster than before. It didn't take him long to realize that this action was wrong. He threw up a mouthful of blood the next second, and the chi inside him dissipated. That F-King hurts. Apollo cursed, wiping his bloodied mouth with his sleeves. Frustrated, he turned to the system. Hey system, how can I break this barrier? A light blue interface appeared with words written on it, and the emotionless voice of the system echoed inside his mind. The simple breathing technique only lets the user reach the 4th step foundation building stage. If the user wants to reach a higher stage, he has to buy a new cultivation technique. Yeah, I figured that much. Then why can I feel it? Apollo asked. The system went quiet for a moment before the interface in front of him disappeared. Seeing this, the beggar frowned. If you're not going to tell me, then I'll figure out on my own. He searched the pile of trash on the side and took out a book. This is the book that Big Chub gave him, and Apollo decided to throw it away because it would mean trouble if people found out a beggar had a book in hand. They would definitely think he stole it, as books are only accessible to those with money. Fortunately, he only threw it near him that he blew on the book and patted it to get rid of the dust. Then Apollo went to the page where the cultivation stages were introduced. His eyes stopped on the words chi condensation and the description written beside it. Chi condensation. Absorb chi in the air to circulate through the whole body. This will revitalize the organs and the mind. Once achieved, the cultivator doesn't have to worry about stamina. So the simple breathing technique skips the training that normal foundation building cultivators do and lets those who learn it basically achieve the same effect by just sitting and absorbing chi, Apollo muttered. Well, he already knew about this fact. But if the simple breathing technique resembles what chi condensation cultivators do, I'll just have to adjust it. Then I don't have to buy anything from the system store. This thought caused the beggar's eyes to shine with excitement that I'm really smart. With this, I can save my own points. With this in mind, he threw the book back in the trash and closed his eyes. The pattern from the simple breathing technique only allows him to move the chi to enhance his muscles, bones, and skin. But chi condensation can enhance the whole body, including the organs and the brain, revitalizing them as well. All I have to do is change the pattern, increase the volume of chi to penetrate the bones and muscles. Apollo whispered while mobilizing the chi around him. In a split second, the world became dark and the chi was absorbed through his nose and mouth. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Because the introduction about chi condensation includes the whole body, Apollo mobilized some of the chi to enter through his skin. I think it's working. Apollo thought he could feel his organs being washed by chi, like a hand massaging them. He didn't follow the pattern from the simple breathing technique. Instead, he treated his body like a bucket, continuously pouring chi and submerging his insides with it. His brain felt cool as the chi entered it, putting his mind in a state of calmness. A smile formed on his lips. However, in the next second, like he was hit by a bolt of lightning, his body became stiff. He started shaking before he threw up blood for the second time. Arg! The beggar grunted in pain. Seeing the blood on the ground, he couldn't help but spit some more. SHD, something is wrong. He did feel that his organs were being revitalized by the chi, but he suddenly felt overwhelmed. It's the pattern, Apollo immediately realized. But if I want to have a perfect pattern, I have to do trial and error. Glancing at the blood on the ground, The beggar gritted his teeth before he closed his eyes and tried the method again, this time changing the pattern of how the chi moved inside his body. His face relaxed, then scrunched. Blood spilled to the ground, forming a pool. Not yet. Apollo wiped his mouth. Again, he kept entering the black world with only him and the chi, before it was tainted red as he kept vomiting blood. Just to save his own points, Apollo kept trying and trying. Does he feel ridiculous doing such things? Yeah. But he's not doing this just for the sake of saving up. It's the challenge of going against the system that made him want to do this. Somewhere in Clown City, in the courtyard of a private villa, a man sat cross-legged in a garden, barebacked and only wearing pants. He didn't have a big figure, but his muscles were compact and glistening with sweat. With eyes closed, the man frowned before a relaxing smile appeared on his face. Soon, the sweat evaporated as the temperature in the surrounding area increased. Water vapor covered the garden, shrouding his body into a shadowy figure. This lasted for a few hours before the temperature went back to normal as the mist started disappearing. The man opened his eyes and a glint shone within. I can finally enter it, he muttered in contentment. Ark stood up and went inside the villa where a table was set up along with hot steaming tea. Sitting at it, he reached out his hand and took hold of the cup, but he didn't drink it yet. Instead, he just kept staring at it, specifically his reflection in the tea. With this realization, I will take first place. He thought that he'd been cultivating seriously these past few days, aiming to be able to enter that place, the place where only the most talented cultivators can go. The void at a state of cultivation that, once achieved, increases their cultivation speed. And Ark, with dedication and talent, managed to enter a part of it. Ark closed his eyes and the surroundings dimmed for a bit. The invisible chi turned barely visible, shining subtly. As if on the verge of collapsing, he could see the chi. Although it wasn't bright, he could still see it. With a sigh of contentment, the surroundings returned to their original light before he took a sip of the tea. This was a great day for him. With my cultivation increasing in speed, it won't be long before I reach the first step chi condensation. Ark muttered he had already achieved the half-step chi condensation 2 days ago, and although he wouldn't be able to reach the first step chi condensation before the advancement examination began, he was still satisfied and confident that he would take first place. That he continued to drink his tea, taking his time and relishing these moments as the tea was almost reaching the bottom of the cup. Slow and steady footsteps came from behind. This caused Ark to stand up and stare in the direction of the sound. His fist suddenly turned bright red, and with a spark, it was covered in flames. "Do not worry, I am no enemy." "Well, not currently," someone said from the shadows. The voice was low and cold, but most prominent was the age behind it. "Read latest chapters of my virtual library empire, show yourself." Ark shouted, his eyes staring dangerously. What does he mean by that? The footsteps stopped, and a man wearing a black butler suit appeared. He had short white hair, white eyebrows, and a mustache. A monocle rested on top of his hawk-like nose, while his eyes squinted in a smile, though his lips told otherwise. "Who are you?" Ark asked, the fire covering his hands burning intensely. "This old man can sneak up behind me without me noticing first." If it weren't for the deliberate footsteps, Ark wouldn't have known someone was walking behind him. "I'm the mayor's butler." "Holst," the butler said, bringing his hand in front of his stomach while bowing, though he only moved his head a bit before he stood back up straight. Hearing this, Ark's eyes shook. It must be about that kid, right?" "You are smart." Holst nodded, his expression unchanged. "You still can't find him." The fire around Ark disappeared, the temperature returning to normal. Shaking his head, he answered, "Not yet." "I figured." Holst looked around the villa before staring back at Ark, his eyes remaining squinted, hiding the pupils behind. "You do know that you only have 2 days left, right?" Ark frowned. Nevertheless, he still nodded. "I know, but what if he's already dead? Or out in another place outside the city?" "It's your task, so you worry about it," Holst said. "However, we have competition, and you're given another task that we will extend your mission for, let's see, 2 days." "Competition? What do you mean?" Ark asked, not feeling delighted that he was only given 2 days for another task. "Belle climbed forward. She's also on the kid's tail," Holst explained. "Belle, that BTCH." Ark muttered. "So the other task, do you want me to kill her in the upcoming advancement examination in 4 days? You have to complete your tasks, or else your body will serve as dinner for Mr. Clown," Holst said, his tone lowering even more, making the surrounding air turn cold. Ark's body was covered in a red haze, seemingly trying to fight back the cold. Ark recognized this kind of cold. It wasn't because the temperature was lowered, but because this old man was emitting death itself. "I understand." Ark nodded. Good, Hole smiled. I see you have entered the void, quite talented, enough to kill that girl. I should get going now. Kid out if you fail, hopefully you taste good. Ark's eyes widened at the butler's words. How did he know? It's impossible. I just achieved that state a few hours ago, and I haven't told anyone else. Did he figure out just by looking at me? He was about to open his mouth when he noticed that the old butler was already gone. This time, Ark was shocked. He didn't even feel the old man leaving. His legs gave way, and he fell into the chair with a crashing sound. The table shattered into pieces as Ark's hand slammed down. Frustration, anger, and fear coursed through him, making him want to shatter everything he could see. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he began planning. The most important thing was finding that kid, but no matter how many times he searched the city, he couldn't find him. Well, he did find a kid, but he was a beggar with different eye color and slightly taller than the Leone heir he threw in the alley. He didn't actually memorize the kid's face, as he felt the task was too easy and didn't believe a kid could survive. Ark expected the heir to starve to death or be used as a slave by a slave trader. What's the point of finding him? It's basically the same as him already being dead. Suddenly, he recalled the old butler's words. A competition. Bell is also after the kid. Why? Ark frowned, biting his nails while shaking his knees. In the end, he shook his head. Whatever that BECH is planning, it must be hindering the mayor's plan. That's why they wanted me to kill her. But it also means committing a grave crime as they wanted me to kill her openly in the advancement examination. They don't want to dirty their hands. Beastard's Ark gritted his teeth. However, even if he was angry with them, there was nothing he could do. That butler could kill him without him even knowing it. I have to find him as soon as possible, Ark muttered, his mind returning to the Leone heir. In the whole city. There were only a few people he found suspicious who might have a clue as to where that kid was, including the beggar beside the Philly restaurant. But Gale, a four-step foundation building, is friends with him. Ark's doubt lessened when he thought about it. But a suspicion is still a suspicion that I should check on him last. With this in mind, he decided to go back to cultivating and wait until sunrise before going after the suspicious people in his mind. A reek of blood permeated the corner of a restaurant. If one even took a whiff of the smell, they would definitely throw up what they had eaten because of the intensity. Beside the Philly restaurant, where most people wouldn't even bother looking because it was somewhat hidden by the structures, was a makeshift roof, small but enough to fit 2 to 3 people. Someone was sitting cross-legged inside, his complexion pale, cheeks sunken, and mouth bloodied. But his expression was at peace, even with blood covering his whole body. With a smile on his face, Apollo opened his eyes. His pale white skin was slightly returning to its original color. The bloody smell, however, made him frown in the next second. Oh great, he muttered, glancing at the blood all over his body and on the ground. Shaking his head, he reached into his pocket and took out a white marble. Apollo activated the cleaning marble, making it shine a bright light that covered his body. In no time, his smelly and dirty figure became spotless and clean. Even his messy and dry hair became shiny, though his pale skin remained. Then he pointed the bead towards the ground and activated it once more after the bead gathered enough chi from the air. The blood-covered ground was shrouded in light, and when the light disappeared, the blood was gone. The floor even became shiny. Seeing this, Apollo couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It's a cheap item, but its use is worth more than its features. First, he only thought that it worked on clothes, but the cleaning bead was more useful than he had imagined. Putting the item back in his pocket, he smiled and called out to the system. Hey system. Yes, host. A light blue interface materialized in front of him along with the emotionless voice of the system echoing inside his mind. I did it. Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed mockingly. I revised the simple breathing technique, and now I can cultivate my way through the chi condensation stage. After throwing up blood for a whole night, doing trial and error of changing the pattern of the simple breathing technique, he finally succeeded in making it a technique that would allow him to reach the chi condensation stage. Furthermore, he increased the volume of the chi and made it enter his skin, not just through his mouth and nose. The barrier that was blocking him from reaching that stage was finally gone. He could feel his strength increasing every time he cultivated, though he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach that stage. Even so, it was a joyous matter that the first thing he wanted to do was brag to the system. The system went silent for a moment before the interface in front of the beggar disappeared in a particle of light. You should at least compliment me. I threw up a lot of blood. Apollo scowled at the system. Although the night was hard and painful, all for the sake of saving up and going against the system, Apollo couldn't hide the smile on his face. You think you can always rip me off? Ha! No way. The system remained silent, and the beggar took it as a sign of defeat. Continue your journey in my virtual library empire with a sigh. Apollo realized that going against the system was actually fun. This made him think about his simple sword technique and the simple movement technique. If there was still time before the advancement examination began, the beggar decided to perfect the simple movement technique and maybe revise the simple sword technique to make it better so he wouldn't have to buy from the system again. It's still early, Apollo muttered, glancing up at the sky. I should cultivate more before I go for my breakfast. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes, and the world turned black in an instant. In this dark world that seemed like the vacuum of space, there was only him and the countless blinding yellowish-white chi that looked like stars and galaxies. Apollo did the revised, simple breathing technique. He just called it that as he was too lazy to think of a name. The surrounding chi was immediately pulled towards him. Some entered his nose and mouth while the rest entered through his skin. Using the new pattern that he created, he guided the chi to revitalize his whole body, especially his organs and his brain. He could feel that something within him was breaking, but it was very subtle unless he really focused on IT. IT was also the place where the chi gathered the most before circulating throughout his whole body. Apollo pinpointed the place and found it was a few fingers below his navel. Isn't this where the Dantian is? A few hours later, Apollo stood up from his beggar spot and went to the street. He wanted to find a place that sold cheap food. He didn't want to go back to the Philly restaurant, as diners kept looking at him like he was some sort of animal in a zoo. But the moment he stepped onto the streets, someone shouted from his side. Turning to the sound, he saw Ned standing beside the door of the restaurant. He had a smile on his face, and in his hands was a wooden basket. "Good morning, Mr. Beggar," Ned greeted. "Hello." Apollo nodded, his eyes glancing at the basket in the server's hand. "Experience tales of my virtual library empire here." Ned handed the basket to him. "I was tasked to give this to you every morning from now on." "What's this?" Apollo raised an eyebrow, though he already guessed the contents. "It's your morning breakfast, bread, scrambled eggs, and fried chicken from the scavenger," Ned said, his eyes glancing at the basket, and he couldn't help but gulp, thinking about the food inside. "Oh, they already know how to make fried chicken. They're fast," Apollo muttered in amazement. He didn't open the basket and stared at the server. "Why so generous? Miss Philly said you deserve such treatment. All meals from us will always be at your service." Ned smiled. He already had an idea of what was happening. Gale had specifically instructed him not to offend Mr. Beggar and to treat him with the utmost respect. Furthermore, he personally saw his goddess, Philly, giving a token to the kid in front of him. There must be something going on deeper than what was on the surface. Hearing this, Apollo's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and patted the man's shoulder, though he had to tiptoe to do so. "Good. Tell her I won't forget this." "Sure will do, Mr. Beggar," Ned smiled. "It's Yoma. Call me Yoma," Apollo said. "All right, Mr. Yoma," Ned nodded. Then the two of them just continued to look at each other. Ned couldn't help but become confused. Seeing this, Apollo coughed. "Do you have something to push the food down in my stomach?" Ned tilted his head. "What do you owe? I'm sorry, I forgot." He hurriedly went inside the restaurant and returned with a glass of milk in his hands. "Here you go." "Ha." "Thanks," Apollo laughed, taking hold of the glass of milk. "Where do I put this after I am done?" "You could just put them in the corner. I'll go get it immediately," Ned said, pointing to the corner where most people wouldn't see. "Okay," Apollo nodded. "Mr. Yoma, regarding your lunch and dinner, I will personally deliver it to you," Ned said. Apollo smiled. "You guys are really thoughtful." "Ha." The two talked for a bit before Apollo went back to his beggar spot. "I guess it wasn't bad befriending her," Apollo muttered while lifting up the cover of the basket. The moment the basket was opened, the smell of fried chicken permeated the air. Apollo sniffed, and his eyes lit up. "Wow, they also make spicy fried chicken." Looking inside the basket, there were scrambled eggs, bread, and 2 pieces of fried chicken. One was golden brown in color, and the other reddish brown. His eyes naturally fell on the spicy fried chicken. The oil and the chili made the fried chicken more appealing to the eyes. Reaching out his hand, he placed the chicken in front of his nose and sniffed. Suddenly, his excitement died down. Such a shame, they only used simple spices. Apollo could tell they only used 3 to 4 ingredients to make the chili spices. They didn't even use soy sauce. Most of the juices probably came from the oil. Even so, Apollo opened his mouth and took a bite. A crunching noise echoed as the beggar pierced through the meat. He wasn't expecting anything, but the moment the taste of meat touched his tongue, an explosive flavor erupted. "What the?" Apollo stared at the fried chicken in his hand with wide eyes. The flavor of the meat was too intense. He continued to chew, and the flavor became even more delicious as he swallowed. What's this?" It was a kind of chicken he hadn't tasted before. It was juicier and more savory. Some of the juice even dripped down the side of his mouth. This balanced the spiciness of the chicken perfectly, and oh, the chicken even enhanced it. Then Apollo recalled that Ned said the chicken came from the scavenger. Scavenger? Is that some sort of monster? Apollo muttered, taking another bite of the chicken. Soon, the only sound in his small corner was that of him eating. With a burp, Apollo tapped his stomach a couple of times. That's delicious. Although it couldn't compare to the top restaurants in his previous life, the fried chicken made from the scavenger was good enough to place the dish between a middle tier and a top tier restaurant. And they were only using simple ingredients, excluding the chicken. Should I provide them with more recipes? Apollo thought. Just thinking about the food from his previous life made him crave more. If their restaurant becomes more popular and people get used to their food, they will need more recipes for new hype that I should help them when the time comes. After cleaning up, he put the empty glass inside the basket and placed it in the corner where Ned had indicated. Apollo clapped his hands a few times to get rid of the dirt. Now, should I go back to cultivating, or should I go see my friend? The beggar referred to Big Chub, whom he hadn't seen for the past 2 days. Because he always buys bread from him, Apollo wanted to see how his friend was doing. That it didn't take him long to make a decision. So he went out to the streets and headed to the place where Big Chub said he lived. Apollo walked for at least 10 minutes before arriving at the street where Big Chub previously sold his bread. Glancing at the new stalls that were made with materials only meant for restaurants, Apollo couldn't help but think how extravagant the city was. Shaking his head, he went in the direction where Big Chub lived. After reaching the end of the road, he turned left and looked for someone to ask where Slum Street was. Slum Street? You go straight, then right, then. An old woman gave directions. Thank you, Apollo said. Back on the street where the Philly restaurant was situated, Ark stood at the corner where the beggar usually stayed, but he couldn't see him. Where did he go? With a frown on his face, he moved to stand in front of the restaurant's door. He was about to open it when the door swung open from the inside. Mr. Yoma? Ned peeked out with excitement on his face. Oh, just a customer. Ark stared at the server, who opened the door wide and gestured for him to enter. Welcome, sir. Have you seen a beggar near your restaurant? Ark didn't enter and asked instead. Mr. Yoma, are you looking for him? Ned asked back, tilting his head. Experience tales of my virtual library empire, Mr. Yoma. So that's his name? Ark muttered, his eyes shining with understanding. His suspicion about the beggar was completely removed. Why else would this waiter call him Mr.? Even Gale is friends with him. Apollo, Leone, and Gale didn't interact in the past, and probably don't know each other's names in the end. He didn't find anything even after checking all the suspicious people he had in mind. Thinking about what he did to some of them, he almost couldn't hold back his bloodlust. Ark strongly believed that the Leone heir was either dead or in a miserable state. With a sigh, he couldn't help but think it would have been better if the beggar was the Leone heir. He was about to turn around, go back to his villa, and rethink his plan when he suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up as he came up with a genius plan. Are you going to enter, sir? Ned asked in confusion, seeing that the person in front of him was just standing still. Sure, Ark nodded and smiled. I should think about this new plan of mine here, while eating. Apollo arrived in front of a big hole in the giant wall that encircled the whole city. Looking at the sign beside the hole, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. So this is the entrance to Slum Street? But isn't this just outside? The beggar muttered, shaking his head. There's a sewer that he needs to cross to get inside the hole. Fortunately, there are small wooden boards that act as a bridge. Though he could just jump over it, it would disrespect the people who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and tears to make this bridge. After crossing the sewer, he stepped on stairs made from a pile of rocks. Once inside the hole, he couldn't help but wonder who made such a thing. The wall that fortified Clown City is at least 5 meters thick and 50 to 60 meters high. It's a wonder how long it took to construct this thing. Apollo reached the end of the hole and jumped over the stone stairs, landing on a patch of grass. He looked around his surroundings. There were only a few trees he could see. The rest was just grass. Apollo didn't think much of it and just felt it was normal, probably because the city was surrounded by a wide plain of grass with only a few trees. If he wanted to find the forest, he had to travel for a while, just like that place where the Dusk Fangs were. His eyes then landed on small houses in the distance. This was called Slum Street, but it was more like a small countryside with only a few dozen or so houses. Apollo walked towards the wooden houses. The materials they used were mostly wood, with some metals here and there to fortify the foundations. That IT was sloppy, but it was miles better than his makeshift roof in his beggar spot. He looked inside the houses, but found no one. He spotted some cages with pigs inside and chickens walking on the grass. Even so, he didn't find anyone. That was when his senses told him someone was running behind him. He immediately turned around to see a young boy, slightly smaller than him, dashing past and running into the distance. What's wrong? Apollo didn't have time to ask the boy as he could see worry and urgency on the boy's face. Suddenly, a bad feeling rose within the beggar. Following the boy, they arrived at the furthest house in Slum Street. There are a lot of people, Apollo thought. Realizing the reason he hadn't seen anyone so far, he recognized some of them as they sold on the same street as Big Chub. What's the commotion? The beggar tiptoed to see better, but because of his small frame, he could only see the top of the house. Apollo walked toward the nearest person he recognized. Hey, do you know where Big Chub is? The person he asked turned towards him, and upon seeing that it was the beggar, the man couldn't help but look at him with sadness. It's you, beggar kid. I think it would be better for you not to know. What do you mean? Apollo asked, his face turning serious. The foreboding feeling increased, seeing the man's expression and some of the people who looked at him with sadness. Why don't you play somewhere else? The man forcefully smiled. I'll let my son play with you. Hearing this, Apollo shook his head and started pushing through the people in front of him. Hey kid, don't! The man shouted, but Apollo had already made his way through the crowd. After pushing the last person aside, Apollo finally saw the house. Just like any other house, it was made of wood and was only enough for 1 to 2 people to live in. There was a handcart on the side filled with things Big Chub used for his stall that Apollo's eyes then landed in front of the door on the ground. Someone was covered in a white cloth, though the cloth was already tinted with red. He didn't have to smell to know that. The cloth was soaked in blood. The beggar walked towards the person. Some tried to stop him, but he just pushed them aside. Kneeling in front of it, he reached out his hand and lifted the cloth where the face was located. Once the face was revealed, the onlookers couldn't help but look away, tears brimming in their eyes. Some of the kids, on the other hand, started crying, their small voices echoing in the surroundings. Apollo placed the cloth back before standing up. He was a good person, a middle-aged woman said, walking towards the beggar. She put her hand on Apollo's head, seemingly trying to comfort him. With evident sadness in her voice, she continued, He's the reason why we even have this slum street. He helped us build these houses, made sure that we were safe, and that all of us were happy, the middle-aged woman said, wiping the side of her eyes with the back of her hand. You must be one of his friends inside the city, right? He may look like a swindler, but he's a very kind man. You know, if Big Chub were alive, he would definitely protest that he doesn't look like a swindler, Apollo commented, raising his head towards the middle-aged woman. Ha, you are right. The middle-aged woman forced a laugh before she glanced at the body on the ground. They don't care about us. Even if the city knows that people were killed here, they wouldn't send their men to apprehend the evildoer. This evildoer, have you seen his appearance? Apollo asked, his eyes turning cold. No, the woman shook her head. She stared at the beggar, and seeing his eyes, she understood what was on his mind. I know what you're thinking, that we also share the same thought, but the evildoer is a cultivator. There's nothing we can do. How did you know it's a cultivator who did this? Apollo asked. The middle-aged woman sighed. The way this kid talks is like an adult. Nevertheless, the woman still answered. Someone saw the killer wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his chest. Hearing this, Apollo's eyes widened. The Great Serpent Martial School. Who would do such a thing? And why? Who saw it? Apollo asked. Let's go bury Big Chub now. The middle-aged woman didn't answer the beggar's question this time. She looked the beggar in the eyes with concern. We should just let this go, okay? Or you will only endanger yourself. Big Chub deserves a proper burial. So let's get going. 2 men stepped forward with a wooden board in their hands. They placed Big Chub's body on the board before lifting it up, and as the people began dispersing, Apollo remained standing still. But one person remained beside him. Apollo turned to the side where a kid was standing, seemingly hesitating. It was the same kid who had bumped into him. Black hair that reached his shoulder, black eyes, small nose, and lips. You know something, the beggar said, standing in front of the kid. Can you tell me your name? I am Don. Don looked up as Apollo was slightly taller than him. Explore new worlds in my virtual library empire. Hi Don, can you tell me what you saw? Apollo realized that this kid must be the person who saw the cultivator. He probably went to the city to ask for help. But seeing no one following him, the plea for help must have been ignored. It's a guy, black hair, just like us, but his eyes. When Don recalled the man's appearance, his body shivered. I felt scared. He went straight to Big Chub's house, and I heard a scream. I ran to the city to ask for help. But they said they wouldn't bother with the slums. As expected, Apollo sighed. What about the guy's eyes? What did you see in them? I just felt fear die. I felt like I was going to die, Don said, his mouth shaking. You should rest, kid. Apollo put a hand on the kid's shoulder. A kid saying kid to another kid could baffle anyone who saw this scene. Don nodded, wiping the side of his eyes. Let's go after them, that I want to see Big Chub one last time. You go first, Apollo said. All right. Don waved his hand before he ran after the group of people. Apollo watched the kids back, beginning to organize his thoughts. Something was telling him that he was the reason why this happened to Big Chub, but no, he was sure of it, and there was already a candidate in his mind. Although he felt sad, it wasn't to the point of actually wanting to get revenge, but he felt obligated if he was really the person behind this. Where should I buy my bread now? While he was still deep in thought, an interface appeared in front of him. However, this time, it was not blue but a red interface with big words written on it. Alert! Someone has entered your beggar spot. Seeing this, the beggar's eyes widened, and he hurriedly went back to the city. What's happening? Ark walked out of the Philly restaurant. He couldn't help but smack his lips. I didn't know they had such good food. Fried chicken. I'll make sure I come back. At first, he didn't think much and just ordered to fill his stomach. However, the moment he tasted the new dish, he ended up ordering 3 meals. Even right now, he still wanted to go back and eat again. But he had a priority that needed to be done first. With this in mind, he went to where the beggar stayed. It was a place where most people wouldn't even bother noticing unless they really wanted to. It's a perfect place to hide. I asked that the reason why the city guards didn't arrest him yet. Ark thought, a smile forming on his lips as he felt lucky. If the guards had taken the beggar, then he couldn't go through with his plan. Ark firmly believed that he wouldn't be able to find the Leone heir. So, instead of finding something he couldn't even locate, why not just create one? He walked inside and saw the small roof. This place is disgusting. Shaking his head, he knelt down to look inside and saw nothing but a scroll that, what's this? Curious, he reached out his hand and held the scroll. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, really, I'm too lucky. Ark held his stomach from the intensity of his laughter. The heavens must really want to see blood. After a while, he took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. Though the smile on his face remained, he threw the scroll back, his eyes turning cold. So he is also going to enter the advancement examination. What made him think that he could just enter it without any cultivation? Ambitious and a fool, that I'll kill him then. He turned around and walked back to the street. But the moment his body came out from the corner, he immediately noticed the beggar who was looking in his direction with cold eyes. Yo, beggar kid. Ark greeted, his lips turning into a smirk. So it's you? Apollo said. Me, what did I do? You killed him, right? Big Chub. Apollo said, his eyes glancing at his beggar spot before staring back at the martial student in front of him. Big Chub. Ark shook his head. I don't know him, but I did kill a few this morning. Almost 2 meters tall, round, double chin. Apollo described the features of his friend. Oh, I get it. That one from the slum street. Yeah, I killed him. Why? Ark asked, a smirk appearing on his face. You want revenge? I just wanted to confirm it. Apollo said, his lips turning into a smile. So, what brings you here? Don't tell me you are here because of me. I told you I'm not into the same gender, and especially not older guys. He shouted the last words, causing passersby to look in their direction. Looks of disgust immediately fell upon Ark, who glared at them, but this action only made him appear guilty. You know, kid, FCKU? Ark cursed, spitting in front of the beggar. Seeing this, Apollo raised an eyebrow. He gathered saliva in his mouth and spit on the ground. FCKU too. Ha! You are not afraid of some trouble. Ark chuckled, spitting again on the ground in annoyance. I see that you're also going to enter the advancement examination. What can you do without even a cultivation? Who said I do? Apollo didn't continue his words as he realized something. This guy doesn't know. I have cultivation. Why? But I can clearly tell if a person is a cultivator or not. This guy can't do that. Better ask the system later. Why don't we see it then? He spit again. Sure, kid, but I will definitely kill you. Ark said that he was about to spit for the 3rd time, but saw the passersby looking in his direction. In the end, he just swallowed his saliva. He could actually kill him at any other time, as framing a dead person as someone else is easier. But he wanted to have fun for a bit and humiliate this kid in front of thousands of people, but a revenge for how the beggar humiliated him by making him look like someone who likes boys. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth, especially now when some passersby were still looking at him with disgust. Holding back his rage, he took a deep breath to calm down. See you, kid. You better make sure that you attend, or I will make you suffer and wish you were dead. Ark turned around and walked into the distance. Even if the beggar didn't attend the advancement examination because of his threat, he would still kill him. Fortunately, his task was extended for 2 more days, giving him time to dispose of the beggar and make him seem like the Leone heir. Does he believe that he's going to fool them? Ark was certain that there's no way for them to know if the dead person was the Leone heir or not. And in the worst-case scenario, he would just run for his life. The beggar just stood there, watching the martial student leave. Nah, who's fool enough to show themselves to the world when enemies are lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce on their prey? Apollo muttered, shaking his head before he went inside his beggar spot. Sitting cross-legged under his makeshift roof, he asked the system, "Hey system, how come Art didn't know I have cultivation?" A light blue interface appeared in front of him with words materializing, followed by the system's voice. "You are the true beggar. You are nothing but a human begging for alms, as the true beggar. You will never emit chi, as only cultivators can do so." Hearing the answer from the system, Apollo couldn't help but tilt his head. True beggar, DMN, that's a cool but degrading title. Anyway, so I can't emit chi, therefore I'm not a cultivator, but I can still use the chi and act as a cultivator? Correct, the system answered. "It's like you found a loophole just to not label me as a cultivator," Apollo muttered, shaking his head. The interface disappeared as he sighed. Thinking about it, however, Apollo realized it's actually a good thing. He doesn't have to worry about strong cultivators finding trouble with him, because his cultivation is lower than theirs. They will just see him as a beggar and nothing else. Well, they can still bully him because they see a beggar on the street and want to pass their time or have fun. Nevertheless, it's not like he will just let them bully him. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a knock on the wall in front of him. Apollo saw a hand from the other side and immediately knew who it was. It's finally lunchtime. He stood up and went outside his hiding place. The moment his figure appeared, Ned, who didn't dare peek inside, stood up straight and handed over the lunch basket in his hand. "Here you go. Tea has fried chicken, meat from a thunder pig, and a glass of milk." "Thanks," Apollo smiled, taking hold of the basket. "I greatly appreciate what you guys are doing." "You're welcome," Ned smiled back. "No, we should be the ones saying thanks. Although I don't know why my goddess greatly values you. I know it's for the good of this restaurant." "Haha, you're not angry that I beat you up?" Apollo asked, glancing at the server's bandages. Wait, why you're the one who beat me up?" Ned stood like he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes widened in realization and shock. Seeing this, Apollo immediately waved his hand. "Okay, bye." He hurriedly went back to his beggar spot. He opened the basket, and the smell of the fried chicken along with the meat from a monster wafted up. Apollo licked his lips. Although Big Chub had just died, the beggar still had an appetite, and even if the world were to fall, if there's food in front of him, he would definitely eat it. And no matter how sad one might be, there's no greater sadness than having an empty stomach. "Sorry, Big Chub, I'll mourn your loss another time." Apollo prayed for his friend before he started digging in. He didn't think much about the fried chicken as he had already eaten one that morning and his palate was familiar with it. However, when he looked at the thunder pig meat, he couldn't help but be in awe as it was perfectly cooked. Every side of the meat was the same color. Nothing was overcooked or undercooked. This the power of having a cultivator as a chef? Apollo thought while slicing the meat. Then he put a piece in his mouth, and the juices from the meat and the coconut oil exploded in his mouth. Continue reading on my virtual library empire. Delicious. After eating his meal, Apollo put the basket in the corner where Ned would pick it up later. He went back inside his beggar spot and sat under his makeshift roof. "I should get back to cultivating," Apollo muttered. If he could increase his strength before the advancement examination began, that would be great. If I don't reach the half-step chi condensation before the examination, I should find a place to master my simple movement technique. With this in mind, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The moment he wanted to feel and see the chi, the world instantly turned black, with only him and the countless bright chi surrounding him. Then he began to mobilize them, inhaling through his mouth, nose, and skin. They entered his body without any hindrance and followed the revised, simple breathing technique. His body relaxed on its own, and his mind was at peace. Time became insignificant, and everything felt like an eternity. 2 days. Later, in the manner of the Helflick family, inside the office of the family head, were 2 men and 1 woman. Matthias sat behind his office table, spectacles perched on his nose as he read a report. "TSK. They're showing signs that they're going to attack," he muttered, putting the paper down. "Are they preparing for an attack?" Belle asked worriedly, while June, standing beside her, although not showing emotion, had eyes that told otherwise. "Very likely," Matthias nodded. "But don't worry, the advancement examination will proceed as planned, so nothing will hinder you from getting first place." Belle went silent for a moment before she sighed. "Hopefully. But what will happen to that man who got marked?" "We don't know." Matthias shook his head. "Worst case scenario, he will be dead before we can kill the Alpha. Read new adventures at my virtual library empire. That's unfortunate," Belle muttered. Her mind then wandered to the kid who had saved her life in that forest. Thankfully, he didn't get marked by that monster. When Matthias remembered that the Alpha Dust Shadowtail had a trait of marking its target and not letting it go even to the ends of the world, he immediately sent an order to search for a person with a mark on their back. He also took note of the kid who saved his daughter. Yes, they began there. Search, it didn't take long to find a middle-aged man with the target mark of the Alpha on his back. This made them halt the search for Belle's savior. The middle-aged man said that he went to that forest to procure herbs for his ill wife. That's when he met the Alpha Dusk Shadowtail, which attacked him from behind but didn't chase after him. We promised him that his wife will be healed, and we will compensate her greatly for his sacrifice. He will be deemed a hero, and his body will be buried in the hero's burial, Matthias said, his tone as serious as usual. Being the head of a great family, such as this, made him witness a lot, and this kind of thing was nothing new to him. Hearing this eased the worry on Belle's face. That's good. Hopefully, you will get through this alive. That's what I hope too. Matthias smiled, stood up, and went straight to the door. The giant door opened, and a creaking sound echoed in the room. Let's go, I want to watch you succeed. Belle chuckled and followed after her father. You know, father, you should really fix these doors. June smiled, walking behind them. Because the mansion was big, they had to take a lot of turns just to reach the front entrance. Outside the gate, there was already a carriage waiting for them. June, as always, took the driver's seat while the father and daughter went inside the carriage. Father, you know, if we just jumped from outside your room, we would have arrived here in just a matter of seconds, Belle complained as soon as she took her seat. The house is too big, and walking is too slow. June was about to make the horses move when he stopped, his ears perking up. He shared the same sentiments as her, making him curious about the family head's answer. Matthias glanced at his daughter with a sigh. You're too hasty, my child. Did you know that walking is a great way to calm our minds? Besides, if I let you do that, what do you think our house would look like? Belle began to imagine the scene. Her, June, and the others jumping from here, and there just to get to their destination. The house would look like a kid's playground, Matthias answered for her. That would degrade our status and make people lose respect for the Helflich family. It's a waste of convenience, Belle muttered in disappointment. As the carriage began to move, Matthias couldn't help but think she was right. But because he wanted to maintain the respect of other people towards them, he had to maintain the creme de la creme of his family, even though he also wanted to just fly around to get to his destination. But such a shame, how people look at them is also a kind of power. By the way, Belle, you said that your savior is just a kid. Matthias changed the subject. Yeah, I also couldn't believe it. He can defeat 3 to 4 Duskfang Shadowtails on his own, and he barely looks like he's 10 years old. Belle said, her eyes burning with excitement. I think he's the most talented person I've ever seen. She actually wanted to find him, but because she was punished for sneaking out, she couldn't leave the mansion and had to become a maid. A kid with that strength? He's likely at the 2nd step foundation building or at the 3rd step, Matthias said before he looked deeply into his daughter's eyes. However, you have to be careful. We're not sure if he is just a kid or pretending to be a kid. There's even the possibility he saved you just to get on your good side. Belle nodded in understanding. I understand, father. Good. Matthias nodded with a smile. I wonder if he's going to participate. With his strength, he could defeat a martial student before the examination begins and take their place instead. Belle couldn't help but think about her savior, the beggar. Philly looked at herself in the mirror. She was now wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on her chest and glasses on top of her nose. She didn't usually wear glasses, but she felt like she needed them this time for a change. Pushing up her spectacles, she couldn't help but sigh. It would be better if I just failed this advancement. She wasn't particularly fond of cultivating, but it didn't mean she was going to fail the advancement examination on purpose. With her strength, she was confident she would pass the exam, though she would be dreaming if she thought her ranking would reach the top. Just barely passing was enough for her. She still needed to graduate from the martial school to repay her family. And after that, Philly looked at herself in the mirror with great determination. I will live my life the way I want. A knock came on the door, and Philly knew it was time. She opened the door and saw Gail wearing the same uniform as her. Is the carriage ready? Yes, miss, Gail nodded. All right, let's go, Philly said, and they went downstairs. However, she was about to step down when she saw the scene below. We have a lot of customers. Yeah, Gail said from behind, glancing at the number of customers eating on the first floor. And they're almost all eating the same thing. Philly smiled as the smell of fried chicken permeated the air. We only launched the dish yesterday, and our customers have doubled. And it's only the regular fried chicken made from the scavenger. This is a good sign, Mississippi. I know, Philly said, and they both started going downstairs. I expect more people to come in the next few days, and that's also when the official battle against Skyline Savory will begin. Hearing this, Gail's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't it too soon? Yes, but we have to take advantage of the current event. The city will be filled with people because of the advancement examination. Some officials from other cities will visit, and we also have to attract them, Philly explained as they reached the door. Along the way, her workers wished them the best of luck. They were about to open the door when it was opened from outside, and Ned entered. He was scratching his head in confusion, holding the wooden basket. "What's wrong?" Philly asked with a raised eyebrow. "He's not there," Ned said. "Who?" "Mr. Yoma," Ned said, sighing. "Mr. Yoma?" Philly and Gale looked at each other. "Who's Mr. Yoma? Didn't I tell you to give the basket to Mr. B?" Philly didn't finish her words as she understood what was happening. Oh, that's his name. Yeah, I was rude for not asking his name. This thought made her feel disappointed. Seeing her face, Ned became worried. "I'll go immediately to find him." "No need." Philly stopped him before he could leave the restaurant. "He's probably somewhere else. Just check from time to time if he's back." "All right then," Ned said, scratching his cheek. "Good luck with the advancement, miss." "Thanks," Philly nodded. And along with Gale, they went outside and entered the carriage. Soon, the horses pulled the carriage towards the venue where the advancement would be held. "Gale, are you confident?" Philly asked as the carriage started moving. "I'm confident that I will at least reach the top 5, Gale said. "But reaching the top 2 or top 1, I need great luck." "It's because of Belle, right?" Philly smiled, mentioning her friend. "Yeah, but what I'm most worried about is Ark." Gale's eyes turned serious. "He is a man that even Belle will have a hard time fighting. He is also a cultivator with a fire attribute." Philly didn't know the person Gale was talking about, but hearing that the guy named Ark had a fire attribute made her mood heavy. "That's a tough opponent. But don't worry, reaching the top 5 is good enough. That's also good for business." "Right?" Gale smiled. "This will definitely attract customers. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire, because the event will have a lot of people watching. It's the perfect place to make Philly's restaurant famous. That if Gale reaches at least the top 5, people will get curious about her. Those unfamiliar with her will definitely want to know her identity. Then, once they find out that she works for Philly's restaurant, they will also get curious about it." Philly wanted a chain reaction that would end up making her restaurant famous. The carriage reached an intersection, and they began to move slowly. Philly pushed the curtain of the window to the side to get a better view and saw carriages moving in the same direction as them. There are also a lot of people walking on the side. Some are martial students, while others were just commoners wanting to watch the event. While she was looking outside, her eyes fell on someone wearing a full dark gray robe that covered his whole body. She could only see the person's side profile, but she noticed the half mask that covered his eyes. Oh, someone is hiding their identity? Philly raised an eyebrow. For that person to hide their identity, they're probably one of the cultivators who defeated a martial student and got their hands on an invitation card. Gale, who happened to look outside, also noticed the person. "That person is really small." She couldn't help but comment. "That height and figure." This comment made Philly think of someone that it can't be. She shook her head the next moment for thinking such a ridiculous thing. "What's wrong?" Gale asked. "Nothing." Philly shook her head while pulling the curtain back. Their carriage, along with the other carriages, went outside the city. Their destination was a mountain where the event would be held. Those in the carriages took about 20 to 30 minutes, while those on foot had to walk for at least an hour just to get there. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Philly and Gale went out of their carriage. Their eyes naturally went to the top of the mountain. "It's too high." Philly couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. "The venue is different this time," Gale said, looking around. This was not the first time she participated in the advancement examination, and the last venue was held inside one of the martial schools in the city. There were already a lot of people at the foot of the mountain. Most of them were students, and some came with their parents or guardians. Apollo glanced at the mountain in the distance, adjusting the mask on his face. He followed the people heading in the same direction. Democrat, Minnesota. Why do they make the venue so far from the city? He muttered in annoyance. He had been walking for 30 minutes now and still hadn't reached the venue. The others seemed to share his sentiments as they shook their heads, though this mainly applied to those who were only there to watch. The martial students, on the other hand, didn't utter a word and just continued moving forward without making a scene. Apollo felt relieved that no egotistical cultivator was among them. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. Just as he was thinking about this, a shout came from his right, making him turn toward the sound. "Move, you lowly commoners." A carriage made its way through the crowd. The curtain opened, and a man who was likely a noble looked at the people outside with disgust and ridicule in his eyes. The people had no choice but to make way. The martial students were angry at first, but seeing that someone from a carriage shouted those words, they only gritted their teeth and stepped back. Even though they were already cultivators, there was still social stratification among them. Those whose backgrounds were commoners had to bow down to the nobles. Even if some of them were stronger, they had to swallow their pride and give way to those at the top of the social class. Unless they were extremely talented and strong, They had to abide by these unwritten rules. Furthermore, only nobles, the wealthy, and the talented had the ability to have a carriage. The man inside the carriage had blonde hair and red eyes. He wore a maroon uniform with a white line insignia on the right chest. He couldn't help but smile when he saw them making way. For him. That's right. Ha! You guys are nothing but slaves to us, he shouted, causing the people to glare at him. This made the man shiver. And he hurriedly closed the curtain. He knew that some of them were stronger than him. So he had to make a strategic retreat. Yup, strategic. What if he met some of them in the advancement examination and they decided to take revenge on him? What if they became crazy, ignored social status, and beat him up to death? It wasn't unprecedented for commoners to take action against a noble because they couldn't take it anymore. Thus, he made the driver of his carriage make the horses run faster. The man was right. As the moment the carriage sped up, a strong killing intent erupted from the crowd, causing the martial students to turn toward the source. Apollo was among them, but he glanced behind and saw a 2-meter-tall man with muscles that threatened to burst from his martial uniform. His uniform was dark blue with an insignia on his right chest, a cross sword on top of a shield, black hair, hawk-like eyes, and a mustache that flared up because of the intensity of the aura he was letting out. The beggar recognized the man.it was the same person who made a scene in front of the Skyline Savory branch. What was his name again? Oh right, Johann. Apollo could see that he was angry, and the goons behind the 2-meter-tall man were trying hard to calm him down. So he's also walking. Where's the pretty boy then? Apollo muttered, looking around to see the man Johann had a beef with. But after looking for a while, he didn't see him. He probably went by carriage. Shaking his head, Apollo continued to walk towards the mountain as far as he could see. This was the tallest mountain in the area. It was like looking at Mount Everest from his previous life. Though this mountain was full of greenery, not snow and ice. Along the way, Apollo brought up the system store and looked at the items that could help him in this event, that I should only buy it when necessary. The beggar thought before closing the store. His eyes wandered back to the mountain. He couldn't help but stare northwest, towards the forest where the black wolves were. The place was too far from here, but he could still see the dense trees, which reminded him of the alpha that would hunt him down. He was nervous that it might appear out of nowhere. Fortunately, nothing had happened in the past few days. However, Apollo suddenly felt uneasy. He squinted for a moment before staring back at the mountain, his heart pounding like crazy. When he glanced at the forest where the dusk Fong shadow tails resided, he felt as if something was staring back at him. Despite being miles apart, the sensation felt like it was only a few meters away. The feeling of being watched remained even though he wasn't looking at the forest anymore. After a few seconds, it disappeared. That monster definitely knows my position, Apollo thought. Frowning behind his black mask, he adjusted his half mask and let out a heavy breath. If that monster really hunted him now, there was nothing he could do besides run away. But am I fast enough? Apollo doubted it. Even though he hadn't slept last night to master the simple movement technique, he still wasn't confident he could outrun that monster. Thinking about it, Apollo realized that the Alpha Dust could have killed him before, but the monster didn't. It seemed like he was being toyed with. TSK, don't come or I'll burn you to a crisp. Apollo muttered if he couldn't run away. It didn't mean he would die without a fight. System, are you sure you won't punish me because I'll leave my beggar spot for a few days? Apollo asked the system. I am sure of it, host. As long as you recognize that place as your beggar spot, I won't be able to issue a punishment. As a true beggar, you have to rummage for food, money, and other useful items, but you must return to your beggar spot. If you want to change your beggar spot, you can always buy a change beggar spot item in the system store. The emotionless voice of the system echoed in the beggar's mind. Do you think I'll fall for that? I was just asking to make sure, Apollo said with a smirk. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the boisterous sound of the people echoed around him. There's already a lot, Apollo muttered. Looking at the number of people at the foot of the mountain, he could see that most were martial students. While some came with their guardians or parents, the place was wide and had a lot of space. Even though there were already many participants, it didn't feel too packed. Some of the martial students had parasols and chairs that they brought with them. Apollo could even see a small house in the distance with martial students hanging out. The way they moved indicated they were of noble origin, while the commoners had to stand under the sun. Why didn't they bring their own parasols? Afraid to offend the nobles? Apollo thought, shaking his head. Even though there was social stratification in his previous life, it wasn't to the point where they blatantly showed it to the public. The invitation scroll only stated the gathering time, but didn't specify when the exam would begin. Apollo found a tree to sit underneath, the shade countering the heat from the sun. It seems like the exam won't begin soon, he thought, seeing that the number of people was still increasing. This made him curious about how many martial students the city had. He had seen at least 5 martial schools in the city. each comparable in size to the top universities in his previous life. In fact, the martial schools were much grander and gave off a solemn vibe, like looking at a sleeping beast. I should take this time to increase my strength, Apollo muttered, closing his eyes and cultivating the revised simple breathing technique. Normally, he wouldn't dare to do this with other people around, especially cultivators. But right now, he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed and attracting attention. He wore a mask that he bought from the system store, costing him 5 on points. This black half mask, which only covered his eyes and nose, had the ability to block any prying technique below his cultivation level. Apollo was not too worried about those with higher cultivation than him seeing through the mask. He was completely different from Apollo Leone the moment he arrived in this world. He found that his body had become slightly taller, he had gained weight, and, coupled with his contact lenses that changed his blue eyes to black, he was confident that no one would recognize him as the heir of the Leone. As the world instantly turned dark and the chi appeared around the beggar brilliantly. The guardians and parents who came with the martial students were escorted away by men wearing silver armor. Because of this, the area became less populated, but the guardians could still watch from afar. Around this time, a carriage arrived, and a woman and a middle-aged man stepped out of it. The martial students immediately recognized them. That's Belle Helflick. Her father is also here, Matthias Helflick. Even the nobles looked at the newcomers with excitement in their eyes. I'll have to leave you here, Matthias said, glancing at the people looking in their direction. There's somewhere I need to go. What, you said you were going to watch? Belle asked. Haha, I will. But the exam won't start for an hour, Matthias explained. How do you know that? Belle looked at her father with wide eyes. Silly daughter, I'm the family head, of course. I know things that you guys don't. Matthias smiled before he started walking toward the 2 guards who were waiting for him in the distance. The students naturally made way for the only core creation cultivator in the city. Looking at her father's back, Belle couldn't help but sigh with worry. She already had a guess about what matter he was going to attend to. It's probably the plan about that monster. Hopefully, the worst won't come. Belle, someone shouted, making Belle turn to the sound. Hello, Philly and Gale. Belle smiled, greeting her friends. Good to see you. Philly hugged her friend while Gale nodded with a smile. Same, Belle said. When did you arrive? Around 10 minutes ago, Philly said. Did I hear correctly that the exam will only start after an hour? Yup, Belle nodded. I see. Oh, you know what the exam is like? Philly asked, wondering if Belle knew something. However, Belle shook her head. I don't know. This is the first time the examination will happen outside the city. It's probably different from the last advancement, and if they didn't change the exam, they will for sure raise the difficulty. I wonder why, Philly muttered in confusion. It's probably because of those rumors, Gale said from the side. Rumors? Philly turned to her. What rumors? Some cultivation techniques are being stolen from the library of each martial school, Gale explained. Oh, I also heard about that. Belle recalled the time when she was a maid. She gossiped when there was a chance with the other maids and heard a lot of rumors. This included that some techniques from the martial schools were being stolen. If I were them, I would raise the difficulty for this exam. Philly understood what she meant. Yeah, those who learn new techniques will have to show them in order to pass. They're basically finding out those perpetrators with this examination. This is still a rumor, though, Belle said, and we're not sure if they are really going to do that. I guess you are right, Philly said, while Gale nodded in agreement. Let's just wait for the exam to begin, and we will see, Belle said. Hopefully, the exam is not ridiculous. All right, Philly chuckled. Then she noticed Gale seemingly distracted by something. Hey, Gale, what are you looking at? Gale was woken up. Shaking her head, she answered. Nothing, I just saw that same guy we saw from earlier. Hearing this, Philly turned to where she was looking and saw someone sitting cross-legged under the shade of the tree. He had a black half mask adorning his face while his robe covered his body. Oh, he's probably not a student, Belle commented from the side. But it's like he wanted to be one. I heard it's hard for them to pass the exam. They probably only defeated weak cultivators just to get the invitation, Philly said. I just don't understand why they make such rules. But some of them can be really strong, Belle said, her eyes squinting at the man under the shade. Have I seen him before? Looking at his robes, although they looked clean, she could see holes and tears. Judging by the tears, it was like they were clawed at by something. Suddenly, she recalled someone, and her eyes widened. I asked at him? But it can't be, right? Apollo opened his eyes, the chi around him disappearing while the surroundings returned to normal. He looked at the sky and concluded that he had cultivated for around 40 to 50 minutes. He stood up and walked towards the crowd. It seems it's still not starting. What are they waiting for? Apollo sighed. He stood in a corner. He couldn't help but notice that someone was looking in his direction. This made him shiver, and his body tensed visibly. He looked around to see if that monster had appeared, but he only saw a woman staring at him like it was the first time she saw a human. Belle? Apollo immediately recognized the woman. Why is she looking at me like that? Did she find out? No, it can't be. Did she reach chi condensation? Apollo spread his senses towards her to feel the state of her cultivation. Oh, she's still at the fourth step, but it won't be long before she reaches half-step chi condensation. Still, this makes it hard for her to identify me. I got scared for nothing. Apollo thought before staring ahead. Look, someone exclaimed while pointing at the top of the mountain. Apollo also looked up, and his eyes widened at the scene. He's flying, the beggar muttered in amazement. The others shared the same expression as him. Even though they had seen someone fly a couple of times in their lives, they still kept getting amazed, especially when it happened right in front of them. Belle, who was shocked that the small man she was staring at could also spread his senses and check her cultivation, didn't have a choice but to turn to the sound. Someone was flying down from the top of the mountain. His white hair and dark red clothes made a flapping sound from the wind. It didn't take him long to reach the foot of the mountain. Where he hovered above the martial students, he sported white eyebrows that perked up at their ends with eyes deep red in color, like an intense fire, creating a deep contrast on his pale and wrinkly face. His red dress, a long robe, shini hanfu, with a continuous cut from top to bottom, hid his not-too-thin body. Uncle Popo, Belle muttered. That's the headmaster of the Fire Shrine Cultivation School. Is he going to be our examiner? Philly asked from the side. A fourth-step chi condensation. Gail clenched her fist, determination brewing within her eyes. Four-step chi condensation. A cultivator can fly using the condensed chi inside them. But they need to have great control over their chi, and only talented ones can do so, as flying at this stage is a sign that they have a chance to advance to another stage. Of course, there are techniques that can allow one to fly even without reaching four-step chi condensation, but they are very rare and hard to learn. Gail also wished to fly someday. Everyone quiet down, the old man said. He didn't shout, but his voice still echoed within the field. I apologize for the wait. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a headmaster of the Fire Shrine Cultivation School, Master Popo, and I'm also the one who will be the examiner for your first test. The martial students closed their mouths while they looked at the headmaster floating above them. Some of the guardians and their parents even kneeled to the ground, showing their great respect. They were not cultivators and didn't have a high status, so they had learned to bow their heads in situations like this. The nobles looked at this scene while puffing up their chests. That's what commoners should do, to kneel and bow to us, the mighty ones. This was their thought as smiles formed on their lips. Apollo, who happened to glance in their direction, immediately knew what the nobles were thinking. These people really like the feeling of being superior. And why do the commoners even need to kneel down? The class differentiation in this world is really too much. Although he was thinking about this, it didn't mean he would take action. He would rather focus on what the old man was going to say than think about them. However, it was a different matter if these nobles tried to offend him. Staring back at the old man floating in the air, Apollo perked up his ears. As you may have realized, the venue for this advancement is different from the last time. That is because we decided to raise the difficulty, Master Popo said. Those who have only made small improvements will have very little chance of passing the exam. This is very different from past examinations, where we only valued how much your chi had increased and your potential to go to the next stage of your cultivation. However, the advancement this time is harder. There's no luck involved, only hard work. When the martial students heard that the exam had become more difficult, the scene became quite noisy. Some wanted to express their disagreement, but only dared to whisper it among themselves. Quiet, Master Popo said, and the noise died down in an instant. The first part of the exam will now begin. The moment his words fell, a strong wind blew in their direction, causing the old man's robe to flap chaotically. However, something unexpected happened. Because he was flying above the first few rows, they had to look up almost vertically, and that's when they saw it. Even some martial students from a distance managed to catch a glimpse of it. Apollo's mouth opened slightly, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. This old man. Why is he not wearing an inner layer of clothes? His birdie, old man, this is not Japan. The beggar immediately brought up the system store to look for a technique that could blur an object of his choice. With the help of the system, the store sorted itself out until only one item remained. Japanization blur beam. Blur anyone or anything of your choice. This technique doesn't have limitations. That it can be used anywhere and anytime, be it in a vacuum of space or in another dimension. Price: 100 million on points. It's fucking expensive. The martial students from the Fire Shrine Cultivation School slapped their foreheads while some looked around, whistling a tune, seemingly acting like they didn't know their headmaster. Some even covered the insignia of their school. He did it again, they thought in exasperation. They were greatly embarrassed and just wanted to find a hole and hide there forever. The women, on the other hand, immediately looked away, their faces red from what they had seen. Disgusting, Belle muttered, a frown on her face. Fortunately, my father doesn't like to fly around even though he can and is the strongest in the city. Master Popo didn't seem to know that his son was showing. He turned around and pointed to the mountain. You will have to climb the mountain all the way to the top. You have until the sun disappears on the horizon. Another wind blew in his direction, his Hanfu robe wildly moving about, providing another view for his audience. The martial students were shocked once more, but it was better than seeing the old man's front that Apollo's face had already darkened. This guy, you don't even have a BTT. How dare you show it to us? Shaking his head, the only thing he could do was stare at the mountain. So we just have to climb the mountain. Apollo muttered. IT sounded easy, especially to them. However, the beggar believed it was more than that. And as he expected, what happened next proved him right. The whole area began shaking, and some of the rocks from the barren rocky mountain rolled down. The middle of the mountain started changing like it was alive. Stones were raised, forming stairs that reached the very top. Seeing this, the cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Stairs? It makes the test easier. Hee, climbing this mountain to the top sounds like a piece of cake, right? But you guys couldn't be more wrong. Master Popo smirked, turning around to stare at the students. Okay, here it comes. Incoming missiles. Apollo already closed his eyes, and those who didn't manage to do so in time were hit by another view. They exclaimed but immediately shut their mouths. They knew better than to offend a cultivator with the ability to fly, seeing their faces filled with grief. Master Popo smiled in satisfaction. IT seems they have already realized the gravity of the test, literally. I guess it would be better if you found it out yourselves. Let the test begin. Your adventure continues in my virtual library empire. Hearing this, the martial students looked at each other for a moment before they started walking towards the stairs. Why don't we observe first? Belle asked. Why? Philly tilted her head. All we have to do is run to the top of the mountain. Maybe they will give more points to the first one who arrives at the top. Miss, I don't think it's that simple. Even the disgusting Master Popo said so, Gale commented. Gale is right. Belle glanced at Gale with a smile. We should watch first and see what happens. We still have a few hours before the sun sets. Oh, okay, Philly nodded. She was talented in business but lacked in other areas, so she knew when to take a step back. Besides, Belle was considered the most talented cultivator in the entire city, so it would only be wise to follow her. Belle smiled before glancing at the masked man, that he was standing still, watching the other martial students go up the stairs. IT seems we have the same thought. Although this man had the same height and figure as her savior, she knew that her savior was just a kid. And, from what she understood about him, he couldn't let out his senses and observe other people's cultivation. Deciding not to concern herself with the masked man, she continued to watch the martial students. Around this time, Master Popo flew back to the top of the mountain and landed on the last stair. Sitting on it with his legs wide apart, he took out a smoking pipe. Taking a deep breath from it, he blew out a thick smoke. Master Popo focused his eyes, and the small figures like dots at the very bottom of the steps zoomed in, giving him a clear view of what was happening below. Looking at the martial student who was a few steps ahead of the others, he couldn't help but mutter, "It should be about time." Just as his words fell, the first martial student frowned but continued up the stairs. However, it didn't take long before he had difficulty raising his foot. This made the others confused that what's he doing, bringing his foot up and down like a fool. Some shook their heads and decided to finish the test as quickly as possible. Those who thought this way jumped from their position or ran. But the moment they passed the first person, they slowed down, and those who jumped landed heavily on the stairs. Cracking sounds echoed as some bones were dislocated. Master Popo smiled in satisfaction, hearing the shouts of pain coming from the martial students below. This is going to be interesting. As expected, Apollo muttered, seeing some of the martial students having a hard time going up the stairs. It seems something is holding them back. They couldn't even properly use their movement techniques. As the moment they walked up the stairs, they started slowing down or coming to a complete stop. Around 10 steps before they felt the effect, Apollo thought. Then he realized something. The higher we go up, the more difficult it will be. He glanced at the person currently in first place, and his eyes immediately turned cold. Ark was walking up the stairs neither fast nor slowed. He was consistent with every step, as if the thing that was holding back the other martial students was non-existent to him. But considering the height of this mountain, with his speed, he will probably take an hour or so to reach the top. Apollo put a hand under his chin. That pervert only said that we have to go to the top of the mountain before night comes. He didn't say anything about ranking, so it's wiser to conserve strength and take the time to go up. The beggar also noticed people not wearing uniforms, but walking to the steps. There were at least 5 of them, and most of them had nervous expressions that it seemed they were the ones who got invitation cards from the other martial students. Including him, there were only 6 of them. I should join them, Apollo muttered, walking towards the non-uniform individuals. Let's go. Ark is showing off, Bell said, glancing at the masked man. All right, Philly and Gale nodded their heads. Standing in front of the stairs, Apollo glanced around at the participants. They were basically jumping before landing on or around the 10th step, then proceeding to just run or walk up the mountain. Bell, Philly, and Gale also did the same, though Bell and Gale landed on the 17th and 16th steps, respectively. Philly landed on the 13th step. Seeing her companions already ahead of her, she couldn't help but shout, "Wait for me." Then she started running towards the 2. The beggar turned to the step in front of him. What is it that's holding them? Curious, he raised his foot and put on the first step. He didn't raise his other foot yet, trying to see if he could feel the thing that made the others struggle up the stairs. He waited for a few seconds, but didn't feel a thing. That's when he heard a grunt a few steps away from him. Looking up, he saw a man, not wearing the martial student's uniform, who couldn't take another step. Apollo couldn't see the man's face, but the way he grunted and tried to raise his foot made the beggar understand what was happening. Spreading his senses, Apollo realized that the man was not a cultivator, but just a normal human. What was he thinking? And how did he even get his hands on the invitation? This made him curious, so he walked up the stairs to stand beside the man. "Hey," Apollo said, glancing at the man's face, but the scene almost made him burst out laughing. The man's face was so scrunched up it looked like he was taking a massive SHD. What? The man was silent for a moment before he managed to say something through gritted teeth. "What are you?" Apollo closed his mouth just in time as his laugh threatened to come out. He took a breath to calm down and repeated his words. "What do you feel?" The man slowly turned his head to the speaker. "No. Don't look at me." Apollo immediately looked away, his mouth twitching while his nose flared. "I feel great pressure. I can't move." The man explained with great difficulty. "Do you feel like something is pressing down on you?" Apollo asked, his face turned to the side. "Igriagis." The man answered. "How did you?" Apollo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, determination to look at the man's face appeared. It's rude to talk to someone without looking at them directly, as he did. However, he instantly turned his head back, his face red from holding in his laughter. Still, he continued his words. "How did you get your invitation?" "I bought it with my hard-earned money," the man explained. Although the pressure was too great and taking the next step was too hard, he was still trying his best. "I want to cultivate. It's my dream." As expected, Apollo had already realized this fact. Sighing with eyes closed, he patted the man's shoulder to comfort him. "Dream, as long as you work hard, I believe you will achieve it." Then he looked up, his eyes now open, and started walking up the stairs. Leaving those cool words felt great. "Hee, I'm really a friendly neighborhood beggar." The sound of crashing from behind echoed. Apollo smiled, thinking there were even special sound effects for his cool performance. That special sound effect, however, was the sound of the man falling down the stairs because the beggar's pat added more pressure. The man's body, already on the verge of giving up, collapsed in an instant. After taking a few steps, he saw the other non-martial students already having a hard time moving their feet. As a friendly neighborhood beggar, he walked up to them, gave them some advice on how to achieve their dreams of becoming a cultivator, and then proceeded to walk up the stairs in a cool manner. Special sound effects of crashing soon echoed, making the smile on the beggar's face widen. He actually knew what the sound was coming from behind. The beggar was actually doing them a favor, as with their capabilities, they would only end up as laughingstocks. Worst case, nobles would find amusement with them, and the ridicule and mockery would shatter their dreams. Apollo didn't do this because he was good-hearted and really wanted to help them. It's just that he admired their guts for even trying to join this advancement examination despite not having any cultivation. Shaking his head, he moved on to find the other one. Where's the last one? Apollo didn't find the last non-martial student who got their hands on the invitation card, either by defeating a martial student, buying it from them, or through other means. Your next read awaits in my virtual library empire. Glancing up, he found the person walking at the same pace as Philly, Gale, and Bell. "He's already a cultivator," Apollo muttered. He didn't need to spread his senses, feel the chi, or examine the state of the body to tell that the last non-martial student was a cultivator. Without anyone to give advice to, the beggar walked up the stairs but stopped before the 10th step. "Most of them failed here. I should be able to feel it now." With this in mind, he started walking up while preparing for that pressure to come down on him. However, even after taking a couple of steps, he still didn't feel a thing. Nothing. Apollo became confused, though he shrugged his shoulders soon after. Maybe I will feel it on the 20th step. Noon was on its way, and there was still plenty of time before the day's end. Philly, Belle, and Gail walked the steps side by side. Are you okay? Belle couldn't help but ask the restaurant owner. I'm all right, Philly smiled. My body just feels slightly heavier than usual. Don't worry, I feel it too, though subtly, Belle said. I think it's a natural force of gravity. The higher we go up, the more it increases, Gail commented. Oh, if that's really the case. Belle took out a coin. She glanced at Gail, and the two nodded, seemingly understanding each other. Let's wait for a moment. Why? Philly asked. Just watch. Belle turned to her with a smile. They didn't have to wait long before a martial student walked up the stairs beside them. His step was heavy, and his knees were shaking. Hey, catch this, Belle said, throwing the coin into the air casually. The martial student was surprised, and out of instinct, he caught the falling coin, but in the next moment, he gritted his teeth as his hand almost reached the ground. What the hell? The martial student couldn't help but get angry. Belle and Gail smiled as their theories were confirmed, while the restaurant owner finally understood what was happening. That a silver carriage stopped in front of a vast forest, and Matthias Helflich stepped out of it. Looking around, he found a tent set up nearby. He walked towards it, and the sound of people arguing echoed. Matthias frowned when he heard the heated voices. These guys, they are at it again. Shaking his head, he parted the entrance of the tent and went inside. There, he saw 4 individuals wearing expensive clothing around a table. One wearing a black hanfu with intricate white patterns, an old woman in a white dress that reached her ankles, and another in a black suit with simple designs. Though one could easily tell that the fabric used was very expensive. 3 of them were arguing while the last person, wearing a butler suit and a monocle on his left eye, was sitting away from them with a cup of tea in his hands. Matthias knew all of them, but paid particular attention to the person in the butler attire. Holst put down the cup and stood up upon seeing the newcomer. He put his hand on his stomach and bowed. My apologies. Welcome, Sir Matthias. You don't have to do that. Matthias waved his hand before he focused on the trio, who were still arguing with each other. The one wearing the black hanfu was a middle-aged man, just like Matthias, but older by a few years. He was the family head of the Kleinford family, a man known for his contribution to the border wars decades ago. Nathan Kleinford, a black-haired and dark-eyed. He came from a commoner family and made his way to his current position. He was also a cultivation fanatic. However, his talent made it hard for him to advance beyond the 3rd step, chi condensation. That's why he focused on training his family. Like I said, 3 of the tails will be ours. I've had my elite cultivators sent for this mission. Nathan said, his nose flaring up. Respect the old, shall we? The old woman in the white dress said. 3 tails? You are taking it too far. The alchemy house will benefit greatly with that number. Besides, there are 5 of us here, and there are only 9 tails that we can share. The old woman was the branch manager of the alchemy house in Clown City and was known as Helen. Not many people knew about her, as she was always inside the alchemy building and only met with people of status. But the alchemy house was very famous as it had many branches in the empire. The one in Clown was only one among hundreds of branches. Respect. I only give respect to those who deserve it, and I will never give it to someone who can't even grant a request for making a talent boost supplement. Nathan said, scoffing at the alchemy house manager. Oh wow, so you're still holding a grudge because of that? Helen shook her head with a frown. You're acting like a child. What did you say? Nathan stood up, pointing his finger at Helen. I dare you to say it again. I said. Helen stood up, the temperature increasing exponentially. The air started to boil, producing a heat haze. You are acting like a child. You. Nathan's face turned red with anger. Suddenly, his black hanfu became darker and moved chaotically while his hair started going up, although there was no wind inside the tent. Ahem. Matthias coughed, attracting their attention just in time before the 2 heated cultivators began fighting. Let's calm down. Calm down. Tell this old fogey to stop being a jerk. I've given her the ingredients for the supplements, but she confiscated them instead. Nathan said angrily, his robe letting out black shadows. And how many times have I told you that we can't create those supplements, and the ingredients you gave are of too low a quality? Helen explained, the hot temperature remaining unchanged. You can't, or you won't. And why didn't you hand back the ingredients? Why don't we just fight? Helen had, of course, already used the ingredients to make a pill. Although she said the ingredients Nathan gave were of low quality that only applied to making the talent boost supplements. Using those ingredients, she created top-tier pills that were sold at a high price. But she would never admit this. Matthias could only let out a heavy sigh and smile bitterly that I guess I don't have a choice. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, a terrifying glint appeared within his eyes, and a strong light erupted from them. "Calm down," Matthias said. His voice wasn't loud, but the sound thundered within their minds. While his eyes glowed intensely, he walked up to the empty seat and sat down. "Take your seats." Nathan and Helen nodded their heads as the temperature returned to normal along with Nathan's clothes. Without looking at each other, they took their seats. The butler of Clown also returned to his seat. Although Matthias was emitting intense pressure, Holst's eyes remained the same, and a smile stayed on his face. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Matthias' eyes returned to normal. Then he turned to the person who hadn't spoken since he arrived. The man in the simple but expensive suit. He was the youngest among them, probably around 25 or 26, with dark hair and brown eyes and a delicate, straight nose. "How? You must be eyeing the whole body," Matthias said. "If you guys allow me to have it, then I wouldn't mind, though I only need the meat that MY Skyline will need it for the upcoming banquet. We can't disappoint the visitors, right?" Theo turned to Holst, who nodded. "I see." Matthias then turned to Helen and Nathan. "You two, let go of the past for now on. That we can discuss what we're going to do with the body of the Alpha after we defeat it. That let's talk about what we're going to do for now." Nathan and Helen glared at each other, but didn't make another scene. Instead, Nathan cleared his throat. "Ahem, as I was just saying, I'm mobilizing my elite cultivators, whom I personally trained. This will greatly increase our chances of killing that monster." "That's good," Matthias nodded, turning to Helen. "Have you managed to concoct enough poison to immobilize the Alpha Dusk?" "Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire, yes, but what I'm doing is against the conduct of the Alchemy House. I will have to write them a letter and explain the situation that I will need all of your statements later on, including the mayor's," Helen said, glancing at the butler who bowed his head slightly towards her. "You guys don't want to lose an Alchemy House within your city, right?" "I don't see a problem with that." Matthias agreed. He then stared at the butler. "Did the mayor say anything else?" Holst nodded. "Yes, we have to keep the noise down. He is currently entertaining the visitors as we speak, and he doesn't want them to be uncomfortable." "Cowards," Helen, Nathan, and Matthias thought at the same time. Matthias didn't say anything and just changed the subject to something he knew would get a strong reaction, especially from Nathan and Helen. "I've already sent letters to all the headmasters. They said they won't participate as they have their own problems to solve." "Bullshit. Even if they didn't have problems, they would never care about us," Nathan said through gritted teeth. "So they don't care even if the city is going to get destroyed?" Helen smiled angrily. "Those guys only care about their own personal gains." "Look who's talking," Nathan commented with a smirk. "Look who's also talking," Helen shouted, glaring at the Kleinford family head. Nathan glared back, and when the two were about to fight again, Matthias tapped the table, dispersing their heated emotions. "They don't answer to the Empire. We can't force them." The five of them were more closely related to the Empire than the cultivation schools. Even though Matthias didn't like the mayor and was highly suspicious of him, it didn't mean that he wanted the city to get destroyed. Experience tales of my virtual library empire, Nathan Kleinford, and the other great families were the backbone of the city, so they also supported the Empire. And although the Alchemy House was not part of the Empire, Helen wanted to help kill that monster, as the Alpha's tales were. Precious and very rare. Also, as a branch manager, she didn't want to lose customers if the city got destroyed. She wasn't particularly attached to the city. She cared more about her customers. The Skyline's savory owner, on the other hand, shared the same thought as her. There was nothing more to say about the butler, as he directly served under the mayor of the city. The cultivation schools were like their own worlds. They didn't care much about others and only cared about themselves. Furthermore, from what Matthias knew, the cultivation schools in Clown City were only branches of their main ones. He didn't know where they belonged, as there wasn't much information he could find. They're showing signs of aggressiveness. The IT won't be long before they start making their moves. This time, the butler was the one who spoke, bringing the conversation back to the main topic. "How'd the hunt go?" Matthias asked. "We have already killed around 100 of them, but they just keep appearing," Holst said. "They are also actively hunting the cultivators we sent." "Have we lost any men?" "Fortunately, we haven't. What they encountered were only normal dusk fangs, but their number, we suspect it to be at least 1,000, Holst explained. 1,000? Is that a normal number if there's going to be an attack by the Alpha Dusk?" Matthias muttered, causing the rest to keep quiet. "No." Theo broke the silence. His eyes glanced over them, stopping at the butler for a moment before turning to the core creation cultivator. "Usually the Alpha Dusk attacks alone. These alphas, although they are considered the leaders of their pack, actually despise their inferior kinds. And even if they use some of the Dusk Fangs, they will only use a few, not hundreds, even more so 1,000. "Oh," Matthias and the others raised an eyebrow. "How did you know that information?" "It's the first time I've heard that." "How samai mitstioli?" I'm not as simple as you think. Keep it hidden then, Nathan scoffed. But are you telling the truth? Are you doubting me? Theo raised an eyebrow. You're just a kid who got lucky with his restaurant, Nathan said, smirking at the skyline owner. Theo let out a chuckle when he heard this. Really, believe me or not, it's up to you that I can always start anew in another place if this city gets destroyed. Don't mind him. He's only saying that because his daughter also ventured into the restaurant business, Helen said from the side, while side-eyeing the Kleinford family head. Nathan glanced at the Alchemy House branch manager angrily. The chi around him started churning once more. I believe you, Matthias said, his eyes flashing with a brilliant white light before returning to normal. The heated tension between Nathan and Helen dissipated along with it. So what do we do? Helen asked. Should we go with the plan from earlier? If there's 1,000 of them, getting rid of them as soon as possible would be the wisest decision. Matthias didn't answer her question yet. Instead, he looked to Holst. What do you think? It's up to you that I'm merely a representative for the mayor. Our only request is to keep it quiet so as not to disturb the visitors. The butler said, his expression never changing. His eyes squinted, and he wore an amiable smile. Okay, Matthias nodded. Tonight, we will gather all our forces and make a plan to clean up these wolves, especially their alpha. All right, Nathan said with evident excitement in his voice. Although his cultivation was stuck at the third step chi condensation stage, he still made sure to train his body and cultivate every day that a small improvement was better than nothing. Besides, it had been a long time since he went into battle, and he was eager to fight those monsters. I'll go get my men ready. Helen stood up, not without glaring at Nathan first, who glared back at her. Are we wrapping it up now? Then I should go too, Nathan said. Are you not going to the top of the mountain to meet the visitors first? Holst asked before the two could leave. The other families are already there. Oh, is that so? Nathan raised an eyebrow. Then it would be rude of me not to go there, right? I should also tell them about the change of plans. That would be a great idea, Matthias said. You're not going to come with me? Nathan asked. The Helflich family head shook his head. No, I will check the site and see if there's something we're missing. Okay. Nathan nodded before he walked outside the tent. It's your family matters, so I won't go there, Helen said, following Nathan. Then I should go too. The butler stood up, bowing his head to the core creation cultivator. As Holst left the tent, Matthias turned to the skyline owner, who was looking at the butler's back. He is strange, Theo said, his eyes glinting and a mysterious smile appearing on his face. What do you mean? Matthias asked, confused. Nothing. Theo shook his head. I don't have to fight, right? No, Matthias said. That's good. Without saying another word, Theo walked out of the tent. Seeing this, Matthias let out a heavy sigh. It would be better if the cultivation school's headmasters joined us. If the headmasters don't want to join in defeating the Alpha Dusk Shadowtail, there's nothing Matthias can do. Even the Empire can't simply request their help, let alone a mere core creation cultivator like him. Continue reading stories on my virtual library Empire, although Matthias is considered the only one in the city to have reached such a stage. He suspects that the martial schools have someone at the same level as him, or even higher. It's just that they haven't revealed themselves yet. Fortunately, the martial schools accept disciples regardless of their background, as long as they have the talent to cultivate. Shaking his head, he glanced at the documents on the side and picked them up. They detailed the plan for their battle against the alpha of those black wolves. Because they had held various meetings prior to this, a detailed plan had already been written down. The meeting that had just concluded was to determine if there was anything that needed changing, which is why it ended so quickly. When it comes to strategizing, they don't need much time to make a plan. With the new information from Theo, they had no choice but to move the plan forward. Thinking about Theo, Matthias felt that he was very mysterious, just 26. Theo already had enough influence in the city to be considered one of its backbones. This was largely due to his restaurant, which even attracted visitors from other cities. Matthias himself had eaten there and could say it was the best meal he'd ever had. But what's more terrifying is Theo's cultivation. He had already reached the third step chi condensation stage. That's the main reason why Matthias let Theo stand beside them. Not because of the influence of his restaurant. And the only one who knew about this was Matthias. Not even Helen, Nathan, or Holst were aware that Matthias's core creation cultivation made him perceptive to others' cultivation, though he didn't know how Theo managed to hide his stage from everyone else. Matthias then recalled what Theo said before he left about the butler Holst being strange. This made Matthias think deeply about the matter. He became absent-minded as his eyes stared at the documents. I'm getting distracted, he thought. Shaking his head, he read their plan once more before standing up and leaving the tent to check on the other areas where the men were preparing for the hunt of the Alpha. Right now, he wasn't worried about the first test, as he was sure it would be a piece of cake for his daughter. There was no need to rush back, so he could take his time before the sun reached the horizon. Apollo whistled a tune he remembered from Earth as he casually walked up the stairs. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Behind him, martial students struggled to even lift their feet, their faces scrunched up as sweat dripped to the ground. So it's gravity, Apollo muttered as he stopped beside a cultivator who was shaking all over from the intense pressure. But how come I haven't felt anything? Looking back, he realized he'd been walking up the stairs for at least 30 minutes. Yet he hadn't felt a single bit of pressure that should have hindered him like it did the others. Apollo felt like he was just strolling through a park. He also took the time to admire the scenery around him, realizing just how vast this world was. What was it called again? The world of Leone. Planet Leone. Even though he'd been walking for at least 30 minutes, Apollo was still miles away from reaching the top of the mountain, but he wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, seeing some of the others struggling made him realize the nature of the pressure they were experiencing, though he still didn't have a clue as to why it affected them and not him. Is it based on looks? Because I'm the most handsome, that pressure didn't affect me. Apollo muttered, feeling proud of how smart he was. But he knew the real reason wasn't that simple. Is the reason something that can't be seen? If so, there's no point in worrying about why they're struggling. Shaking his head, he resumed walking. If he kept his current pace, he'd probably reach the top of this rocky mountain in about an hour and a half. Of course, Apollo could sprint up in less than 10 minutes. But that would draw too much attention. As he was thinking, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning toward the sound, he saw a 2-meter-tall man fighting with another martial student. Johan, what is this guy up to? Apollo muttered, raising an eyebrow. He decided to stop and watch the fight. Johan's fist was glowing with a deep blue light, and with a punch, a 1-meter transparent projectile shot out from his fist. Its momentum created strong winds, and the martial student facing the attack had no choice but to raise his hands in an attempt to block it. However, his efforts proved futile. The moment the blue fist touched his hands, a powerful force slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air and down to the foot of the mountain. "Ha ha! Dare to stand in front of me!" Johan shouted, laughing at the sky, while the martial students who witnessed the scene widened their eyes in surprise. Why did you do that?" One of the martial students shouted. "Is that what the test is about?" Once someone spoke up, the others followed. Several martial students in this part of the mountain started shouting at the towering man. "Ha ha ha! You fools! There's no rule that says we can't fight each other, right?" Johan sneered. "If I eliminate some of you now, won't the test later on be easier?" His words echoed, causing the martial students to fall silent as realization set in. With fewer competitors, they'd have a better chance of securing top positions. This caused them to look at each other, hesitation flashing in their eyes. Seeing their uncertainty, Johan smiled. "Come on, fight each other." Johan's companions had been left behind. They didn't even make it past the 30th step and had to turn back. Though he didn't care about them, it was better to go alone rather than drag along those bootlickers. Seeing the others hesitate, Johan started to get pissed. If they weren't going to fight each other, then they should fight him. With this in mind, without any warning, he jumped into the air and unleashed a transparent light blue fist. Since they were lower than him, his shadow cast over some of them, making them look up. When they saw the oncoming attack, they hurriedly mobilized their own techniques. Dragon Palm, Icy Sword, Fiery Whip. A spectacle of lights erupted. Sword slashes Dragon's Roar, a whip made of fire, and more slammed against the incoming translucent fist. Apollo, who was watching all this, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. That's too King wonderful. Especially the explosion after the attacks collided that a strong wind blew everywhere, sending his hair and clothes flying chaotically. The beggar suddenly felt jealous of their techniques. I wish I could also do flashy moves. The only battle technique he knew was the simple sword technique, which he could use to cut through other techniques. But compared to them, his sword skills were very mediocre. Squinting to peer through the smoke and dust raised by the impact, Apollo shook his head at the result. He wasn't surprised at all to see Johan standing still while the martial students below were either passed out or thrown towards the foot of the mountain. Johan was at the 4th step of the foundation building stage, and the cultivators he fought were at the 3rd step foundation building stage, or below. The result was expected. "The fun's over," Apollo muttered, seeing that no more martial students were challenging Johan. He turned around and was about to continue walking up the mountain, when suddenly, his instincts warned him of incoming danger. Using his simple movement technique, he jumped into the air and did a couple of flips before landing a few steps higher. He glanced back and saw that his previous spot had exploded, raising small clouds of dust as some of the rocks rolled down. Apollo turned to Johan, who was looking at him with a smirk. "You're good," Johan shouted. "You were just watching the fight, so why not join?" "Nah, Thanks for the invite, but I'm fine, Apollo replied in his normal voice. If he wanted to change it, he'd have to buy a new voice from the system, which would cost him all points. As the tension grew, the martial students watching from above hurriedly ran up the mountain, while those below them rushed down the stairs. They knew who Johann was. He was well known among the martial students and considered a thug who always tried to pick fights. Now that he had reached the fourth-step foundation building stage, he had become even more brazen. The only ones who could probably handle him were his rival Michael or the other top students from each martial school. The onlookers couldn't help but pity the non-uniform participant caught in Johann's sights. Seeing this, Johann's expression darkened. This guy dares to reject me? Sigh. Why did I even bother asking? I'll just defeat anyone I see. Apollo lowered his body slightly, assessing the situation. This guy's a DMBSS who only uses his fists instead of his brain. The beggar thought. If Johann really tried to eliminate the other participants just to have an easier time in the next exams, he'd become a target for everyone. Continue reading on my virtual library Empire. Apollo wouldn't be surprised if they teamed up just to take him down. What's more, if the stronger martial students joined the fight, Apollo believed that even Gale could defeat Johann. Shaking his head at the guy's foolishness, Apollo readied himself. He didn't bring his wooden sword, unsure if people would recognize it as the training sword from the training ground. Instead, he brought something else. He reached under his robe and took out the weapon he planned to use for this advancement examination. Johann, who was about to raise his fist and send this outsider back to where he came from, stopped in his tracks when he saw the thing the masked man had pulled out. His tense muscles relaxed, and a second later, he looked to the sky and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what's that? A tree branch. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed across the mountain, so loud that even those far away heard it clearly. The nearby martial students glanced at the tree branch the masked man was holding. They couldn't help but chuckle as well. What could a tree branch do? Tickle Johann? Hey, have you lost your mind? Johann asked the masked man. If you intend to fight me with that thing, why don't you just jump down a mountain? As the laughter of this 2-meter muscle man echoed in his ears, the beggar couldn't help but sigh. They don't know how great you are, Apollo thought while staring at the half-arm-length tree branch he had picked up from the side of the road. In the past 2 days, before he mastered his simple movement technique, Apollo discovered that the simple sword technique didn't only apply to literal swords. The sword was no longer just a sword but a tool to use a sword. It was the enlightenment he gained after perfecting the simple sword technique. Ever since that day, he'd had the feeling that once he touched something and thought of it as a sword, then it was indeed a sword, no matter its shape or form. Out of curiosity and boredom, he first tried using this insight with a spoon. Using the spoon as a sword, he slashed the wall beside his beggar spot, and the spoon cut through it like a knife through tofu. When he pulled his hand back, he saw a deep cut in the wall. Excited, he tried it multiple times, changing the weapon a few times as well. Thinking back to that time, Apollo couldn't help but smile bitterly at the state of the wall after he practiced on it. Hopefully, no one would notice. Johann, right? Apollo pointed the tree branch at the muscle-bound man. Why don't you come over here and find out the true strength of a tree branch? A tree branch, half the length of an average man's arm and so thin that even a small child could break it without effort. Light brown with a small twig at the very end and a light green leaf at the tip of that twig, threatening to fall with the slightest disturbance. Apollo pointed it toward Johann, who stood a few meters below him. The wind blew, messing with his hair and causing his robes to flap. Johann squinted at the challenge. He didn't attack yet, instead observing the masked man standing dozens of steps above him. This man was only about 4 feet tall, more akin to a child's height. Wait, suspicion suddenly rose within his heart. This fool, just a kid? Nevertheless, the masked man dared to provoke him, which greatly infuriated him. He would never let others think of him as a pushover, even if it was just a kid. You're not afraid of death, are you? Nope, Apollo shook his head, though deep inside, he wanted to say yes. Who wouldn't be? Especially now that he's in a world where strength matters most. Flying, special effects, cultivation techniques. There are still so many things he wants to experience and achieve, and the end goal of it all, to stand at the very top, just like he did in his previous life. Then I will make you, Johann shouted, and with a bend of his knees, he jumped into the air and sent a punch. A light blue, translucent fist materialized, causing the wind to go wild. Feeling the attack coming at him, Apollo remained calm. Although it looked threatening, he felt a certain serenity under this light blue fist. Johann really didn't care and would try to eliminate as many participants as he could in this first test. I guess I'll have to defeat you, I don't want to show my skills yet. But you've left me no choice. The beggar thought, raising the tree branch in front of him as the attack was about to hit. Apollo brought down the branch as fast as he could. He didn't use much strength, but the tree branch cut through the light blue fist like it was nothing. The attack split in half and dissolved into particles of light. The only residue left was the chaotic wind that kicked up dust around them. Johann, still in the air, couldn't process what had happened at first. Only when he landed did he realize what had just taken place, that MY attack was cut by a tree branch. He couldn't believe it, that he couldn't accept it. But how? Something must have gone wrong. There's no way a tree branch can cut through the technique I painstakingly learned. What did you do? Johann demanded, his eyes cold as a threatening aura emanated from him. Nothing, Apollo shrugged, pointing his weapon back at the 2-meter-tall man. So that's it. How did you cut it? Johann still couldn't believe it. I don't know. Maybe your attack is so weak that even a tree branch can cut through it. Apollo asked innocently. No, it can't be. I've trained this technique day and night. There's no way. Johann shouted. Then his cold eyes locked onto the masked man as his determination returned. You just got lucky. Sigh, a fool, really, the beggar thought, shaking his head. Johann had clearly seen what had happened, but he insisted it was just luck? What's wrong with his head? If Apollo were the one whose technique had been cut by a mere tree branch, he'd either run away or try to clear up the misunderstanding immediately. Seeing that Johann was preparing for another attack, Apollo decided to make him see reality. Come at me again, then. I'll make you believe that what you saw is the truth. Fortunately, the dust cloud was still there, making it hard for the onlookers to see what was happening unless they had techniques to see through the fog. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. I will kill you. Johann pulled his hand back, his muscles contracting and veins popping. This time, he aimed to kill, unleashing his bloodthirst. Although killing was forbidden, it only applied to the students of the martial school, but this masked man in front of him was an outsider who happened to have an invitation from one of the martial students, so killing him wouldn't fall under the martial school's rules. With this in mind, Johann sent a punch. The attack was more threatening and deadly than before, producing a loud whistling sound that left the onlookers confused about what was happening inside the dust cloud. But that was the only thing they heard, a strong whistling sound as the wind pushed the dust away, allowing them to see what was happening. However, those watching the battle above didn't have time to process what was happening, as they suddenly heard a roaring sound coming from behind them. Turning around, their eyes widened as they saw another person running down the stairs. His body was covered in a dark blue haze, and although they couldn't see his face because of it, they still recognized the newcomer. That's Michael, one of them, who hailed from the Great Serpent Martial School, shouted. Watch out, someone warned, and they hurriedly stepped aside. The haze around Michael churned and turned into a dark blue serpent. With its mouth wide open, the serpent lunged at the stunned Johann. But if people looked closely, they would see that the 2-meter-tall cultivator wasn't looking at the oncoming attack. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at the masked man. With a bang, the serpent bit the shocked Johann, followed by a blur as they continued down the mountain. I'm your enemy. Johann, Michael shouted as he appeared in front of Johann. His brown hair flowed with the intense wind while his deep brown eyes stared intently at his rival. Why bother with weaklings? Now that we're in the mountains, let's see who will come out on top. The shout woke up the dazed Johann, who stared back at the pretty boy martial student. This guy. Why now? Stay the FCK away from me. Johann punched the serpent, biting him, his fist glowing with a bright light as it passed through the dark blue attack and landed on Michael. Michael immediately crossed his hands in front of him, barely managing to block the attack. The two were separated, both landing on the stairs, though Michael shattered the steps, creating a long ravine with his feet. The beggar, on the other hand, put the tree branch back in his robes. Looking at the two of them who landed dozens of steps below him, Apollo couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He was ready to defeat Johann. But before he could do it, the pretty boy appeared. It seems like the rivals will settle the score here. They can handle themselves, Apollo said, turning around and beginning to walk up the stairs. Because of the sudden change, the onlookers didn't bother with him and continued to watch the new drama. Michael, Johann squinted at his rival. You arrived at the wrong time. What do you mean, the wrong time? Michael smirked. I've been watching you since you arrived. You even dare to play around? I thought you would come for me, and we'd settle the score once and for all. Me play around? Johann muttered, recalling what had just happened before this motherfucker arrived. He had used almost all his strength in that punch. Driven by frustration that time, he made sure to keep his eyes wide open and watch how that masked man could cut through his attack. And when he saw it, shock overwhelmed him. The masked man didn't make any fancy moves, just a vertical slash, fast but lacking in power. However, this seemingly weak attack cut through the translucent light blue fist he had conjured. with almost all his strength. Yes, he held back a bit, but it was negligible. It wouldn't have made a difference. That guy cut through his technique so casually that Johan's confidence was immediately shattered. But how? That masked man didn't even mobilize the chi around him. How could he touch his technique and even cut through it using just a F-King tree branch? This is more than a humiliation. Does it mean my strength, my cultivation, my talent, and my years of hard work only compare to a tree branch? Just thinking about it made Johan want to smash everything around him. As a threatening aura emanated from him, his dazed eyes turned to Michael, who was saying something with a mocking smile on his face. Since Johan was deep in thought, he only caught the last part. Are you listening? What? Did you get so scared that you can't speak anymore? Michael asked, running his hand through his hair. I don't blame you. Even when I look in the mirror, I always get scared because of how talented and handsome I am. Scared? Johan raised an eyebrow, his muscles growing bigger and harder as an intense aura erupted from him. Michael, you don't know SHD, but first, I'll defeat you, then I'll get back at him. The smile on Michael's face disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Although he didn't know what his rival was talking about, he felt a surge of frustration hearing Johan's voice. I'll show you that only one king can sit on his throne. With a shout, the haze around Michael intensified while the roar of a serpent echoed in the surroundings. With a bang, he disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, the dark blue serpent emerged from his body and attacked the muscle-bound martial student. Seeing this, Johan slammed his foot on the ground, his body becoming a blur as he appeared right before the serpent. His fist glowed with an intense cool blue, and with a punch, an almost 2-meter translucent fist shot out. It was the same technique he had used against the masked man. But this time, he wanted to see if there was something wrong with his technique, or if that guy was insanely strong. With a glimmer of hope, a strong explosion erupted, sending shockwaves and dust into the air. Some martial students below, already struggling to take another step, were sent flying back, their bodies rolling down the stairs and landing at the foot of the mountain. Discover stories of my virtual library empire. Hearing the explosion from behind, Apollo didn't turn around. He just continued moving forward. So it doesn't matter how strong their attacks are, the beggar muttered, recalling his previous battle. The last attack from Johan was probably strong enough to cause a building to collapse, yet Apollo's tree branch had cut through it like it was nothing. This simple sword technique is overpowered. He couldn't help but think highly of the system store. Even this cheap battle technique was extraordinary, so the pricey ones must be even more incredible. Just imagining the effects of techniques worth 100 on points or more made Apollo excited. But what I have right now is more than enough, Apollo thought. Although he still didn't know the limits of this technique, he was confident he would be able to complete his mission. However, it was better to be prepared. While some of the martial students were watching the battle below, he walked past them, deep in thought that if I were to fight someone with the same technique as mine, how would I handle them? Apollo put a hand under his chin. Fighting someone who could cut through anything would be tough, and no matter how strong the attack, it would just end up in half.so if Apollo were to fight someone like that. Suddenly, his eyes glinted with understanding. The solution was simple. Anyone with intelligence could come up with it if they really thought about it. I'll have to protect against the residue, Apollo thought. Even if he could cut through an attack, if the residue was still enough to hurt him, he would take damage. His enemy might not care if their attacks got cut, as long as they landed something. Furthermore, he couldn't defend his blind spots, like his back or above him, unless he sensed the attacks before they arrived or was fast enough to counter them. His enemy could exploit this weakness, especially if they had techniques that allowed them to attack from all sides, or if they were smart enough, they could distract him until they landed a blow, or send so many attacks that he couldn't keep up anymore. They could also use the environment, like collapsing the ground he was standing on, burying him in a pile of rocks and dirt. I'd be dead if someone fast attacked me before I could even pull out a weapon, Apollo muttered bitterly. Thinking about it, he realized just how much the simple sword technique was lacking. It was an amazing technique, but once its weakness was discovered, the user became vulnerable. What if I revise it, just like I did with the simple breathing technique? This idea made Apollo's eyes shine with excitement, legs wide open, a puff of smoke blowing from his mouth. Master Popo couldn't help but smile as he placed the hand holding his pipe on his knee. His eyes were fixed on the battle below. The flashing lights and sounds of explosions were like music to his ears. Now the fun begins, Master Popo muttered, taking another puff from his tobacco pipe. Once they realized that the test was more than just climbing the mountain, chaos would ensue, a scenario the instructor eagerly anticipated. It didn't take long before some of the martial students began fighting, trying to eliminate other participants to reduce the number of competitors for the later test. This caused some of the martial students to hurriedly run up the stairs, while others banded together to fend off those trying to eliminate them, especially in groups. After watching the fight for a bit, Master Popo sighed, losing interest almost immediately. Nothing caught his eye except for that guy who had already learned the Great Serpent technique, despite his cultivation only being at the third step foundation building. If he only focused on his cultivation, he would have probably reached half-step chi condensation by now, Master Popo muttered with disappointment. Then his eyes landed on the first person leading the martial students. Explore more of my virtual library empire. Mark? Master Popo took another puff from his tobacco pipe before blowing the smoke into the air. The Great Serpent has a lot of talented students. While observing the first martial student, it seemed like Ark felt the gaze and stared back with a small smile on his face. Though arrogant and a fool, Master Popo muttered, it seems no one outstanding will emerge this year. Although there were a few talented ones, their abilities were not enough to awe or shock him. It seemed like raising the difficulty of this exam would prove more challenging for the martial students. However, it was necessary to ensure the success of their plan to identify those who had stolen some of the cultivation techniques from their martial school. Thinking about this matter, Master Popo found it very strange. How had they managed to get past the security of each library without anyone noticing it first? If there were no regular checks of each scroll and technique, they wouldn't have noticed that their cultivation techniques were being stolen by their own students. Even the three most powerful martial schools in Clown City had some of their techniques stolen. The Great Serpent Cultivation School, the Fire Shrine Cultivation School, of which he was the headmaster, and lastly, the Sword and Shield Martial School. This led them to raise the difficulty of the advancement examination. They wanted to root out all the students who had learned the stolen techniques. The headmasters, including Master Popo, were certain that one way or another, the culprits would reveal themselves under the intensity of the exam. As he pondered this, his eyes never left those who were fighting, even though he felt bored watching them. After a while, he saw something that made him stand up. A martial student wearing a black and red uniform with an insignia of a red fire on his chest was fighting another student. His entire body was practically red, and even the veins on his face were bright red. He looked like he was being cooked, emitting smoke from the top of his head. And oh, he was definitely being roasted. This fool, using the furnace strengthening technique with his mere third-step foundation building cultivation. He's killing himself, Master Popo muttered in a mix of annoyance, anger, and frustration. The martial student belonged to his martial school and was using one of the stolen techniques from the library. It's a technique meant only for those who have reached the chi condensation stage and above it. It wasn't a technique that required one to be a genius to learn. However, if someone managed to learn it below the required cultivation stage, their body wouldn't be able to handle the intense heat generated by the technique. Slowly, their insides would melt, followed by their muscles and bones, until they became nothing more than a pile of hot paste on the ground. Even Master Popo wouldn't use it casually unless absolutely necessary. It could increase one's strength, but if used excessively, even his third-step chi condensation stage wouldn't be able to protect him. The martial student using the furnace strengthening technique was winning the fight against his opponent, but it was evident that he was in great pain. Seeing this, Master Popo knew the student was already experiencing the melting of his organs. What a fool, he muttered. Although frustrated, he couldn't intervene to save the kid, as it would expose their plans. Fortunately, they had anticipated such situations and made proper arrangements. With at least 1,000 participants in this advancement examination, dozens of them immediately turned to glance in the direction of the fire shrine student using the stolen technique. One of them, who was closer to the burning student, turned to look at the instructor standing on the very last step of the mountain. His eyes focused on the headmaster of the fire shrine. Master Popo nodded, and the man pretending to be a participant dashed towards the burning martial student. With a powerful punch, he sent the roasted student tumbling towards the foot of the mountain. There were 12 first-step chi condensation cultivators hiding among the martial students. They were pretending to be participants, but their main purpose was to identify anyone using stolen techniques and remove them by any means necessary. These cultivators came from the martial schools, though the students didn't recognize them, as they mostly worked in other areas. This should serve as a lesson, Master Popo muttered. As soon as the student who used the stolen technique crashed to the ground, a group of men wearing white hanfu suits dragged him to a specific location. His condition was unknown, but he would definitely be treated as a prisoner or a criminal. But this wasn't the end. The headmaster of the fire shrine soon noticed another martial student using a stolen technique. This student didn't belong to his school, but to another martial school. Everyone involved in this plan was already familiar with all the stolen techniques and their effects, so Master Popo immediately recognized the technique. He wasn't the only one. as those pretending to be participants quickly made their move. Seeing the chaos erupting around him, Apollo couldn't help but sigh that I knew it. Once someone starts, others will follow. That Johan's idea of eliminating other participants early had spread through the crowd. Shouts, curses, and flashes of special effects filled the air as various techniques were unleashed, each one making Apollo look on with envy. In the end, he had no choice but to quicken his pace up. The stairs. There were others like him who decided to finish the first test as quickly as possible, leaving the chaotic crowd behind. Turning to take a look, Apollo noticed something unusual and raised an eyebrow. He saw a few individuals kicking, punching, and throwing other participants before stepping back and watching the fights. What was strange was that each of them was a cultivator at the first step chi condensation stage. Do I have to deal with them too? Apollo muttered incredulously. There were at least 12 of them with the same cultivation level, that if he had to fight them before even reaching Arc, he would likely face his first punishment. Please no, Apollo thought, shivering at the memory of those intense lightning strikes. He continued watching for a bit, then noticed something odd about their movements. They seemed to be waiting for something before making a move, and they weren't attacking each other. He also noticed some of them exchanging glances from time to time. What are they doing? Apollo tilted his head in confusion. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. It seems like I'm missing something. The beggar shook his head and decided to set the matter aside for now. As he continued his way up the mountain, he passed by some struggling martial students who had chosen not to fight. They could only smile bitterly, knowing they had reached their limits. Some gave up and just sat on the stairs. This is how life is. Not everything goes your way. Apollo went past them, his eyes fixed on the top of the mountain. He hadn't even reached halfway yet, and it would probably take 2 more hours or so before he arrived at the summit. I still can't feel it, Apollo sighed. The pressure he had been expecting didn't materialize, even though he had already taken hundreds of steps. Will I only feel it after 1,000 steps? The beggar thought, feeling a bit smug. Maybe the first exam is about the handsomeness and prettiness of an individual. If one is ugly, they feel the gravity increase, he thought with a smirk. You're the first, Master Popo said to the martial student who had arrived. His legs were wide open, and his left hand held a tobacco pipe. I didn't feel a thing, Ark said, an arrogant smile on his face. Oh, really? Master Popo asked with a smirk. He could see that Ark's face was slightly sweaty and his breathing somewhat heavy. Of course, Ark replied. Because the instructor was sitting with his legs wide open, Ark couldn't help but glance downward, which he immediately regretted, making him look straight ahead instead. Then go on. Master Popo waved his right hand. No, I'll stay, Ark said, standing behind the instructor. I want to watch. Hearing this, Master Popo just shrugged his shoulders. Up to you then. Ark looked at the participants walking up the stairs. His eyes paused on Belle for a moment, who was casually talking with her friends, before he looked for someone else. That beggar didn't show up. He probably got scared. Thinking about this, Ark sighed. It would have been better if he had attended, so I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But seeing this first exam, I knew that beggar wouldn't even be able to take 3 steps. But it doesn't matter. I can just find him later on to continue my plan. His gaze then returned to Belle. His other mission was to kill her later in the exam. Specifically during the battle exam, first, he was worried that once he killed her, he'd have to run for his life. But 2 days ago, Holz came back to discuss the details of the plan. Apparently, once he accidentally killed her and that BTCH's father tried to attack him, the butler would protect him. This guaranteed his safety, relieving him of his worries. His eyes turned cold, thinking about that woman's face in anguish as her life faded. Belle, who he was looking at, turned in his direction. She smiled as well, though it was filled with mockery and belittlement. Haha, just you wait. Later on, you won't even be able to smile, Ark thought. If you keep letting out your killing intent, I will burn you to ashes, Master Popo said coldly, a threatening aura emanating from him. Am I bad? Ark quickly apologized, his body shivering from the intensity of the headmaster of the Fire Shrine Cultivation School. He had forgotten that the instructor was the headmaster of one of the strongest martial schools in the city. But who could blame him? What kind of headmaster would show his birdie to his audience? 2 hours later, Apollo finally arrived at the very top of the mountain. The sun was still up, but it was only an hour away from kissing the horizon. In the end, I didn't feel a thing, Apollo muttered, a bit disappointed. There were still participants below who were trying their hardest to reach the top. Heck, there was a cultivator one last step away from finishing the first test, but he couldn't even lift his foot anymore. The beggar glanced back at the martial student, whose face was full of veins. His teeth gritted so hard that his mouth was full of blood. He had even gathered some fans on the sidelines who were cheering him on to take that final step. Apollo also wanted to see the man succeed. He felt great admiration for the guy's determination. You can do it. Come on, just one more step, and your dream will come true. Hearing the shouts of encouragement from people he didn't know, but who still believed in him, the martial student screamed at the top of his lungs while lifting his right foot onto the last step. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. Apollo clenched his fist, and finally, with one last struggle, the man managed to put both feet on the final step. He did it. Whoa, that's great, man. I did it. The martial student said, blood dripping to the ground. He raised his hand and clenched it. I did it. The fans and even Apollo were about to cheer when suddenly, the man's eyes rolled back and he fell backward. As the sound of him crashing echoed. Apollo and the others sighed simultaneously. That's a pity. FCK. I wasted my saliva for nothing. It must have hurt, physically and emotionally. That guy was about to pass the first exam, but due to exhaustion, his body fell backwards. Apollo felt great pity. Nevertheless, faith works strangely. With a sigh, he looked around the surroundings. The instructor was long gone, even though there were still participants walking up the mountains and the sound of explosion coming from below, though one could tell the fight was coming closer. Seems like those two are not done fighting yet. Apollo muttered before glancing at the wide expanse of grass that in the middle of it is a platform big enough to cover 2 football fields. The martial students didn't dare step foot on it yet, surrounding the platform while they talked with their friends or acquaintances. However, some of them are looking to one side, particularly those who arrived first. Curious, Apollo turned to what they were looking at and saw another platform. But this platform, unlike the big one in the middle, is floating in the air without any support whatsoever. Apollo was surprised as the air under the platform was behaving as normal, without any disturbance. Magnetic, Apollo spread his senses but instead found out his limit as he couldn't get near the platform. He tried again and failed a second time. This made him stop and just observe it with squinted eyes. It's purely made of stone. How did they manage to do it? The more he looked at it, the more curious he got if it's possible. He would like to go near it to observe it closely, but he will gather attention if he does that. Furthermore, on the platform there were 10 seats with 2-meter-tall silver armored guards standing on each corner. They stood straight with spears in their hands. Just looking at them, the beggar could feel an intense aura, an aura that someone who had gone to a bloody war before. That floating platform must be where the visitors will watch the examination, Apollo muttered. Although still curious about how this platform could float in the air without moving an inch, he put the matter to the back of his head. Yes, the martial students came to the top of the mountain. The surroundings soon became noisy. Apollo glanced at the sun who was about to kiss the horizon. Those two guys are still fighting. He couldn't help but turn to look at the entrance that if this goes on, Johan and Michael will get eliminated. The beggar doesn't want to see them eliminated so soon that he hopes to fight them, to get more experience in fighting against strong cultivators. Although he did manage to beat up a cultivator before and even kill him, he felt that he only won because that student was weak. Merely at the first step foundation building stage, though Apollo still got hit, because of the surprise factor. Fortunately, before the sun completely disappeared beyond the horizon, 2 men jumped from the staircase and landed just in time before they got eliminated. Johan and Michael are breathing heavily, sweat covering their faces while some parts of their bodies are bleeding. In the end, no one emerged victorious, and the both of them only ended up hurting each other, unnecessarily. That's enough playing, Michael said with a smirk on his face, coughing in between his words. If I didn't hold back, you would have been eliminated. I was the one who was holding back, Johan said, spitting the blood in his mouth to the ground. You see, I was just checking your current strength to see if you were worthy to be my opponent. Haha, I guess we have the same thought. Michael chuckled, blood seeping down from his mouth. The two looked at each other for a moment before they simultaneously turned around. And the moment that they're not facing each other, the smile and smirk on their faces disappear, followed by gritting their teeth in pain. Their bodies are aching while their insides are in disarray because of how many blows they landed on each other. The two fight for hours. At first they were using their techniques, but as time passed and exhaustion came, they only fought using their fist. Even so, no one can take advantage of their rival, resulting in a draw. FCK. If I can't even defeat Michael, how can I defeat that guy? Johan thought in frustration. Thinking about that masked man, he couldn't help but look for him. It didn't take him long to find the masked man, who was also looking in his direction. Johan pretended that his body was not aching in great pain, that he stood up straight, puffed his chest forward, and stared with confidence. However, when he saw the masked man smirking at him, he felt that he was being humiliated. Just you wait. I don't know how you did it, but I will make you pay, he thought before taking a deep breath of air as the pain increased. SHD, I have to hurry up before the next test begins. That guy is pretending to be okay and thinking about how he will defeat me. Apollo thought, while shaking his head. DMB people are easily predictable. Suddenly, he noticed someone from the corner of his eyes walking in his direction. Turning towards it, he saw a person covered from head to toe using a black robe, even though their hands were perfectly hidden inside the wide and long sleeves. But compared to Apollo, who only hid the upper part of his face, this person who's already standing in front of him has a white mask that covers the whole face. Because of his small frame, the beggar has to look up to see the emerald green eyes behind the white mask. Continue your adventure in my virtual library empire. I guess we're the only outsiders left, the person said in a deep and low voice. Hearing the voice, Apollo felt something strange, but he can't pinpoint exactly what it was, though one thing for sure. The beggar thinks that the person in front of him is a man. Yeah, Apollo nodded, a smile adorning his face. How'd you get yours? The mysterious man asked. Someone dropped it, so I picked it up, Apollo answered truthfully. Oh, ha! I guess we didn't have to go through so much trouble defeating a martial student. Someone gave it to me, the mysterious person said. We are lucky, I guess, Apollo said, shrugging his shoulders. You are. Hearing this made the beggar raise an eyebrow. What does he mean by that? Apollo decided to just keep quiet and see what this guy was up to. You don't seem to be that tired, the mysterious man said, staring at Apollo from head to toe. And also quite small. Don't belittle someone because they are little, Apollo said. The smile on his face didn't change. The first test was easy. I didn't feel anything. You're also not tired, right? You are correct, and my apologies if I said something that might offend you, the mysterious person said, his voice remaining the same. Don't mention it, we're basically in the same boat, Apollo said, waving his hands. Apollo then went quiet. This mysterious person is one of the 6 individuals who got their hands on the invitation card through other means, and only him and the beggar remained. I know that you are strong, the mysterious person said, his emerald green eyes staring intently at the beggar. I can feel it. You are very strange, Apollo said, the smile on his face already long gone. Ha! I get that a lot. The mysterious person chuckled before he started walking away. Let's meet again. What's with him? Apollo muttered, letting out a heavy sigh. There's a lot of strange people in this world. He was just minding his own business, and suddenly, someone walked up to him, struck up a conversation, and left like it was nothing. Suddenly, he finally realized the strange feeling that he felt. This was I being picked up? FCK. Even with the mask on, it couldn't hide my handsomeness. Thinking about this, a shiver ran down his spine. No way. No way. Apollo looked around to find that person, but the mysterious man disappeared without a trace. If I feel that feeling again in the future, I will make sure to run away or beat up the guy, Apollo thought with determination in his eyes. Around this time, the night has already arrived, and no more participants have managed to pass the first test. First, there were 1,000 of them, but right now, there are only a few hundred left. They waited for a while more before someone landed on the stage, and when the students saw who it was, they immediately turned their heads to look away. He's back. Apollo squinted at Master Popo, who stopped in front of them. Then, to his shock, the instructor squatted. His Hanfu robes couldn't hide what was supposed to be hidden, because he is squatting on top of the platform. Everyone can see it, though they didn't, as their faces are already away even before he does a squat. Unfortunately, those with slow reactions manage to catch a glimpse that is going to remain forever in their minds. Apollo, who already had his back on the stage, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. F King hell. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you about our next test, Master Popo said, a smile on his lips as he glanced at the martial students. They avoided looking in his direction, some glancing down, others staring into the distance. He was already used to this. First, he found it disrespectful and rude, but as time passed, he gradually got accustomed to it. Of course, he had tried to question some of them, but they refused to answer, fear evident on their faces. When someone did try to answer, especially the women, their faces would always turn red, leaving them unable to speak. This led him to one very possible conclusion. They were awe-stricken by his looks, by how he carried himself, and by his charm, which was out of this world. And no matter what he did, they would always fall for him. Even some men didn't dare to look at him, likely out of jealousy of his handsome appearance. Those who have participated in the previous advancement examination must have realized that we test 3 aptitudes, Master Popo said, raising 3 fingers. Talent, comprehension, and combat proficiency. So walking up to the top of the mountain was the first test, Apollo thought. Being able to stand here in front of me is a sign that you passed the first test, demonstrating enough talent to cross the boundary from the foundation building stage to the chi condensation stage. Master Popo continued in the previous advancement examination. The martial schools only tested the students' talent for breaking through to their next stage. This meant that if a student was at the first step foundation building stage, and they had the talent to advance to the second step, they passed the first test. This time, however, the test assessed the student's talent for potentially breaking through the chi condensation stage. Now, for your second test. Master Popo was about to explain the contents of the second test. When he looked up at the sky, he couldn't help but sigh, knowing he was about to be interrupted. Let's wait for a moment. Confused, the martial students turned to see what he was looking at, and their eyes widened in surprise. Apollo also glanced up and, like the others, was shocked by what he witnessed. A golden chariot was flying toward them in the night sky. It looked like a 10-meter meteor about to hit the ground. The chariot had intricate patterns and designs that even a layman could tell were the work of a master. But what surprised the beggar even more were the creatures pulling the flashy chariot. Dragon. Apollo couldn't help but mutter, his eyes shining with excitement at seeing a legendary creature that was respected even in his previous life. There were 2 dragons of the western kind, long necks, long bodies, and tails, but somewhat short legs. Their wings created a loud, flapping sound with each powerful stroke through the air. They were brown in color, and even from a distance, Apollo felt intimidated by their presence. Compared to the silver-armored guards on the floating platform, they seemed like chickens before wolves, miles apart, like the difference between heaven and earth. Apollo felt a great sense of awe as the dragons landed on the ground. Dust clouds emerged at the moment of landing, and the 2 dragons let out a terrifying roar into the air. The world seemed to stand still as the martial students fell silent, their chests heaving up and down before they broke out into a wild murmur. "It's a very inferior dragon," someone said beside the beggar, making him turn and look up at the person. "Your journey continues with my virtual library empire." Bell nodded with a smile. "Hello, I'm Bell." "Hello," Apollo greeted back, lowering his voice. This was the second time someone had approached him to strike up a conversation, though he could guess why this woman decided to talk to him despite not knowing his identity. But they looked too intimidating to be considered inferior dragons, another person commented, stopping beside Bell before glancing curiously at the small masked man. "Who is he?" Gale, who was standing behind them, also stared at Apollo curiously. "Nice question," Philly. Bell's smile widened. Although she had dismissed the idea that this masked man was someone she knew at the foot of the mountain, the suspicion lingered. Now, having this chance, she wanted to find out one last time to ease her mind regarding the identity of this masked person. However, she didn't hold out much hope, which is why she came with another purpose. "Can you tell me your name in exchange for mine?" Bell asked. Apollo looked at Bell before glancing at the restaurant owner, then back at her. "This woman still wants to uncover my identity. Why?" He sighed inwardly while answering her question. "I'm nobody, but people call me Candice," Apollo said, trying his hardest to remain calm as a mischievous smile threatened to curl his lips. "Candice." Bell raised an eyebrow. "You have a very strange name." "Candice in cough." Apollo coughed, just in time before he let out the devil in this world. "What?" Bell tilted her head, unsure of what he had said. "Nothing." Apollo waved his hand, holding back his laughter. Then he asked a question he was more curious about. "You said those are inferior dragons. Why do you say that?" Bell stared at the masked man with narrowed eyes. He's not telling the truth. But this was expected. Who would give their real name when they were clearly hiding their identity behind a robe and a mask? And why was he asking something with such an obvious answer? "Do you not Yeah. Why did you say that? Those 2 dragons are clearly very intimidating," Philly asked, tilting her head to the side in confusion. "Never mind. It seems like he's not the only one who's clueless," Bell thought before answering their questions. "Look at their size. They're too small," Bell said. "You call that small? They're at least 5 meters tall." Philly stared at the dragons in awe. "Huh, silly girl," Bell chuckled. "The size of true dragons is beyond imagination. Legends say they can reach the size of a whole continent, and that's when they're still considered young." "Really?" Philly turned to Bell with an incredulous expression. "But you're only basing that off of legends," Apollo said from the side, skeptical. "Right, but I'm sure those 2 aren't true dragons," Bell smiled, explaining further. "True dragons cannot be tamed, nor would they allow themselves to be enslaved and pull a chariot for humans. They're too prideful to consider humans as anything more than mere grass." "But how do you know all this?" Philly asked. "Miss Philly," Gale said, "if you read some books in the family library, you'd know that the Helflich family descend from dragon hunters. They have an innate ability that allows them to sense the purity of a dragon's bloodline." "Wow, that's so cool." Philly stared at Bell with surprise and admiration. "Don't look at me like that. It's actually a useless ability," Bell chuckled. "Besides, there are no true dragons anymore, and my family is just a drop in the ocean of its history, merely a name and something to talk about." Apollo, who had been listening all this time, couldn't help but become curious, so he brought up the system store and searched for dragon-related items. The system store sorted itself out when he ordered it to only show dragon-related items. And the first thing it showed was an item with a ridiculous price tag. Explore hidden tales of my virtual library Empire True Dragon Summon. Permanently summon a true dragon and become their friend, companion, or master. They will follow whatever you say. Points cost 100,000,000,000,000. What the FCK? Apollo couldn't help but be shocked at the amount of Ulm points needed to buy this item. That amount was basically saying, you can't buy me, you cheap-ass motherfucker. How many years would he need to save up to reach that price? 10 years? 100 years? Heck, Apollo wouldn't be surprised if it took at least 1,000,000 years to afford that. Shaking his head, he stared at the next item, which also had a ridiculous price. True Dragon Summon. Temporarily summon a true dragon for 1 hour and become their friend, companion, or master. They will follow whatever you say. Ulm points cost 500,000,000.500 million Ulm points for a temporary summon, and only for an hour. The system is basically ripping me off hundreds of thousands of years in exchange for an hour. Who's the fool who's going to do that? Apollo looked at more items, each one with a price he couldn't afford unless he was immortal, living forever as a beggar begging for money. After numbing his eyes with the prices, he finally decided to look for the cheapest ones. The cheapest item was worth 100 Ulm points. It was a book about the history of true dragons. There was a lot of stuff that didn't seem cool, so he just skimmed past them until his eyes landed on an item called Dragon Eyes. Dragon Eyes reveals the bloodline purity of a dragon with just one look. Once acquired, it can be passed down through generations. Ulm points cost 500 Ulm points to owe. Is this Bel's innate ability? Apollo continued to look for more and found similar items. Inferior Dragon Eyes reveals the bloodline purity of a dragon with just one look. Once acquired, it can be passed down through generations, but the power of the ability will dwindle as generations pass. Ulm points cost 350 Ulm points. That IT was a cheap item that couldn't increase one's strength, more like a detection or identification ability. Apollo felt it wasn't useful. He continued to search for more items before stopping at one in particular. This one could increase his strength, but it cost 10,000 Ulm points. Dragon Vial, a vial containing dragon blood. Once ingested, one will acquire the bloodline of a true dragon. The purity is random, with a 1% limit of the true dragon's bloodline. If one is extremely lucky that, oh great, another ridiculous item, for 10,000 Ulm points. One can acquire a true dragon bloodline, but the percentage is at most 1%. Apollo finally gave up and closed the system store. Around this time, Bell continued their conversation. Then someone exclaimed as people began emerging from the golden chariot. They turned to look at the newcomers, who were wearing expensive hanfu, just like what Master Popo wore, though it was clear they were wearing something underneath. Unlike him, who liked to show off. The floating platform levitated toward them, lowering itself to the ground, and the newcomers stepped onto it before taking their seats. They can fit inside that chariot. Philly couldn't help but mutter in confusion. It actually has more space inside than you'd expect from its size, Bell said. Dimension augmentation, Gale explained. Only cultivators with this rare ability can do that. How come you guys know all this? Philly asked with a defeated sigh. If you read books more often, you'd know about it, Gale said, smiling. Apollo glanced at each person who took their seats, his eyes stopping on an obese man adorned with shiny golden ornaments. The man was talking to an old man wearing a white hanfu, who nodded occasionally. 5 others seemed uninterested in them, while the last 3 interacted with them like subordinates sucking up to their bosses. The mayor is here personally, Bell said, disgust evident in her voice. And he's brought visitors. I thought they didn't like each other. Why are they sitting together? Gale couldn't help but ask, though she immediately regretted it when she remembered there was an outsider beside them. I don't know, Bell shrugged, glancing at the masked man. Then, turning towards him, she asked the second reason she had approached him. Mr. Candice. What? Apollo looked up at Bell, trying not to laugh. Join us after the advancement examination, Bell said with a smile. Hearing this, Philly and Gale exchanged looks. Now, what do you mean by that? Apollo asked. Join the Great Serpent Cultivation School, Bell clarified. You clearly want to join a martial school, right? That's why you got the invitation through other means. Apollo raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Let me think about it, he said before focusing on Master Popo, who was now standing up and staring at one of the people on the floating platform. Apollo noticed a deep furrow on the instructor's face, which piqued his curiosity. I can sense that you're strong, Bell said. Releasing one's senses to observe another person's cultivation. That's something only a talented cultivator or someone at the 4-step foundation building can do. Hearing this, Gale glanced at the masked man with newfound respect. Initially, she saw him as someone Belle was curious about, but now, realizing he could release his senses, he became a potential rival among the top martial students in this advancement examination. But I could already do that when I was still at the third step, Apollo thought. This made him realize that something wasn't adding up with the current situation. I S it because of this simple breathing technique. You're definitely going to pass the third test. The only question is how well you'll do and what place you'll end up in that you're sure to receive other recruitment offers. But I'm personally inviting you now, of course. You can take your time to think about it. Belle smiled. Apollo just stared at her for a moment before turning to Master Popo, who was now looking at them. He's about to start. What's with the entrance? Master Popo spoke telepathically to one of the headmasters seated on the floating platform, a middle-aged man with long black hair that reached his shoulders and a black goatee that touched his neck turned to face the headmaster of the fire shrine. His black eyes stared straight ahead, revealing little emotion. He wore a black and white hanfu with intricate designs of fierceness and a serpent insignia in the middle of his chest. His black pants were simple but clearly made of high-quality material. But what stood out most was the sword placed in front of him, leaning between his legs and resting on his shoulder. It was a very thin sword covered in a black scabbard. The handle was wrapped in a white cloth bandage, with a piece of it dangling at the end. Continue with the examination. I want to see the state of my great serpent students, the man said, communicating directly to the fire shrine headmaster's mind. Hey, you can't just order me around like that. Why did you guys use those dragons and make such a grand entrance? We don't have to give them that kind of respect, Master Popo replied, narrowing his eyes at the great serpent headmaster. Tell me, Axton, what's your plan? It's Master Axton, Axton's voice echoed in Master Popo's mind. There's been a change of plan, an improvement. Oh, tell me. Master Popo raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the change of plan. Just continue the exam and pull out those problematic students, Master Axton said, his voice firm that you'll see soon enough. Suspense? I like it, Master Popo said, smiling before turning to look at the martial students below. He was about to squat down and continue speaking when the headmaster of the Great Serpent stopped him. I would advise against that, Master Axton said to him. Why? The Fire Shrine headmaster asked, though he immediately found the answer. I S it because of the plan? Just give the rules while standing, a different voice chimed in. Master Popo turned to the person sitting next to the headmaster of the Great Serpent Cultivation School, that a man with muscles that seemed ready to burst out of his dark blue hanfu robe stared coldly at Master Popo. He had a round, bald head with small eyes, making it hard for others to tell if they were open or closed. You guys are the planners, Master Popo conceded. Although they each managed different martial schools, when they shared a common interest, they actually listened to one another and rarely antagonized each other unless one of them did something unreasonable. As Master Popo began his speech, Elmo, the headmaster of the Sword and Shield Martial School, turned to Axton. Popo still doesn't realize. Axton closed his eyes, leaning more comfortably in his chair. But let him. BT cultivates such weird techniques that he's become so full of himself he doesn't realize his own actions. He's gotten dumber with time, Elmo commented, before making small talk with the visitors beside him. Although their constant flattery irritated him, he had to endure it for the sake of their plan. His eyes glanced at the obese man sitting at the far end of the platform. The mayor happened to look in his direction and offered a kind smile that made Elmo feel disgusted. Let's start your second test, Master Popo said, standing upright this time. The martial students looked at him, though they remained vigilant, wary of a sudden gust of wind or the possibility that he might unexpectedly squat down again. This test will assess your comprehension. Unlike the previous advancement, where you only needed to solve sets of problems in a few hours, this time, you'll have to learn a battle technique. The martial students gasped in shock. Learning a battle technique? In just a few hours? Philly muttered, wide-eyed. He didn't mention the time yet, Belle pointed out, narrowing her eyes at the instructor on the platform. If on cue, Master Popo continued. Don't worry, we'll give you 3 days to learn a battle technique that you'll pass the second test if you reach the beginner stage within that time. Master Popo smiled, clapping his hands. The platform suddenly began to shake, and stone slabs emerged from it, scattered across the 2 football field-sized platforms. There were at least 100 slabs, each with carved inscriptions. As you can see, these stone slabs have battle techniques inscribed on them. Find one you like and study it. There's no limit to the number of people per slab, and it's advisable to memorize it as soon as possible. Master Popo instructed, his eyes scanning the martial students who were astonished to see such a vast array of battle techniques spread across the platform. They could hardly believe it. Why were the martial schools being so extravagant this time? Each battle technique was precious, even the low-quality ones, though most students wouldn't bother with those. Those with sharp eyesight could see that the techniques etched into the stone slabs were far from simple. They knew that mastering one could lead to exponential growth. However, this was a test, and they had only 3 days to reach the beginner stage to pass. 3 days to reach the beginner stage. Philly muttered, worry evident in her voice. Can I do it? Even with a low-quality battle technique, I need at least a week to reach the beginner stage. Miss Philly, that's because you've been focused on other matters, Gale said from the side. With your talent, 3 days should be enough to reach the beginner stage for low to mid-quality battle techniques. The real challenge is reaching the mastery stage. Some techniques aren't suitable for our bodies, and that's what takes more time. Philly blushed at the compliment. Discover exclusive content in my virtual library empire. Let's choose battle techniques that suit us. That way, our chances of passing will increase, Bell suggested. Apollo, who had been listening all this time, was excited by the number of battle techniques on the platform. He had already mastered the simple sword technique, and although he wasn't sure if it was considered a battle technique, he had been thinking about acquiring another one to enhance his fighting capabilities. This second test gave him an opportunity to learn without spending any alm points, but he was also eager to find a flashy technique this time, and he decided to search for one among the 100 stone slabs. The beggar didn't know how his comprehension abilities would compare to these talented cultivators, and he would only find out when he stepped onto the platform. But aren't they basically giving these battle techniques away for free? Philly voiced her doubts. Although she wasn't deeply involved in cultivation matters, she knew that these techniques were extremely valuable. If someone memorized them, they could write them down and sell them to other cultivators, making a ton of profit, as these techniques were highly expensive. Her business instincts kicked in as she considered whether to do this. Belle was about to answer her friend when Master Popo, seemingly hearing Philly's doubts, responded instead. However, don't think that just because you're allowed to memorize these techniques, you'll be able to take them home, Master Popo smirked. These stone slabs are not simple. They have a memory alteration mechanism created by our array masters. Only those who pass the second test will be able to retain these techniques in their minds. Consider it a gift. To the martial schools, these techniques were actually just average, but they still needed to carefully regulate them. It could be very dangerous if someone without cultivation talent attempted to learn one of these techniques. It would be basically S-ICD-. They had to take precautions. When Belle heard this, she couldn't help but sigh heavily. Such a shame. So, jump on the platform as the test officially begins. Master Popo announced before flying up to the floating platform one by one. The martial students jumped onto the stage and immediately began searching for the battle techniques they wanted to learn. Apollo, however, didn't jump right away. Instead, he followed the instructors with his eyes. Are they really going to stay there for 3 days straight? He wondered, noticing that the headmasters and visitors were just sitting there. The only one showing any interest in what was happening was the old man whom Clown was constantly talking to. It's their problem, Apollo thought, shaking his head as he walked toward the platform. He had a feeling something was going on behind the scenes. His experience from his previous life told him that this advancement examination was hiding something. Recalling what he saw in the previous test only heightened his suspicions. However, what mattered more to him was completing the first part of his mission and returning to his beggar spot to continue his cultivation. Whatever scheme was unfolding in the shadows, he didn't care as he thought about his mission. He couldn't help but search for his target, and it didn't take him long to spot him. Ark was also walking toward the platform, taking his time and not in a hurry. Being observant, Apollo noticed something unusual. While walking, Ark kept glancing in the direction of the floating platform, specifically toward the mayor. Clown was displaying the same behavior. Although this was the first time Apollo had seen the mayor, it wasn't hard to recognize him, given the statues and paintings of him all over the city. Don't tell me. These two have something going on between them? Apollo shivered at the thought. Shaking his head, he knew it wasn't that simple. I'll think about it later. For now, I need to focus on passing the second test. He jumped and landed on the platform. It was already packed with people, and they crowded around the stone slabs like they were a market. Now, let's see, Apollo said, moving toward the nearest stone slab where 6 or 7 others were already reading the inscriptions. Because of his small height, he couldn't see much, so he had to wait until some of them left. Once they did, he took the opportunity to stand in front of the slab. It was almost 2 meters tall, so he had to look up to read the first part of the technique. Hand sword technique. Apollo muttered the title before reading the entire inscription. After a while, he shook his head and moved on to It with a simple technique that could turn one's hand into a sharp sword. But he lost interest. He already had the simple sword technique, and although he hadn't tried it yet, he felt like he could achieve the same effect. Besides, he preferred using a branch or wooden sword to increase his attacking range. But he continued to search for another technique. After waiting for some more people to leave, he stood in front of the next stone slab and read the battle technique. Water barrier technique. Conjure a barrier made out of water to block attacks. Once learned, one will be able to move the chi in the surroundings to use the technique. Apollo continued to read the description and the cultivation method. These so-called battle techniques encompass a lot. I guess there must be movement-related techniques as well, since those could also be considered battle techniques. Explore more in my virtual library empire. Furthermore, one doesn't have to reach the 4-step foundation building stage to mobilize the surrounding chi, as long as they have a technique that allows them to do so. However, this skill is limited to the technique they learn, meaning they couldn't use it to move chi toward their injuries and heal them. But this water barrier technique, do I need it? Apollo wondered. With his simple sword technique, which could cut through any attacks in his way, it was basically an offense is the best defense scenario. Apollo left, making sure to memorize the technique in case he decided to choose it later. He continued hopping from one stone slab to another, deciding to memorize all of them and pick one later at the same time. He was curious about the memory alteration mechanism in these stone slabs. They were just normal stones with some carvings on them. They didn't feel extraordinary whatsoever. I guess I'll only find out how they work after the second exam, since I'll probably only remember one technique. After memorizing all of them, he found a place to sit down and chose the battle technique he really wanted to learn. As everyone began finding their own spots to cultivate the techniques they chose. Apollo did the same after examining almost all the stone slabs and memorizing the one that caught his eye and seemed like a flashy technique. Along the way, he studied the structure of the stone slabs, finding nothing out of the ordinary besides the unknown inscriptions covering their surfaces and the technique written on them. Some martial students stayed on the platform, while others jumped off and decided to sit on the grass. Apollo was one of them, finding an area with only a few students as he walked toward it. He couldn't help but glance at the floating platform, where the visitors were still seated, talking to each other and occasionally watching the students. These were the same visitors for whom the mayor had made an effort to set up stalls and clean the streets. However, when they arrived here, they didn't bother introducing themselves after the grand entrance with the dragons. It was contrary to what he was used to, where, at an event, important figures would be introduced or give a long, boring speech. But this is better. Straight to the point. No bullshitting, Apollo thought as he took a seat on the grass and crossed his legs, having memorized dozens of battle techniques from the platform. It was now just a matter of choosing the one that suited his taste best. Closing his eyes, he recalled all the techniques in his mind. What he wanted were flashy, cool-looking techniques, something that would make people stand in awe when he used it. After recalling all the flashy techniques, he finally decided on one. Continue your adventure in my virtual library empire, Hydra Mirage, Apollo muttered, his eyes shining with excitement. It's a battle technique that allows the user to create clones of themselves made out of water and mist at the beginner stage. The user can create 2 mirrors of themselves. Unlike cultivation techniques, which are categorized by the cultivation stages, battle techniques are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, and master stages. Of course, there are battle techniques with fewer stages, and some don't have any stages at all. Though the common ones have these 5. Apollo chose this particular technique to complement the weaknesses of his simple sword technique. His sword technique wasn't perfect and had blind spots that, once discovered, could be deadly. If he had a technique that could confuse the enemy, he would be able to fully utilize his simple sword technique. With this in mind, he closed his eyes and followed the process in his mind. This technique didn't require much movement and focused more on gathering the chi in the surroundings and mobilizing it to create lifelike images of himself. However, according to the technique, he had to absorb the chi and circulate it through his body in a specific pattern. The circulation of chi would replicate his body from the inside out, even down to the number of hairs on his head. It was like a signature, and this signature would be the key to using the Hydra Mirage technique. The process was actually more intricate than that. Many details were involved, and they had to be carefully considered. One wrong move, and Apollo would have to start all over. Following the technique, the chi around the beggar started churning as Apollo absorbed it according to the process. His surroundings darkened, darker than the night sky. There was only him and the bright chi circulating around him. He had to reach the beginner stage of this technique before the 3-day grace period ended. Apollo. However, this seemed more than enough time. Although the technique appeared complicated, the moment he began learning it, he easily understood the process and could perform it with ease. He absorbed the chi through his mouth, nose, and pores, then guided it along the pattern outlined by the technique. T first. The chi circulated slowly, but gradually picked up speed. It didn't take long for Apollo to familiarize himself with the battle technique, though he wasn't done yet as he hadn't reached the beginner stage. There were many steps, and Apollo had reached the part where he had to transform the chi infused with his body signature in a mist. It sounded confusing, but by following the procedure, the beggar found it relatively easy. Even so, he didn't immediately apply the technique. Instead, he continued studying the next steps, turning the chi into water and molding the water into a copy of himself. He practiced the technique in his mind hundreds of times until he felt confident he could apply it in the real world. When Apollo stopped cultivating the Hydra Mirage, the night sky returned, and the moon's brilliance illuminated the surroundings, making it easy for even a normal human to see. Glancing up at the stars, Apollo concluded that he'd been cultivating for 3 to 4 hours. Curious if the visitors were still there, he found them still seated on the floating platform. However, one of them, who had previously appeared cheerful, now had a grave expression as he stared at Cultivator in a white robe. Apollo couldn't hear what they were discussing, but the white-robed Cultivator seemed to be delivering a message that darkened the man's mood. His eyes then flicked to the headmasters, who were nodding occasionally and appeared relaxed and in good spirits. Unlike Clown, the visitors, on the other hand, were talking animatedly, while the old man beside the mayor remained as impassive as when he first arrived. Something must be going on. The beggar thought before shaking his head. It's not my concern. Some of the martial students were sitting down, eyes closed, deep in cultivation, while others were on their feet, practicing sets of movements, likely battle techniques that required physical repetition. They were all occupied with their own tasks, making this the perfect time to test what he had learned from the Hydra Mirage so far. Apollo didn't need to stand up to use the technique. Let's see how cool you are, the beggar muttered. With a thought, he began using the Hydra Mirage. The chi was drawn toward him, circulated through his body once, and then exited. Mist began to form around him. The beggar's eyes gleamed as the mist beside him started churning, gradually transforming into a cross-legged, masked figure. As the mist dissipated, a complete copy of himself sat beside him. The copy wore the exact same clothes as Apollo, a black robe covering his body and a black half mask, obscuring the top half of his face. Apollo looked closer and noticed that even the mask had the same details. It felt like he was staring into a mirror. The copy sat there, its eyes dull and unmoving. Apollo had only intended to test what he'd learned so far, and it seemed like the results were better than he'd expected. At the beginner stage of the Hydra Mirage, he could conjure up to 2 clones of himself, and he could even make them move according to his will, though he wasn't sure how fluid. Their movements would be let's see if I've really reached the beginner stage, Apollo thought, smiling. He wasn't expecting much. The instructors had given him 3 days, and it had only been about 3 hours since he started learning the technique. There's no way I could complete the second test so easily. Right? With this in mind, he activated the technique once more. Mist appeared as the chi he absorbed flowed out of his body. And to his right, another copy of himself materialized, staring at the lifelike copy. Apollo couldn't help but be amazed. Did I really do it? Does this mean I've managed to reach the beginner stage in just 3 hours? He looked around and saw that the other martial students were preoccupied with their own battle techniques. Then he made his clones stand up, and they did so the moment he thought about it. There was no delay. As soon as he willed it, they obeyed. Apollo then positioned them to stand in front of each other. Fight! Apollo thought, his eyes burning with excitement as he controlled one of the clones. Like a video game, he had one clone fight the other while he sat on the grass, watching the battle. However, it proved to be difficult. Controlling a clone was easy, but using it to fight against another clone felt like battling a boss that couldn't be hit. These clones also know my fighting style. Apollo mused as the clone he controlled failed to land a hit on the other. Then he stopped the fight, that if a normal battle won't work, slap fight. It was a popular sport in his previous life where 2 participants took turns slapping each other. Apollo enjoyed watching it. It was entertaining to see their faces distort from the impact. Read exclusive adventures in my virtual library, Empire. Thinking about it made him even more excited about what was to come. This time, he didn't control one of the clones. Instead, he gave the order for them to take turns slapping each other as hard as they could. As soon as he thought it, one of the clones raised its hand and slammed it into the other copy's face. Apollo's eyes widened in anticipation, but they quickly turned to surprise as the slap caused the clone's head to explode. But instead of blood, the explosion was made of mist that scattered with the wind. Apollo smiled bitterly at the sight. I guess that was to be expected. It's only at the beginner stage, and still fragile, he thought. According to the Hydra Mirage technique in his mind, his clones would only get tougher as he progressed. Surprisingly, even without a head, the clone raised its hand and slapped the fully intact copy. Huh, so they're still functional without a head? Apollo tilted his head as the intact clone's head also exploded in a mist. What happened next nearly made him burst out laughing. The two headless copies of himself continued slapping the place where their heads used to be. Shaking his head, he made them stop, and with a thought, the two clones dissolved into water and fell to the ground. All this time, the Marshall students hadn't been disturbed, probably because some of them were also making noise, and the people on the floating platform were too busy talking among themselves. Did I just learn an exceptionally easy battle technique? Apollo wondered, have I already passed the second test? This made him glance at the other students. But they're still not done, and I'll definitely stand out if I declare that I've already reached the beginner stage of this technique. He let out a heavy sigh. What should I do? He muttered. There's still 3 days left, and it only took me 3 hours to complete the second test. That pervert said there's an array on the stone slab that will make those who didn't pass the test forget the techniques on the slab, that it's safe to say that even if some of us memorize all the techniques, we'll only be able to keep one if we pass. Apollo waited to see if he would forget the other techniques, but even after a few minutes, he could still remember them. It because the test hasn't ended yet, and the memory alteration mechanism hasn't been activated. That's probably the case. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Should I use this time to learn the other techniques, just to pass the time? It didn't take him long to decide. He closed his eyes and began learning all the battle techniques stored in his mind. On the floating platform, the visitors perked up when the white-robed cultivator arrived and said something that made them fall silent and listen carefully. So they try to steal another technique from our library? Axton asked, a subtle smile on his lips. Yes, the white-robed cultivator nodded. Where are they? The great serpent headmaster asked, focusing on the fate of the thieves rather than the library. After the successful ambush, we captured them and put them in a cellar for questioning, the white-robed cultivator reported. Good, Axton nodded. Just don't let them die. Clown, who had been listening the whole time, wore a shocked expression, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Are you okay, Mayor Clown? The headmaster of the Sword and Shield Martial School, Elmo, asked, his voice filled with apparent concern. However, a closer look in his eyes would reveal that he didn't mean it. Yeah, Clown nodded, but his voice betrayed his anger. I can't believe someone would be so daring as to steal cultivation techniques from the martial schools in my city. Did they only try to steal from one martial school? One of the visitors asked. The white-robed cultivator looked to the headmaster of the Great Serpent Martial School, seemingly asking if it was all right to answer the visitor's question. Master Axton nodded, a subtle smile on his face. No, sir. The Great Serpent, Sword and Shield, and the Fire Shrine were all infiltrated at the same time, the white-robed cultivator explained. Why? Another visitor asked. The white-robed cultivator shook his head. The reason is still unknown, but it's very likely that someone is behind them, Axton said, glancing at the visitors, stopping briefly at Clown before turning his gaze back to the white-robed cultivator. You may go now. After we're done here, I'll meet with them personally. As you wish, the white-robed cultivator bowed his head, then disappeared in a blur. TSK. Master Popo, who had been silent until now, shook his head with a smirk. He was already sitting on a chair he'd somehow acquired. If I find a culprit, I'll skin him alive. You should focus on the advancement, Instructor Popo, Elmo said. Someone is already showing signs. Oh, Master Popo raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the ground, where he saw someone wearing clothes that covered their body from head to toe and a white mask hiding their face. This person was one of the outsiders who had passed the first test. Master Popo could see that they were already showing signs of progressing to the beginner stage of the battle technique they had chosen, which came from the Sword and Shield Martial School. Lily Valley. It's a fairly decent technique, and the most talented person in my school managed to reach the beginner stage in just 2.5 days, the headmaster of the Sword and Shield said, his eyes burning with interest. The mysterious person in the distance was sitting cross-legged while translucent lily flowers materialized around her before disappearing a second later. If this person keeps going at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if they reach the beginner stage in just 1.5 days. Hearing this, the visitors were surprised. They had come from a neighboring city, personally invited by the mayor to witness this year's advancement examination. They decided to watch this second test to see if any particularly talented individuals emerged this year. And this outsider seemed to be one of them. They looked at each other, their eyes glinting with understanding. From what they knew, if a person not wearing a uniform attended this exam, they were an outsider who had obtained an invitation through other means. If they managed to pass all the tests, they would have a chance to become a student of the martial school they chose to attend. However, they were still considered outsiders if they had not yet chosen a school, which meant these talented individuals could be recruited. It's a she, Master Axton said, the previous matter with the white-robed cultivator seemingly forgotten. Master Popo and Elmo spread their senses to feel the chi around the mysterious person, and sure enough, the movement of nature around her indicated that she was a woman. It seems like we have a very talented one this year, Mayor Clown said with a forced smile. Seeing that they were now focused on another matter brought him some relief. The three headmasters exchanged knowing smiles. You guys wouldn't mind if I had her join my school? Elmo asked. Lily Valley is a battle technique meant for defense. Although it isn't the strongest even at the mastery stage, it's actually a popular technique that even he used from time to time when fighting someone. When someone uses the Lily Valley, countless lilies appear around them, which they can use to block their enemies' attacks. Once they reach mastery, a cultivator at the second step foundation building stage can block an attack from a second step chi condensation stage. Though, it must be a common attack. Well, it's your martial school's technique, so you can have her, Master Popo said, shrugging his shoulders. Axton didn't speak, but he nodded in agreement. However, on the floating platform, the old man beside the mayor was staring at the mysterious person in the distance, his eyes trembling before he let out a defeated sigh. Still stubborn as ever, he thought he had white hair and white eyebrows, and his deep green eyes were like a forest. He was a representative of the visitors group invited to watch this advancement examination. Although he had suspicions about why this pig beside him had invited them, as time passed, his doubts gradually diminished, though something still lingered. Thinking of this as a simple vacation, he had brought his granddaughter, who should be here watching the examination, but, shaking his head, he decided to look for talented students. This second test would last for 3 days, but they were only going to stay for a few hours, as that was usually when talented martial students would show their might, just like that mysterious person. Haha, thanks. Elmo laughed heartily. It seemed like a good seed would soon arrive at his school. Even if the mysterious woman chose another school, they could still reject her, and she wouldn't have a choice but to choose his school. Let's see who the second student to show off will be, Master Popo said, glancing at each of the martial students on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a particular person wearing a black robe and a half mask that covered the top of his face. Oh, there's another one. This made him spread out his senses to gauge the ability of this small man. Seems mediocre, he thought before his gaze moved to the other students, landing on a woman wearing spectacles who was busy conjuring something in front of her. Mist appeared before congregating into something, though it immediately dispersed the moment it formed. Ha! Master Popo chuckled, glancing at the headmaster of the Great Serpent Cultivation School. One of your students is attempting to learn your technique. Hearing this, Axton turned to where the Fire Shrine headmaster was pointing and saw Philly Kleinford already attempting the Hydra Mirage. That's not how you do it, kid, he muttered while shaking his head. This is a battle technique that he personally created and is also a technique that he always uses. It's not a powerful technique, but it's actually a headache to learn. Kleinford, so she's the daughter of Nathan Kleinford, Elmo commented from the side. Kleinford, Hellflick, and the other families had come to greet them before they arrived here, and it was the first time he had met Nathan, the famous war border hero. Philly stared at the gathering mist in front of her, her eyes deep in concentration as she tried her best to mobilize the chi in the surroundings as much as she could. However, before the mist could even form properly, it exploded into a mist of water, splashing her face. Philly took off her glasses and wiped the water from them. After putting them back on, she couldn't help but sigh. She was foolish for thinking she could do it after simply circulating the surrounding chi inside her body, but it's actually pretty hard. She turned to look at Gale, who had her eyes closed peacefully. Gale was just sitting there, cross-legged, and hadn't moved since she picked the technique she wanted to learn. I'm too hasty, Philly muttered with a bitter smile. Shaking her head, she decided to just focus on the first step of the technique and familiarize herself with it before trying to apply it. With this in mind, she closed her eyes and started cultivating the technique seriously. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. Meanwhile, a few feet away, Belle Hellflick opened her eyes, a glint passing through them. Interesting. She had picked a common battle technique from the martial school she was studying at, the Great Serpent Cultivation School. Because it was common, she had already seen it a couple of times within the school. She also chose it because she was quite familiar with it, thinking it would be very easy to learn. Belle wasn't the only one who thought this way. Those who wanted to pass the second test chose techniques they were familiar with. Since it wasn't allowed to use battle techniques they had already learned prior to this examination, they had to be smart, and choosing common techniques made it easier for them. Belle did the same. However, Even though the pedal sword was a common battle technique, normal cultivators would need at least 2 or 3 weeks to reach the beginner stage, and she wouldn't be surprised if most of them needed at least a month, which would also force them to postpone their cultivation. But this only applied to common cultivators. Belle smiled, closing her eyes once more. Pedal. Sword was a technique that could affect a wide area. Although it was common and not the strongest battle technique she knew, it was very practical and straightforward, so she might consider using it after she mastered it. With her eyes closed, she mentally reviewed all the techniques, engaging in mental training first to familiarize herself.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.